Chapter 81. Meeting Siren 1. It hasn't even been a month since he became a provisional flag-bearer and left the Garden of Swords. Yet Jean has already destroyed the Akin Kingdom's underground organization, settled in the free city of Tychon, and killed the Zipfel clan's second-in-command along with his guardian dragon, Violetta. The last battle may have been concluded by Luna, but if it wasn't for Jean, Andre and Violetta would have never come to the island in the first place. No provisional flag-bearer in Runcandle history had this many achievements in such a short amount of time. However, there was a problem. I worked my ass off and did a lot of stuff, but not anything to instantly prove myself worthy of becoming a provisional flag-bearer. Murakan sighed at the young Runcandle and spoke. Well, when this is all over, I can say that I caused all the ruckus, so there's nothing to be worried about. Either way, it's better to not become a public figure right now. A provisional flag-bearer's fame was stocked up on a fake name that the clan determined beforehand, and once it was known that the provisional flag-bearer had gathered enough fame, the clan would contact the candidate to inform them of their worthiness to the throne. Therefore, Jin's fame needs to naturally travel into the ears of the Runcandle clan in order to be considered a strong candidate. However, he could not do this. Until now, everything he did wasn't resolved with only the use of his sword. Since I dealt with stuff using magic, I definitely can't tell anyone in the clan. He would only be able to tell them once he had accumulated enough power and authority, to a point where there would be no problem when his siblings find out about a magic-using Runcandle. Until then, Jean planned to remain as a rumor to the world. Simply put, a rumor of a human who could resist the Zipfels and other powerful entities. One who could wield the sword and use magic, and also has unknown individual powers. Furthermore, a rumor that he is Soderet's contractor. Until then, the people who know of my ability to use magic must be limited to my companions, elder sister Luna and father. Luna knew Jin's inner thoughts. Even before she heard Andre say that Jean broke the oath, she knew that her brother was a magic user. Being the one to visit the Storm Castle and detect Murakan's presence, it was obvious that she knew. And Jean was certain that she knew about Murakan. He had no doubt that Siren was also aware of her knowing about the Black Dragon. Our dear youngest brother, using magic even though he's a Runcandle. A free-flying teenager, I see. He's gonna cut you in half, Luna walked towards Jean and spoke in a playful tone. I'm also worried about the young master's magic, Lady Luna. If the Patriarch hears about this, he won't sit still. No, Gilly. Father probably already knows. The destruction of the Teesing clan and Andre Zipfel's death. He probably already assumed that it was all done by me. Luna nodded at her brother's conviction. You're pretty confident while saying that. You got something planned. Yes, elder sister. I'm planning to go see father with you tomorrow. Oh sure. We can go see Fa. What? Luna stared at Jean in disbelief. Everyone knows that you're impulsive, but wouldn't it be better to stay put when father is turning a blind eye to you? What are you going to do when you meet him? I'm going to warn him that the Zipfels are executing multiple plans to strike at the Runcandles. The life in Gilly's face drained, and Murakan was a little surprised. The story about the orb? Wouldn't it be better if I told him about it? A provisional flag-bearer returning to the clan without permission is basically ruining your chances to the throne. As Luna said, a provisional flag-bearer could not enter the Garden of Swords without permission. It was equivalent to a forfeit. No, if you were the one to tell him, you would also have to mention that I summoned you to the island. It's better if I confront him myself. And with the story as the base, I plan to strike a deal with father. Gilly spat out the water that she was drinking, shocked at the younger Runcandle's declaration. Why, young master, you're joking, right? On top of returning to your clan, you're gonna make a deal with your dad? Ha! What in the world? I would have never thought of that. Not even through my entire lifetime. The very idea of striking a bargain with Siren Runcandle doused the group in awkward silence. Was that even possible? Even Luna was concerned that her brother might have hurt his head during the battle. What do you plan on bargaining for from father? There are too many, so I'm planning to choose one or two while on the way there. I can see how tiresome it is for Gilly to deal with you. Losing your chances of being a flag bearer is not the problem. One wrong move and you'll die. What should we do, Gilly? Stopping him will be futile, so is beating some sense into him the right answer? If the situation doesn't go well, you can just calm him down. Luna ultimately didn't beat Jean, but Gilly could only sigh at the sight of her young master's impulses. Don't worry, Gilly. If I block with my body, then father will not be so harsh. Lady Luna, in that case, I shall follow you, young master. Ah, not you too. I'm tired. Contrary to her words, Luna thought it was nice of Gilly to volunteer. I'm sure she's scared, but is she declaring that if she were to die, she will die with Jean? The youngest is very lucky to have such a protective guardian. She was a little heartbroken. After all, Luna knew the backstory of how Gilly McRolin became Nanny Gilly. If she hadn't become Jin's guardian, then she would have become the McRollins' next generation's strongest sword. A destiny very similar to that of Jean. Murakin cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. Eldest daughter of Runcandle. I shall go together with Strawberry Pie. The great black dragon should remain here. Even if you go, wouldn't you have to stay as a cat the entire time? I understand. Disappointed, Murakin turned into a cat and lowered his tail. However, no one really turned to look at him, so Murakin sauntered over to an adjacent room, where Yuria and Enya were playing. At least there, he was the center of attention. All right then, tomorrow we'll depart for the first transfer gate. It hasn't even been a month, but it feels like it's been a long time. The day passed, and right before their departure to the Garden of Swords, Jean visited Cashimir's office. Young Master Jean. Sir Cashmere, I came for some favors. Favors? No need. You and I now share the same fate, so all of my powers and acquisitions are yours as well. Jean knew that Cashmere was the fallen prince of Vermont and that his daughter was AZ Mills' contractor. Cashmere knew that Jean was a Runcandle provisional flag-bearer who was a talented magic user and got along well with dragons. Essentially, they both had information that enabled them to hold each other by the throat, which is why they shared the same fate. On top of that, Cashmere felt indebted to Jean. Although he didn't directly bring back Lathri, ultimately, it was Jean who saved his daughter. If I never met you, I would be watching my daughter suffer and die without knowing. I would never be able to repay this debt even until my final days. Cashmere's eyes were glistening. He's very sensitive and delicate, even more so than I expected. I mean, in my past life, I heard that the free city of Tychon was established during the era of Holy Kings. A very romantic and emotional time period. While Jean looked for an answer, Cashmere hurriedly wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. My apologies. Haha, the mood would have been ruined. Anyways, what do you want me to prepare? Tell me anything you need. Please tell the seven-colored peacock to research and investigate these things. He pulled out a piece of paper from his chest pocket and lent it to Cashmere. Written on the paper was a list of the Zipfels' wrongdoings that Jean witnessed. The creation of living golems at the Colin ruins, and his experiences fighting against the demon god's orb, including everything regarding the cemetery giants in the Curano dukedom, which Murakin confessed on discovering as he explained the orb of origin yesterday. Cashmere's eyes shook after reading through the paper. Creation of living golems. If the world finds out, everyone's respect for the Zipfel clan would plummet. As for the demon god's orb, since nobody knows of the orb of origin, I will not approach this problem. All right. However, this is information that shouldn't be exposed to the public. If anything happens, the Zipfels will conceal their illicit actions even further. I agree. I will order investigations to the most trustworthy agents. On the contrary, may I ask why you want the real name of this gangster named Spider-Handaloo and information regarding Vishical Ivliano? Cashmere simply asked about the purpose of the investigation in order to confirm whether Jean also thought of Cashmere as a companion. Jean answered him without hesitation. We caused the destruction of the Teesing clan and found out back then that Aloo had ties with a Runcandle. As for Vishical, recently there were some weird things that happened at the banquet. However, I'm not certain of anything, so it's hard to answer. I understand. Although I can resolve the Alu and Vishical cases very quickly, I don't know how long the other cases will take. It's all right. Investigating the Zipfel clan is not an easy task. The two met eyes, and Jean extended his arm for a handshake. I look forward to our partnership, Sir Kashmir. I as well, young Master Jean. I will prepare some high-quality wine in the belief that you will return in one piece from the Garden of Swords. There are many things I would like to discuss with you. The free city of Tychon will soon become a country, and you will become its closest friend. Kashmir met Jin's hand. Within the hour, Jean left Kashmir's residence and prepared to board a carriage with Luna and Gilly to leave for the transfer gate. Chapter 82. Meeting Siren 2. Early in the morning, the Huphester Alliance's transfer gate lacked people. Yet, as soon as Jean, Luna, and Gilly arrived, they attracted the attention of the few people who were there. Mainly because of Luna. Jin's face had not been widely known yet, but when it came to Luna, people would notice her anywhere she went. And being the Runcandle clan's military ally, the people of the Huphester Alliance especially paid more attention to her. However, nobody spoke to her nor mentioned her name. Instead, that night there would be bustling talk about her visit to the city. This is why I don't like moving around. I usually enjoy a small rural area where nobody knows me. How could you say that the outdoors are more comfortable? While Luna complained, Jean pulled down his hood to partially cover his face. The transfer gate security ran towards them. All hail! I am honored to escort the first flag-bearer of Runcandle. Since we're going to the Garden of Swords, please call a carriage for us. Luna received the salutes and responded, Yes, ma'am. The security officers ran off. Although they were not directly affiliated with the Garden of Swords, they received financial compensation from the Runcandles for their work. It was the same for all knights in the Huphester Alliance. After 10 minutes, a steel carriage belonging to the Runcandle clan arrived at the VIP waiting hall. The person who brought the vehicle was the clan's second butler, Petro. Conveniently, he had come to the transfer gate to deliver some important documents. Lady Luna, the main house was petrified because of your sudden disappearance. Where have you been? Huh? And young Master Jean? Gilly? Why are you with the eldest daughter? Petro's eyes widened. To his knowledge, these three people shouldn't be together. A provisional flag-bearer acting with the first flag-bearer was unacceptable. It seems there is some backstory to this nonsense. Well, let's go, lady. There are too many eyes here. You guys go to the main house first and tell them the news. Petro looked around and told the Guardian Knights to go ahead. He was worried that there would be rumors of Luna being together with Jean. Clop, clop. The carriage began to move, and Petro still couldn't suppress his discomfort. What the hell is going on? At this rate, if young Master Jean arrives at the house, then the Garden of Swords would definitely turn upside down. Luna's sudden disappearance was dismissible because it often happened. But a provisional flag-bearer returning without permission when it hadn't even been a month since they left? At that point, if blood dropped from the sky, nobody would be surprised. Lady Luna, young Master Jean, it may seem a little tactless, but I have something to ask. You're already making it awkward, so shut up. I'm also very concerned. Understood? Unaware of the embarrassment burning Petro from the inside, the carriage and its passengers departed for the Garden of Swords. We came here, but what should we do if Father gets furious? Do I have to pray that Gilly takes Jean and escapes while I block Father's attacks? There were too many stationed Guardian Knights to do that. Even without them, running away from the other Runcandle children was impossible for Gilly alone. Additionally, the nanny's power was currently being suppressed. As they got closer to the Garden of Swords, Luna got more and more uncomfortable. Whatever happens, happens. There's no way Father will try to kill him, right? I mean, no, he definitely has the drive to do so. Luna gave up on thinking through the situation and stared at Jean. Even I'm sweating from anxiety, but this kid is annoyingly straight-faced. In fact, Jean was leaning on a window, lost in thought. Of the things he planned to request from Siren, he was deciding which would be more strategically advantageous for him. Youngest brother. Yes, eldest sister? You better be really nice to me. Of course. The carriage stopped. In the courtyard, there were countless swords with the hilt sticking out of the ground. A few servants were working about. The guardian knights on standby raised their swords in salute at the sight of the carriage's arrival. Petro opened the carriage door, and Luna stepped out. Subsequently, Gilly and Jean disembarked the carriage, startling the servants. Even the lowest-class servants expected something bad to happen in the near future. Receiving the reports from the guardian knights who left earlier on Petro's orders, Jin's siblings emerged from the residence. This crazy bastard, youngest brother, do you not have any respect or responsibility after leaving the house? How dare you enter the Garden of Swords as a provisional flag-bearer? The first one to exclaim was the fourth son, Vigo Runcandle. Next to him were the fourth and fifth daughters, Mew and Anne. Probably the result of eldest sister's kindness. I don't think eldest sister Luna can help you this time. This is really not okay. Luna, Jean, and Gilly stood still and remained silent. On the other hand, as the man who brought them here, Petro felt like he was sitting on thorns. Ha! They're getting scolded as expected. The servants couldn't even murmur. After some time, they stopped their work in the courtyard and frantically fled to safety. Jin's disobedience of the rules was that severe. From the residence, the second daughter Luncia, third daughter Mary, and second son Deepu's emerged. Wow, it's more shocking in person. What is it, youngest idiot? Are you forfeiting your chance of becoming a flag-bearer? Or is your puberty compelling you to commit suicide? Deepu's clicked his tongue and looked towards Mary. However, Mary did not respond and instead continued to glare at Jean. You dumbass, you can't come back yet. You have to get stronger and fight me someday. From the moment she gifted him the Phoenix Heart, she was awaiting a great battle with Jean. But now, with Jean standing before them, she could only be confused and disappointed. As the culprits stood like statues, Luncia sighed and walked towards them. Eldest sister Luna, for what reason did you bring him back? Luncia spoke with a soft tone, but her eyes held a cold, violent glare. I didn't bring him here. He brought himself. Then you should have stopped him. Just because his head is empty doesn't mean you can just allow this. Even though Luncia shouted at her, Luna didn't really have anything to say. After all, she was more or less correct. Whatever. So, where's father? Annoyed, Luna turned her head away from all of the insults. Ever since she was young, Luna had a hard time dealing with Luncia, which explained why the second daughter was the only sibling who could talk to her in this manner. Oh my, did you really return to see father? Indeed, sister. Luncia face-bombed and spat some curses. If Luna wasn't there, the Runcandle siblings would have ripped Jean to shreds. What a wonderful family. Jean sarcastically praised his family. Luncia shook her head and sighed. I don't know what he'll do, big sister. You youngest. I don't know why you even came to see father, but brace yourself. Go ahead. He's in his study. Jean moved his feet and Luna began to follow him. Xing. Along with the siblings, all of the guardian knights unsheathed their swords. As of now, please surrender your weapon and wait, first flag-bearer. There was a strict order from the Patriarch that we must send Jean Runcandle alone. Their father, the Patriarch, the eldest daughter, the first flag-bearer. Luncia stopped screaming at Luna because she wanted to deal with this problem professionally. Additionally, it was on Siren's orders. Ah, this isn't how I expected it to turn out, Luna thought. At this rate, if their father decides to kill Jean, she won't be there to become Jin's shield. And if I decline? As Luna slowly reached for Crantle, a guardian knight stood behind Gilly and put a sword to her throat. Since her powers were still suppressed, she couldn't even react. Please halt, first flag-bearer. It is the Patriarch's orders. You little, put that sword away. You've crossed the line. If you don't offer a satisfactory discussion to father, then you will not return alive. As for the first flag-bearer, you can't evade. Banishment. Please surrender your weapon. If you resist, I will kill her. Luna gritted her teeth. We're doomed. Should I just escape with Jean? Damn it. I knew I didn't think this through. I didn't think anything would happen since I thought Father favored Jean. If she fought them and escaped, they were likely to succeed. However, she probably couldn't save Gilly, and would live the rest of her life being chased by the Runcandle clan. Of course, losing Luna, who had become a 5-star knight at the age of 15, the genius among geniuses, and the strongest knight after Siren, would be a great loss for the clan. However, the Runcandle clan wasn't a rational clan. Even though they would lose a significant amount of power as a consequence, the orders of the Patriarch were absolute. At this point, Jean had no choice but to satisfy Siren's will. Still, Jean was expressionless the entire time. Brothers, sisters, it seems that you are all worked up. As a son, as a member of the Runcandle clan, I only came to report something to Father. Please calm yourselves. His siblings held back their glares and lowered their voices. They were all just keeping in. Eye on Luna with a professional attitude. Eldest sister Luna and Gilly, I apologize for putting you in such a situation. Jean began to walk towards the residence. He did expect such a reaction from their family, but he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. My siblings don't know Father that well. It's against the rules for a provisional flag bearer to return to the main house. But surprisingly, Father isn't that strict with rules. Either way, getting something from Siren without any fear of danger was impossible. He couldn't evade the gamble. On top of that, after his regression, Jean thought that it was much easier to understand his father. Usually, he couldn't even look his father in the eye. Now, however, Jean found it most comfortable when confronting him. If I just stay alert, then I can succeed. If he just gives me a chance to talk, I must. Phew. Jean took a deep breath as he arrived at the study's door and carefully knocked. Knock! Knock! Swoosh! Simultaneously, a blade beam flew past Jin's head. Undetectable to Jean at the moment. I guess I thought of you too highly. I'm sure I gave you 5 years. Siren's booming voice followed soon after. The blade beam disintegrated the door to the study into dust. As he looked at his father, Jean felt himself smile internally. For some reason, his mind became calm the moment he saw Siren. And the things he wanted to discuss constantly popped up in his mind. I can't say that I'm sorry. I must maintain a confident attitude, but not to a point where it comes off as disrespectful. He immediately chose his response. I came because I wanted to see you again, Father. Chapter 83. Meeting Siren 3. FSSSSSSHHH. The former intact door's dust flew away silently. I've heard about it many times. Father's blade beam is at the level of instantly disintegrating anything it touches. Since there were remnants of the object, albeit in the form of dust, saying that it was completely disintegrated was inaccurate. However, Siren's swordsmanship was still composed of techniques that transcended humanity. In fact, he didn't even have his sword in his hand. Instead, at the tip of his fingers were the glowing embers of residual aura, implying that he temporarily conjured a sword. Although the destroyed door was a murderous threat, Jean felt like he received a present. He was showing me a close-up of the edge of his sword. Siren, with his eyes wide open, looked down upon Jean. This time, even Jean couldn't decipher his expression. Should I have greeted Father differently? Since my head is still intact, I don't think it was that bad. And Siren was doused with a strange feeling. For 5 minutes, none of them exchanged any words. The Patriarch could only feel his throat drying up as he thought of his youngest son. It was because, it's the first time I heard my child say that they missed me. His feelings were genuine, and Jin's words rendered him speechless. He had 13 children, but they all just called him Father. Beyond that name, he had never formed relationships with them. The Runcandle children's childhoods were the nanny's responsibilities. And as soon as the children became 1 year old and completed the selection ritual, they would be sent to the Mytel Kingdom to spend their early years. After hitting the age of 10 and returning to the Garden of Swords, the children were bound to fear Siren and Rosa. It was because they learned about their parents through different classes and lectures at the Storm Castle. Beyond being parents, they were the absolute rulers of the massive clan. In fact, they held power that could twist and turn the world. If possible, the children would be taught through blood and violence should they fail to produce good results. So, of course, Siren and Rosa didn't expect any "I wanted you see you" from their children after putting them into such an environment. All they wanted was to determine the next in line to the throne, the one to continue Siren's grand legacy of being the world's greatest swordsman. Only that was important. Not bad. It had been a long time since his heart was filled with emotion. Looking back, after rising to the demigod realm, it was his youngest son who always moved him. Although I praise you for moving your father's heart, that is still not enough. All right, let's hear what you have to say. Siren gently smiled. You came to see me. Did you get infected with awkward familial love after drinking sewage water? I didn't expect that kind of response from you. Not a bad reaction. Ascertaining a good response, Jean lowered his head and continued to lie a little more. I didn't drink some sewage water. I have always loved you, father. Siren suppressed his laughter and unleashed his fatal air, causing the air in the room to suddenly become as sharp as a knife. Every breath he took felt as if spikes were piercing through his lungs. Jean gritted his teeth in pain and met eyes with Siren. Enough with the nonsense. State your reason for your return to the garden. According to the quality of your response, you and your sister's fate will be sealed. And that was the truth. Siren had full intentions of beheading Jean the moment he responded with some useless stuff, then instantly erased Jean from his heart afterwards. The same way he slashed and killed his own siblings and companions before he became the patriarch. The one who was insulted by you during the banquet, the Zipfel's second-in-command, has died. What? Are you saying you killed him? No, father. A few days ago, eldest sister Luna killed him, and I was the one who called her. Would you allow me to state my experiences after being declared a provisional flag-bearer? A provisional flag-bearer receiving help from Luna? How insolent. Well, keep talking. Finding the story to be interesting, Siren stroked his beard. Jean then explained his narrative from his days in Akin and Tychon, all the way to the events in the Vermont Empire. Of course, he didn't report every single thing. Jean made sure not to mention the suspicions of Spider-Handaloo having ties with a Runcandle, Myalta's rune, Senmi's tome, and his alliance with the seven-colored peacock. It seems you have experienced many things in a short period. So, you came to tell me that you killed Andre Zipfel? Are you hoping that you caused some imbalance in the world after killing the second-in-command of a powerful clan? That's not all, father. After confronting him, I don't think that Andre is the clan's true second strongest. Siren raised his eyebrow. Ho? And why is that? There is no way that man is the second-in-command of the one clan that could destroy the Runcandles. Well, it's a hunch anyway. Precisely. As you said, he is just second-in-command by name. He's not really the second strongest in the Zipfel clan. There probably is another strong being after Keliark. Though, it's not information that I could tell you now anyway. Thank you for confirming my suspicions, father. However, what I really wanted to tell you was regarding the existence of Andre's strange artifact. Artifact? Yes, an artifact called the Demon's God's Orb. Jean continued explaining what he knew about the orb. He mentioned that it was a replica of an item of the gods called the Orb of Origin, and that it got stronger after each contractor it consumed. And surprisingly, Siren was shocked. His eyes widened. A replica of the Orb of Origin. Is this true? There's no way you could identify the artifacts, powers, and abilities. It seems your guardian dragon, Murakin, informed you about this. Yes, my guardian DRA, huh? You knew that he had awakened. Jean was startled and stared at his father. Would that be all that I know, I wonder? I also know that you are a magic user. Did you think that you could fool me all this time? I, of course, knew that you would sense it, but I didn't know you detected Murakin's presence all this time. Ha ha ha! Siren burst into laughter. He wanted to laugh because he was proud of his son, and he couldn't hold it in much longer after the banter regarding Murakin. As you said, I merely assumed Murakin's awakening. It's nice to see him figuring out things for himself. Nabi Runcandle? Kukuku. The great and powerful black dragon has plummeted to a house cat. Jean couldn't laugh along with Siren due to embarrassment. While feeling naked, Jean felt his ears burn up. He couldn't even tell his father to stop laughing. Instead, he scratched the back of his head. Is Nobby Runcandle that funny? Well, at least the situation is unraveling well. Siren immediately stopped laughing and fixed his posture. The carefree mood instantly became as heavy as a boulder. A replica of the Orb of Origin. You have really brought a heavy case onto the table. I must talk with Luna who broke the artifact. Siren already knew about the Orb of Origin fairly well. I wonder if the kings of the Black Sea know about this as well. I should return to the Black Sea. Certainly, that power is dangerous, but I don't know how well they mimicked the original. After rising to the demigod realm, Siren spent most of his time in the Black Sea. He dueled the kings of the Black Sea many times, and each king was a piece of the Orb of Origin. Just this once, I will pardon you for breaking the rules. But you wouldn't be satisfied with just this, considering you physically came here instead of just telling me through a messenger. Jean slightly bowed and Siren gently grinned. Declare your request. It was all Jean wished for. Before Jean even proposed the deal, Siren offered the gift before him. But Jean knew. Father wouldn't just let me walk away with something for free. Once I declare my request, he'll definitely add some terms and conditions. He had to think hard. If he asked for something too big, then the conditions would be too strict. But that didn't mean he could back off. The person sitting on the compromising end was Siren. For the time being, please do not allow any Runcandle to travel through the free city of Tychon. Tychon? Interesting. Siren's eyes glinted with an eerie light. Oh, youngest runt. You already made it your main base? The free city of Tychon. Living up to its name, Tychon was a land that wasn't affiliated with anyone, be it the Runcandles, Zipfels, or the Vermont imperial family. Simultaneously, all three powers aimed to colonize that land. It wasn't for power or resources. Attaining the seven-colored peacock, intellectual prowess, and the trade center would be a wonderful 3-in-1 gain. It was just a free gold coin on the ground. Tychon wasn't worth fighting other clans to acquire the land, but it was still wasteful to leave such an easy acquisition alone. If he is settling there and has it as his main base, it is likely that Tychon would be under the Runcandle clan after all of this. This baby couldn't have possibly already formed ties with Kashmir. Well, it's worth watching for a while. Siren hid how proud he was of Jin's achievements and spoke. I shall accept your request if you pass the test I give you. Yes, father. Please tell me what kind of test it is. Ghost Blade Kashmir. Make him join you and prove to me that he is your ally. If you succeed, then no Runcandle will be able to step on Tychon without your permission. Doubting his ears, Jean let out a refreshing scream in his mind. After all, Kashmir was already Jin's ally. Yes, father. I already planned on establishing a strong and friendly rapport with him, because just leaving Tychon untouched would be wasteful. All this time, other provisional flag-bearers worked to raise their own name to fame. However, Siren found Jin's attention towards the clan's strength to be very impressive and interesting. You have 1 year. That insolent fool refused to become the instructor of the Runcandle cadet trainees multiple times. I'll see if you could coax him into your cause. I will bring him to you quickly. All right, now proceed on your path. After bowing and exiting the study, Jean would have hummed a song. Everything I did in my past life didn't go well, but this life is going pretty smoothly. However, when he reached the bottom of the stairs, his expression froze at the sight of 2 boys running towards him. Jean, are you okay? Did father say that he'll let you live? Why did you even do this? After Jean left the courtyard to see their father, the Tawna twins were very concerned about his imminent death. However, they were afraid of their other siblings, so they stayed inside and bit their nails. You guys act too cute sometimes. I'm fine. Besides, I have a favor to ask. Chapter 84. A Terrifying Clan? AF favor? The Tawna twins tilted their heads. They were already astonished by their youngest sibling returning alive after meeting their father, but him asking for a favor out of nowhere was very confusing for them. Oh, it's nothing too grand. My faction's cadets. Until I come back, please take care of them. I'll also tell them myself before I leave. Before the Tana twins could even respond, Jean walked away. He had to tell Luna and Gilly, who were probably worried sick, that he was okay. Nothing changed about him. He came back from meeting father, right? Right? Watching Jin's back, the Tana twins shrugged. Wait, why are you worrying about him so much in the first place? I don't know. Whatever. Well, I guess he's gonna leave his faction's cadets to us. I guess we gotta deal with the intermediate classes. Outside, the siblings guarding Luna and Gilly were shocked at the sight of Jean walking out of the doors unscathed. Mew and especially, who really wanted Jean to die, grew pale in the face. It seems like father and the youngest had a nice talk. Now why don't you move your sword? Before I kill all of you. At Luna's low tone, her siblings and the Guardian Knights immediately lowered their weapons. The Guardian Knight who had a blade on Gilly's throat was about faint, eyes rolling back in the presence Luna's murderous glare. Damn, you little runt. You luckily survive each time, Mew and thought while grinding their teeth. As expected, he's not a guy who would die that easily. Grow a little older and entertain your older sister. Mary grinned while looking at Jean. Eldest sister Luna, I think you should pay father a visit. He seems to be curious about some things regarding the events of that day. All right, I understand. I've also received some homework from him, so I will make a trip to the transfer gate. I'll see you later. Transfer gate? I don't know what kind of homework that is, but I'll see you. Jean and Luna calmly exchanged words. In fact, the others had no idea what they were talking about. That day, a trip to the transfer gate? Wait, does that mean he's gonna come back? What does he mean by father giving him homework? And it wasn't anything to ask about, either. The siblings could only exchange glances. Let's go, Gilly. Oh yes, young master. Gilly never expected the situation to proceed smoothly, so she was still in a state of awe. They quickly left the Garden of Swords, and Luna proceeded to the study. All the rest of their siblings could do in the courtyard was to stand around and do nothing. ******, 3 hours later in Siren's study. Although he didn't show it, Siren was a little surprised that Jean confronted him with a confident expression. Just as I expected. You weren't startled at all after hearing the details about the test. Your confidence wasn't for nothing. Siren puffed a laugh and directed his eyes towards Kashmir. He had just traveled through the transfer gate to come to the Garden of Swords while hiding his identity. This man is the world's strongest knight, Siren Runcandle. Just meeting him is making my stomach ache. Kashmir had refused multiple offers of being the instructor of Runcandle's beginner class cadets. In the process of making Tychon a country, becoming an instructor in the Runcandle clan would not help at all. Moreover, it would be a distraction from his main goals. Additionally, Siren was someone he didn't want to meet, though Kashmir couldn't blame Siren for feeling disrespected when he rejected the offer multiple times. Furthermore, if Siren tried to ally with Tychon, Kashmir wouldn't have many ways to resist it. Well, I came because of young Master Jin's favor, but it's very awkward. Have I been declining a favor from this person all this time? Actually seeing Siren for the first time. The overwhelmingness was way beyond the rumors. Although Kashmir was also a pretty strong knight, he knew that his swordsmanship was child's play in the presence of Siren. So this is the dignity of the absolute strongest. Still, let's keep our composure. Kashmir grew conscious of Jin's goals and fixed his posture. I am young Master Jin's guest. There's no need to fear Lord Siren. So you're Ghostblade Kashmir. Why yes. However, it's embarrassing for Lord Siren to call me Jij Ghostblade. So please refrain from doing so. He instinctively stuttered as he responded. He himself didn't even know what he was saying. Inside, he shed tears, and from the outside, sweat ran down his face. He didn't even feel embarrassed from the fact that Jean was right next to him. Give me a break. Last time I almost got beat by Sir Murakan. This time it's showing disrespect towards Lord Siren. It seemed that after meeting Jean, he just kept meeting troublesome people. Father, proceed. To describe my relationship with Sir Kashmir, we have intertwined fates, or something like that. Moving on. It is now your turn to keep your end of the promise. Kashmir doubted his ears as he listened to Jin's perfectly enunciated speech. Young Master Jean, how are you so confident when talking to Lord Siren and having intertwined fates? I know I said that first, but if you say that in front of Lord Siren, for a moment, multiple possible dark outcomes zipped through Kashmir's brain. Kashmir, so you and my son have intertwined fates? In that case, Tychon now belongs to the Runcandles. You share the same fate. The Runcandle clan and Tychon can do that too. Then, if that's so, starting today, the Runcandle clan and the free city of Tychon would also have intertwined fates. Ha ha ha. Kashmir envisioned Siren in these horrific conversations. Of course, that was only a result of Kashmir's fear. You petty runt. You dare trick your father. Completely different from Kashmir's imagination. Siren looked down on Jean with an undecipherable expression. In reality, Siren was very satisfied. He didn't know what Jean did to meet Kashmir, but his youngest son was surpassing his expectations. What do you mean by trick, father? You're mistaken. I was merely lucky. In fact, as soon as I arrived in Tychon, we immediately formed relations. All right, anyways, you passed the test. Starting today, no Runcandle will step into Tychon without your permission. Even if that Runcandle is me. Thank you, father. If that is all, you can go on ahead. I have other things to talk about with Kashmir. Jean bowed and left the study. Being left with Siren alone, Kashmir cleared his throat while looking at Jin's back, getting farther and farther. Don't get too nervous. You make it look as if I'm going to eat you or something. Haha. I apologize. Lord Siren, I'll be honest. Seeing you in person, I cannot hide the respect and fear within me. Siren said nothing and walked towards the tea table. He brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Kashmir, who received the teacup with 2 hands. The reason I dismissed the youngest and kept you here, Kashmir unintentionally gulped. Is he going to talk about forming an alliance? Or maybe to ask for the reason as to why I constantly declined the Runcandle instructor position offer. In the midst of his guest's fretting, Siren continued. Is because I wanted to request something from you. Kashmir's heart sank at the word request. However, he reminded himself that he was going to be the leader of many and will soon become the ruler of a country. I can't act like an idiot. If he asks for Tychon, I have to firmly refuse. Strengthening his resolve, Kashmir looked Siren in the eye. I am listening, Lord Siren. If it's anything that doesn't harm Tychon, I am more than happy to help. His response drew the line, but Siren didn't really care. Kashmir calmed his burning insides and waited for Siren's next response. From now on, yes, Lord Siren? Please report my youngest son's progress whenever you can. I think he needs some supervision. It was something completely unexpected. Well, it isn't about an alliance, so that's good. And I can infer how much Lord Siren cares for young Master Jean. A Runcandle, the Siren Runcandle, cared. For someone. He didn't expect this kind of favor. Kashmir began to wonder more about their father-son relationship. I knew something was off. Enough for Lord Siren to request for supervision? According to the 7-colored peacock's information, he doesn't even care about Joshua, who is presumed to inherit the throne. Kashmir nodded. That is not at all difficult, Lord Siren. If you just establish a faster means of communication, then I will report every single bit of information. This was an opportunity for Kashmir. It was a way for him to repay his debt to Siren as well as a direct contact to the Runcandle clan. Being able to contact Siren Runcandle at will wasn't an easy feat. It was a special offer that even Emperor Vermont did not have. I am very grateful. I won't forget your kindness. And no one should know about this agreement. Affirmative. I will keep it a secret, even to young Master Jean. Before you leave, a guardian knight named Khan will give you an address. Direct all your reports there. If there is a special conflict, please come here yourself and tell me. I will even offer you good wine. Thank you, Lord Siren. You are dismissed. When Kashmir bowed and prepared to leave, Siren opened his mouth once more. Oh, and yes? I am listening. Brace yourself. The youngest said that he wasn't satisfied with just the Runcandle clan. I am expecting great growth from you and Tychon. Enough for him to want your country. Afterwards, before they left for Tychon, Kashmir wasn't able to meet the guardian knight named Khan. I'm pretty sure he said that he'd establish a means of communication. Do I have to come back when young Master Jean isn't present? Confused, he shoved his hands in his pockets and felt an unknown piece of paper. A note. Greetings, Sir Kashmir. I am Khan, a Runcandle guardian knight. The Patriarch's address is... Kashmir didn't notice that Khan had already approached him and slipped the note into his pocket when he wasn't looking. Realizing how quickly executed the action was, goosebumps raised on Kashmir's skin. It means that they could easily get rid of me without anyone noticing. The Runcandle clan truly is a terrifying clan. Kashmir turned his head towards Jean, who could possibly become the next patriarch of the said fearsome clan. How does it feel knowing that Tychon is guaranteed to be free from any Runcandle, Sir Kashmir? I'm very confused at this very moment, but I really look forward to the things about to come. Kashmir frantically hid the note and grinned. Chapter 85. Take Down Elisa. 1. Volume 4 Chapter 85. Take Down Elisa. 1. Early August of 1795. The Zipfel press finally officially declared the death of the second-in-command Andrei Zipfel and his dragon Violetta. Despite the official declaration, the cause of death wasn't clarified. Even the date of death was made up. Additionally, Quickantle's or Jin's name was not mentioned anywhere. Nonetheless, it was groundbreaking news. The Runcandles, Vermont imperial family, and other powers including the Hidden Palace heightened their senses and watched the situation unravel. In light of the news, many rumors spread amongst the people. Rumors that he was killed off for losing in political disputes, or that he lost in a heated duel against a grand magician named Cold Joe, or that Emperor Vermont ordered the Vermont Special Forces to assassinate him. However, the more popular rumor was the flag-bearers of the Runcandle clan killed him. There was also the master of the Hidden Palace, Talaris and Dorma, assassinated him, though that one didn't gain too much attention. Of course, the official location of death was a remote island in the Vermont Empire, and at the time, the flag-bearers of the Runcandle clan were at the Garden of Swords. On top of that, the Zipfel clan and Vermont imperial family weren't able to identify the mana that would have proven Luna's involvement. But to the masses, the truth didn't matter. They thought that the more interesting narrative deserved to be the truth, more than the truth itself. Will the Runcandles begin to dominate the entire world? After the press release, bar regulars endlessly debated, which is stronger, swords or magic? Many thought that the Runcandles and the Zipfels would finally start a war. They definitely believed that Andrei's killer was a Runcandle. And it wasn't only the commoners who found interest in foreign politics, but also the nobles and soldiers. Especially the neutral powers who were not directly affiliated with the Runcandle clan, Vermont imperial family, the Zipfel clan, or other big clans. Just like the Hidden Palace, they maintained a neutral state. But unlike the Hidden Palace, smaller clans couldn't defend themselves in an emergency, which basically compelled them to take a side between the Runcandles and Zipfels. If a war broke out between swords and magic, the neutral states in the gray region would become of leaves being swept away should they get caught in the middle of it. And surprisingly, the neutral powers sought for the sword more than magic. They all huddled towards the Runcandle clan instead of the Zipfel clan, despite the latter being deemed the strongest at the moment. Lord Patriarch, today, the Shuttrin Kingdom's prince and 5 second-class mercenary troops requested protection from the clan. Following the death of Andrei, it seems we get protection requests every day. The rumors sure do seem scary. The Runcandle's first-class butler, Hines, had been reporting similar information for the 4th day in a row. Return all of their gifts and tell them that the request will be fulfilled. And make sure to offer the Shuttrin prince a fine sword to make sure he inherits the throne. Understood. I will send an 8-star guardian knight. All right, you're dismissed. As long as the requester was not an immediate enemy to Siren, he accepted any favor. Although the neutral clans didn't have any presence in the world and didn't really support the run candles at all, the smaller clans would be something of use once the clan of Swordmasters take down the Zipfels and become the ruler of the world. As more and more clans sought to ally with the Run Candle clan, more rumors spread amongst the common folk that the Zipfels can no longer overtake the Run Candles. And the fact that all of the neutral forces sided with the Run Candle clan made the rumor seem all the more likely. I believe this is because of the youngest horseplay on that remote island. Some kind of butterfly effect. I'm sure he's hearing these rumors in Tychon as well. Siren thought about his son as Heinz left. Of course, the rumors of the Run Candles surpassing the Zipfels was merely a rumor. The Zipfel clan was doing pretty well, and the truth was that the Run Candle clan was only a little ahead. We were able to absorb many neutral forces recently. That provisional flag bearer is already making big changes for the clan. He's a very interesting fellow. Siren grinned and summoned Guardian Knight Khan. At your service, Lord Patriarch. Any messages from Kashmir? Khan could barely contain his surprise. I knew young Master Jean was special ever since the Storm Castle, but I never would have thought that the Lord Patriarch would give him so much attention. He's itching to know. It was Khan's first time seeing Siren like this. When Joshua became a 9-star knight, Siren didn't even flinch. There were none, Lord Patriarch. All right. Siren responded with disappointment, and Khan lowered his head as if it was his fault. The day after tomorrow, I will be leaving for the Black Sea once again. If there are any reports on him, come find me and inform me. Understood. After coming back from the Garden of Swords, Jean, who Siren yearned to hear about, dedicated his time to personal training. If it wasn't for eldest sister Luna, I would have died on the island in the Vermont Empire. After his regression, although his swordsmanship and magic had reached 5-star, and his spiritual energy would soon reach 5-star, considering the events coming soon, it's not enough, which made Jean feel impatient. He felt it the most after the fight on the island. Although he was very talented and strong in terms of a 15-year-old, there weren't many enemies that he could face by himself. I need to get stronger. In the 5 years that my father gave me, I need to get strong enough to take down all of my siblings, enough to not need anyone's help. And Luna especially motivated him. An opponent who Murakan and Quicantle couldn't land a finger on was defeated with a single slash of a sword. She looked like the god of battle. However, even the god of battle went to the Garden of Swords, dropped her weapon and got humiliated, just because she had to save someone weaker. Jin's enemies were like that, targeting his companions first so they couldn't help him. Swoosh! Bradamanti swept through the air violently. After slashing over 10,000 times, his muscles felt like exploding, and his bones felt like shattering. However, Jean felt worry more than pain. Although Mind's Eye is still beyond my reach, in 5 years, I must reach the Mind's Blade absolute realm that eldest sister showed me. Mind's Blade Blood Moon. It was not a Run Candle secret technique, but a domain that Luna experienced on her own while surpassing Mind's Eye. A realm that could be awakened by casting divine language on the sword, Mind's Blade. Every knight's dream. If Luna hadn't realized the special techniques and secrets of her red aura, she would have never achieved Mind's Blade. For you, you can definitely get there in 5 years. First, to awaken your divine language, you need to practice expressing your fervor in your sword. The way to do that is, if you swing your sword 10,000 times, it means that your first and last swing must be similar in terms of effort and technique. That was what Luna told him. Then, is 1,000 consistently identical swings my limit right now? After passing the 15,000 mark, he could no longer tell whether he was swinging the sword or the sword was swinging him. Please stop, young Master Jean. Kashmir was right next to Jean just as he prepared for another swing. Phew, Sir Kashmir. Even when I trained, I never trained as hard as you. If you do this every day, even if you have the Run Candle clan's blessed physique, nothing will be left of you. Enya, who followed behind Kashmir, handed the young Run Candle a towel. Lord Jean, your face looks dead. Wait. Oh heavens, Lord Jean, your hand is all torn. There's blood all over the floor. Yuwa. Just like she said, below Jean was a small puddle consisting of blood and sweat, strands of red swirling in the clear water. While Enya wiped Jin's face and called for healers, Kashmir kept his eyes on the puddle. What kind of resilience is this? It's nothing I've ever seen from a 15-year-old boy. Healing magicians rushed over and began to cast healing spells onto Jin's hands. The young run candle just sat down, staring at his palms. My apologies for causing a mess, Sir Kashmir. Enya. Why would you abuse those beautiful hands? I think I see some B-bones? Jean had calluses all over his hands, having held a sword ever since his youth. However, to a fanatic like Enya, it looked like a beautiful sculpture. The healing magicians left, and Kashmir sat next to Jean. The reason you are doing all this must be because of the events on the island? Indeed, not only because of Andre and his companion. There would have been too many potentially dangerous moments if it wasn't for Gilly or Murakan. In order to not become a burden to my allies, I must train harder. Lord Jean is the same age as I am. Don't be too impatient. I'll be sad. No, Miss Enya. Young Master Jean is judging himself from a cynical perspective. Kashmir responded, and Enya was startled. You're too mean, Sir Kashmir. Lord Jean is, just like you said, he is very strong. Amongst 15-year-olds, he's probably the strongest. However, I understand young Master Jin's intent. The opponents he will face will neither be young nor normal. Jean slowly nodded. But young Master Jean, impatience is the poison to your growth. I could make your straight path and progress make a turn. Though, Miss Gilly had been saying the same thing every day. As Kashmir said, Gilly also told Jean the same advice every day. That he should slow down a little or that he's pushing his limits too much. I know well enough about that. But after making up my mind, stopping myself isn't easy. I'm embarrassed. No need for embarrassment. I find it incredible that you are executing a volume of training that no one else can. Instead, how about some training that could cool your mind? Training that could cool my mind? Kashmir grinned. How about a spar? With you? Kashmir shook his head. No. You're still lacking a little to spar against me, so that's for another time, for when you get stronger. Despite his words, Kashmir still wasn't able to notice Guardian Knight Khan sneaking and slipping a note into his pocket. However, that was just Khan being incredible. It wasn't that Kashmir was weaker. After all, the nickname Ghostblade wasn't just given to him for free. Within 6 months, please try to defeat my wife, Elisa Betzer, using all that you've got. Sword, magic, and spiritual energy. I can guarantee you, this will be a good learning experience for you. Chapter 86. Take down Elisa. 2. Elisa Betzer. Along with a massive physique, she had a knife scar on her left eye. She was also Tychon's chief of defense and Ghostblade Kashmir's wife. Take that person down in 6 months? At first glance, she already looked stronger than the criminals in Mummet. Her bulky build made her 2 times bigger than Kashmir, anything but normal. But was she really that strong? Jean had swordsmanship, magic, and spiritual energy. Would it really take 6 months? He had seen her every day for a month after he arrived in Tychon. They ate breakfast at the same table and also bantered every now and then. He didn't truly feel that she was strong. I know that she's a unique person, but will fighting her really be hard when I have magic and spiritual energy? I even defeated a 7-star knight with the use of all my skills. I'm sure Sir Kashmir knows that she's at my level. Despite the doubt, he knew it was going to be fun after seeing Kashmir's confidence in his wife. Lady Elisa, you say? If you say so, there must be a reason. All right, I will try sparring her. As long as she agrees. She most certainly will. She was getting bored from the lack of fights after becoming the chief of defense. A duel against you will be a great gift for her. As Kashmir said, Elisa showed a refreshed expression as soon as they asked her. She excitedly accepted. Me? With young Master Jean? Haha, sounds fun. Fighting shriveled criminals was getting boring. Well, I don't see any anymore, since I caught all of them. Mommy and Mr. Jean fighting? Yuria, who was in Elisa's arms, trembled with tears of worry rolling down her face. No, we're not fighting. We're strengthening our friendship. But everyone who fought Mommy lost. Well, anyway, if we strengthened our friendship, who would you cheer for? I want Mr. Jean to win. They said that teaching children would be futile. You little brat. Good 5-year-olds would cheer for their mother. Elisa jokingly spoke and bit her child's cheek, and Yuria's next words temporarily made Jean forget how to speak. But, Mr. Jean is much weaker. I will always be on the weak people's side. For people who are weak and suffering. Ha 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 ha. Murakan, who was reading an erotic novel on a nearby sofa, sat himself up and burst into laughter. Weak and suffering Mr. Jean. Hee. Ice cream runt, you already know how to judge people. As expected from AZ Mills contractor. With an awkward smile, Jean silently walked over to Murakan and tried to dig his heel into the dragon's foot. Murakan managed to slip his foot out in time, but that didn't stop Jean from snatching his book. You fool, I mean bad dragon. Didn't I say not to read this kind of stuff in front of a child? I purposefully chose the one with small text and archaic dialect and have been reading it secretly ever since. Put it down while I'm asking nicely. Where do you keep getting these things? I'm sure you didn't have anything like this when we first left the Garden of Swords. Kashmir cleared his throat in guilt. He had been sourcing 5 erotic novels every week for Murakan. The great black dragon requested it, so as a mere mortal he could not refuse. Ehem. Anyways, how about you start sparring the day after tomorrow, young Master Jean? For the next 6 months, let's spar every day after I return from work and eat dinner. I should show you why I am Tychon's chief of defense. Every day? That's fine with me. But I think I would be taking too much of your time. Elisa smiled and shook her head. No worries. For the time being, it will end quickly. Asterisk, 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 2 days later at the underground sparring room in Kashmir's mansion. In order to improve his body's condition, he had taken a 2-day break from his personal training. And since he was in his best condition for their first spar, he planned to compare and inspect his subsequent results. Elisa stood in front of Jean as she loosened her body and spoke. Young Master Jean, before we begin, I would like to mention something. Please go on, Lady Elisa. I was in the Vermont Special Forces. Before Kashmir became the fallen prince, I was his bodyguard. We left together when he was banished from the Vermont imperial family. Hearing that, Jean instantly understood why he could feel her radiating strength. Unlike the Vermont Empire Imperial Guards, the Vermont Special Forces needed to operate in the shadows. Thus, the first thing they learned was how to conceal their strength. I expected something like this, but a former Special Forces knight, Kashmir didn't say 6 months for nothing. Jean knew that the Vermont Special Forces units were at least 6 stars. However, that was merely a minimum. If she had guarded Prince Kashmir, she was definitely at least a 7-star. On that topic, please don't feel down from losing too much. Also, I don't plan on going easy on you. So, shall we begin? The instant Jean nodded, whoosh, Elisa closed the gap between them, her fist right in front of Jin's face. Her movement speed wasn't one that a regular 5-star knight could react to. She planned on finishing the first battle with 1 strike. Even though it was just a spar, fighting as if it was the real thing was her ideology. For the past 2 days, I've asked Sir Murakan and Miss Gilly about young Master Jin's past. And from what they said, all he needs is a humiliating failure and the process of standing up against it. For at least 10 days, you won't be able to dodge the first strike. From what she heard, there was always an opportunity and a variable in all the dangerous situations that Jean got in. When he fought Alu, he had a variable called Myalta's Rune. When he fought Quicantle, he was able to cut her wing when she least expected it. And very recently, when he fought Andre, he was only able to swing his sword because Murakan and Luna were there. As for his fight against Quasito Truca of the White Wolf tribe, if he knew that Jean had spiritual energy, then he wouldn't have lost. Hence, All of Jin's opponents either let their guard down or did not have enough information on him. On the other hand, Elisa knew all about Jin's abilities. Swordsmanship, magic, and spiritual energy, and also the fact that he had Myalta's rune. Therefore, Elisa decided to show him the reality of being exposed to true danger. For a knight to become stronger, the best way was to simulate danger. And so, Elisa aimed her fist at Jin's face. However, it met the surface of a scabbard instead. He blocked it. Elisa's eyes widened. It wasn't completely blocked, though. Through the scabbard, the shockwave traveled to Jin's body and instinctively made him back off. The staggering made him lose the ability to defend or dodge. There was nothing worse than losing your balance in a battle. Elisa could easily take him out with one more blow, although she could only be surprised after being denied a direct attack. I'm sure it was at a speed that he couldn't react to, even accounting for his blessed run-candle physique. Did I get slower? I think I felt like my punches got minusculely slower. Jin was still defenseless. He hadn't even drawn his sword, yet Elisa's second fist was already about to make contact with his ribs. Then he activated Myalta's rune and wore the helmet. Along with it, he unleashed a spell that he prepared before coming to the underground training area. Photon cannon. Flash. Even for a trained knight, closing one's eyes due to a blinding flash of light was inevitable, even in a moment before defeating the opponent. Pow. Because of the bright light, her stance faltered, causing her punch to not go as expected. Still, it was enough for one of Jin's ribs to be blown. The light couldn't change the fact that the punch was enough to end the battle. Before following up with a third strike, Elisa felt admiration for her opponent. All of those opportunities and variables weren't from luck. He purposely created all of them. I would have never expected him to prepare a spell. It was the same this time. Simply put, Elisa lost in the battle of strategy. I get it now. Blocking my first attack, and using magic to decrease the density of the ground. Because of that, I couldn't harness my true speed. When she looked behind her, she found a deep hole at the spot where she stood beforehand. It was a microscopic difference. If Jean had tampered more with the floor, she would have noticed before the approach. A knight like her would notice such subtleties. It's all right. It'll all be over soon. Jean knew that when he faced Elisa, the fight would be over in seconds. Before the battle began, he constantly thought of the different variables that could affect their fight. Ultimately, all of the variables he tweaked worked to some extent, but not enough to take down the chief of defense. Crack! The third punch was sent straight into his hip. Jean flew about 3 meters and lay on the floor, and a shock went through Elisa's body. Not because of her sweet victory, but because she was amazed at how much Jean surprised her on the first day. Damn! Little clever tricks weren't enough. Tricks! Elisa was about to correct his word choice. This wasn't some trick but an actual elaborate plan. Remarkable young Master Jean. I would have never thought I needed to attack thrice. Jean fell back to the ground, struggling to stand up. Just like Elisa, he was also in shock. As expected from a former Vermont Special Forces knight. All of my variables worked, but I couldn't even draw my sword. He was disappointed and upset, but his heart was still pumping. It was the first time he completely failed, even with his little gimmicks. And as Kashmir mentioned, his mind cooled off. So, Lady Elisa. Yes, young Master Jean? Aren't you going to call a doctor? Oh my, what am I doing? You must be severely injured. Please wait a moment. Elisa frantically ran out, and Jean smirked. I will take her down in less than 6 months' time. Compared to learning and mastering Mind's Blade, defeating Elisa before the aforementioned time was a very attainable goal. In Jin's heart, a great fervor for achievement roared. Chapter 87. Take Down Elisa. 3. September 27, 1795. The unsupervised land in the east, also known as the Black Sea. For days had already passed since Guardian Knight Khan arrived, which meant that he hadn't slept a wink for the past 4 days. He had slashed through more than 500 monsters along the way. Even the weakest among the Black Sea's monsters were incomparably stronger than the monsters in known lands. It was because these monsters grew up breathing pure evil energy. Even for a guardian knight like Khan, the slightest mistake could easily result in death. Such was the dangers of the Black Sea. Although he had an emotionless expression, he couldn't hide his dead, tired eyes. He felt like there were more monsters than usual. I wonder, what kind of information is written on this letter? Khan was suffering like this because he had to deliver a letter from Kashmir to Siren. It was the first after being informed of the secret address. I'm sure it's about the youngest master's growth, but it's only been a month. Has there been rapid and important growth? Enough to report to the Patriarch. He could only wonder, since Khan's cadet days in the Runcandle clan and being named a monster by his friends, he remembered the tough and strenuous times he went through when he tried to break through the 5-star barrier. There's no way he already achieved 6-star, right? Phew. I hope Lord Patriarch tells me the information as well. Khan charged forward and fought more monsters for 5 hours. Soon after, he finally found Siren sitting in the middle of the Black Sea. Greetings to the Patriarch. This is Khan. Siren, who had already detected Khan's presence, slowly opened his eyes. Khan proceeded to salute him. The Patriarch raised his hand and waved it in a circle. As he moved his hand in the air, all of the monsters in the area fled away, scattering as if they were bugs sprayed with bug repellent. A display of the Genesis Knight's power and dignity, though in reality he was suppressing his happiness. It must be about the youngest. Khan handed the letter over with 2 hands. A letter from Sir Kashmir arrived 10 days ago. I tried to come as fast as possible, but the monsters were very aggressive. I apologize for my incompetence. Siren received the letter with a frown. I should take some time and kill off some of the monsters in the area. If it weren't for them, I would have received this a day earlier. With a flick of a finger, Siren ripped the letter's seal. The envelope was quite thick. Like an elder who found old diary entries, Siren began to attentively read. To the admired Lord Siren. As a knight of a small city, I am ineffably honored to flip my pen and send a letter to your honor. How is the weather in the Garden of Swords? In the free city of Tychon, it is currently dusk. The soft clouds like velvet, high in the sky, with stars sprinkled here and there, and they seem to sing of your greatness. I will say it once more. I, Kashmir Alfleon, am very thankful and honored that you offered a mere knight an opportunity to send a heart-filled letter. I hope the deep effort poured into each character satisfies you. Siren flinched. I also felt it last time, but this guy has a problem. Why is this introduction so long? He was very annoyed, but with the patience of a Genesis knight, he turned. The page. However, the next page was also filled with greetings and thanks, and there wasn't even a single sentence about Jean on the third. H.A. Siren sighed and shook his head, and Khan suddenly felt like it was his fault. The Patriarch is angry. Did something happen to young Master Jean? But then, on the 4th page, Siren's expression brightened a little. His eyes began to sparkle, and he slowly began to grin. Ho-ho! He even laughed a little. Khan had been Siren's bodyguard for the past 20 years, but it was his first time seeing the Patriarch like this. After Luna declared that she wasn't interested in inheriting the throne, Siren was always cold with his children. Thus, Khan was dying from curiosity. What happened to young Master Jean to make the Patriarch that happy? Khan. Yes, Lord Patriarch? It seems that the youngest is getting beat by Kashmir's wife. Ahahaha. From the time he wrote this letter, it looks like they sparred at least 40 times and Jean lost all of them. Khan couldn't believe his ears. Usually, Siren would click his tongue and call his child weak and powerless, but Khan was surprised that he was amused by the news. That's a lot of losses. The first battle lasted 3 seconds, and the second lasted 5. The 7th lasted 10 seconds, the 20th lasted 25, and the 30th lasted 40. I can see how the young master withstands against a 7-star using magic and spiritual energy. In fact, if it's against the same person, he will gradually survive longer. Because Khan was Siren's most prized and trusted guard. He knew all of Jin's secrets as well. Of course, he would never reveal such secrets, even if Siren were to unreasonably fire him. Indeed. But do you know what happened in the 40th battle? What happened? He lasted over 120 seconds. He overcame a barrier, realized something. Although it was incredible for a 5-star to make so much progress against a 7-star, Khan knew that it wasn't only because of his improved swordsmanship. Khan's eyes widened as Siren continued relaying the contents of the letter. And it says here that Kashimir's wife, Elisa Betzer, is a former Vermont Special Forces agent, the 2nd Division. Ho, now I can only laugh. It has definitely been a while since her retirement, so she's probably rusty. Still, it's nice of her to volunteer. The Vermont Special Forces. Amongst the forces, the division tasked with protecting the imperial family was the 2nd Division, and Khan knew well of their strengths. If she was previously in the Special Forces 2ND Division, she's not an opponent that the young master can use tricks and gimmicks on. I congratulate your son, Lord Patriarch. Since he hasn't even defeated her, it's too early to celebrate. Kashimir said that he gave the youngest 6 months. To defeat her, that is. At this rate, he'll succeed before the time period ends. If that runt was the first child, I would have left the clan in his hands without remorse. What a shame. Khan, what do you think of the youngest? I concur. If he were the firstborn, then Master Joshua would have been superseded by young Master Jean. I didn't mean that. Khan was startled and stared at Siren. Do you mean as a successor? Siren nodded. Khan was surprised, but not because of Jin's measly age of 15. This is the first time the Patriarch talked about his desired successor. Siren had never chosen a successor. Although he looked forward to some of his children, like Luna, this was the first time he explicitly stated his opinion. People only thought of Joshua as the first successor candidate after Luna's refusal of inheritance, but Siren never truly selected him. The same went for the other successor candidates, Mary, Deepuz, and Lunsha. After reorganizing his thoughts, Khan spoke. I think he needs a little more observation due to his young age. Although he is growing and learning very quickly, I don't think he is suited for the throne just yet. And why do you think that? He lacks coldness. The story of the young master's journey to save the beginner cadets was from his personality. I can see that he has a very kind and malleable heart. You're right. On the other hand, Joshua is the opposite. The youngest often showed weakness towards relationships and attachments. How about when you ignore all of that? When needed, he must be cold enough to get rid of his own sister. And with his current growth rate, he will be perfect for your position. Satisfied with the Guardian Knight's answer, Siren grinned. Indeed, that is what a run candle is. You are dismissed. Yes, Lord Patriarch. He had fought and slashed through monsters for 4 days to get there, but as soon as the order was heeded, Khan immediately began to walk the exact same path that he came from. To exit Siren's domain, he would have to slash and kill monsters for another 4 days. Before he drew his sword, a thought occurred to him. Did the Patriarch smile because he looked forward to young Master Jean transcending the Run Candle's ancestors? ********** Mid-November, 1795. 3 months had passed since Jin's quest to defeat Elisa. No longer did he precast spells before the fight. Phew! Young Master Jean. Today was also a close game. At the 95th battle, Elisa wiped her forehead after knocking down Jean. Haha, you said that yesterday as well. This makes it 95 losses. It's kinda depressing. The small differences will accumulate, and now you can fight me for at least 15 minutes. Anyways, young Master Jean, are you going to do that before returning? Yes, please go on ahead, Lady Elisa. Tired from watching, Elisa shook her head. Since 1 week ago, after each battle, Jean only left the training area after completing 10,000 swings. 10,000. I must channel my will through the sword. A realm that could be awakened when the first and last of 10,000 swings were identical. While training with Elisa, Jean could enact the same swing 3,000 times. even with an exhausted body. This isn't about physical strength. Whether I am exhausted or perfectly fine, the importance is in the transferring of one's will into the blade. Jean took his stance for the long haul, and Elisa exited the sparring room. Phew, I didn't think he would catch up this fast. Watching that toxic amount of training, he makes me feel like I'm not trying hard enough. Elisa watched Jean train for a while, then she slowly closed the door. He truly deserves to be stronger. She never would have expected what awaited her the next day. Proofreader's Corner, March 23, 22. Get you a man who would write you at least 2 pages worth of admiration and thanks. But also, I'm not the only one who felt like Kashmir gave Siren a pseudo-love letter, right? Chapter 88. Take down Elisa. 4. Did the anxiety and nervousness slowly recede after each and every spar? The next day, during the 96th spar, Elisa finally lost to Jean. As the battle reached the 70-second mark, Jin's stab penetrated her shoulder. Irk! The moment his attack succeeded, they were both very surprised. In fact, it was a wound that was severe enough to prevent Elisa from continuing the battle. Jean dropped his sword and frantically called a healer, and Elisa smiled awkwardly. Lady Elisa, are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. I haven't had this kind of injury in a while. Blood spilled all over the place. While the healers cast healing magic, Jean tilted his head. It wasn't an attack that Lady Elisa couldn't dodge. This is a victory born from luck. And it was true. Jean hadn't given his full effort yet. When training with Elisa, he often played his final trump cards after the 100-second mark. In other words, Jean always beat Elisa in the analysis phase, though this time wasn't because of his growth, but because of his opponent's mistake, so today's victory wasn't as sweet. I temporarily lost vision from the spiritual energy and failed to read his sword's movements. I can't believe I made this mistake. I guess I got pretty rusty after retiring. Maintaining the same amount of focus while fighting an opponent who she beat 94 times was not easy, even for a knight like Elisa. Elisa wiped her forehead and shook her head. Damn, I've lost. No, I think we shouldn't count this match. I cannot accept this victory. I knew you would say that. I agree. I understand that you can't accept this. My mistake has caused a dilemma. Thanks to the healer's hard work, the wound was treated in an instant. However, young Master Jean, we can't just not count it. If it were you from 3 months ago, even if I made a mistake or hesitated, you would never be able to defeat me. A difference of roughly only 3 months, 97 days to be exact. As for Elisa, she couldn't believe how fast Jean improved in that short amount of time. Even considering that he's a run candle, I don't understand this level. Soon, his swordsmanship and magic would both become 6-star. Because she was a former member of the Vermont Special Forces, she had met many swordsmen from a famous clan of swordsmen known as High Ran. However, Elisa was certain. Amongst all of the talented knights she fought, Jean was on another level. Then, does that mean I can't fight you anymore? Not at all. In the remaining 3 months, try to achieve your desired victory. Until then, I will always keep my evenings open. Asterisk 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 December 1st, 1795. The day for Jean and Elisa's 110th battle. Elisa took the day off from work. She wanted to fight Jean in perfect condition. Because of that, the two didn't fight in the evening, but at noon instead. And 30 minutes before the battle, Kashmir sought Jean. Young Master Jean, the information that you requested has finally arrived. It took longer than expected. You found Alu's real name, the head of the Teesing clan, Spiderhand Alu. At first, Kashmir thought that searching for a person's name would be a piece of cake, that finding information about some sketchy alleyway gangster leader was easy with the 7-colored Peacock's intelligence network. However, even after all this time, they failed to find Alu's real name. Unfortunately, that is not the case. The best agents investigated everything regarding that fellow. Named Alu. Seems like he had a lot of secrets. But there is nothing left from anything he did before becoming Teesing's leader. Kashmir shrugged. There is only one reason for the seven-colored peacock's failure. Someone must have intentionally erased his records. As you said, he may have some connections with a run candle. I regret killing him now. Then, how about the information on Vishical? Yes, Vishical Ivliano, the Ivliano clan's next patriarch. Young Master Jean, do you know of an organization named Kinzalo Group? I do. Our paths met when I executed a mission with my fellow cadets this year. The Kinzalo Group, a crazy organization that wanted to make their leader the king of the world. In Jin's past life, they assassinated the Zhan Kingdom's king and slaughtered their people, which really fostered their notoriety. Although I am not sure, it is possible that Vishical is part of the Kinzalo Group. Once a week, he visits the Curano Dukedom, and he always goes to this one fragment workshop. Please tell me more. The owner of the strangely titled fragment workshop, Artistic Explosion, is a man named Bouvard Gaston. According to what we found, Bouvard is an executive of the Kinzalo Group, and Vishical visits him every week, which raises suspicion. Bouvard Gaston? Jean spoke as if he didn't know. He couldn't tell Kashmir that Bouvard could transform into other people just yet. Not because he couldn't trust him, but because there was no way to prove it. Yes, a rather fat man in his mid-30s. And Vishical always brought sweet potato croquettes every time he went to his shop. Like some kind of delivery. Assuming that both of them are part of the Kinzalo Group, Bouvard must be of a higher rank. Most likely so. I have actually met Vishical once in the past. He's a very proud individual. But if it's a man who he always delivers food to, then... In reality, Bouvard was an executive and Vishical was the vice leader of the group, so the latter was the one with the higher rank. However, the seven-colored peacock didn't figure that out yet. Kashmir and Jean simultaneously chuckled. They couldn't imagine Vishical delivering food to a fat man. I expected a relationship between them, but the Kinzalo Group, this is unexpected. In fact, Bouvard seems to have a higher rank. What does Vishical get out of being part of Kinzalo? The answer was simple. Although the Ivliano clan couldn't go against the Runcandle clan, they were strong enough to put up a fight against the Vermont Empire's Hyran clan. However, the clan lacked any other talented knight, so if they excluded Vishical, their power would decline. It's either he's trying to use the Kinzalo Group's strength to regain his clan's honor, or he's being hypnotized. But is the Kinzalo Group that strong? Enough for a talented knight like Vishical to seek them? Looking back at my past life, when the Kinzalo Group was at its peak, it's not impossible. Even the three strongest powers didn't touch those crazy guys. As he thought of the past, he remembered some weird things that happened. Whether it was before or after he regressed, the Runcandles didn't lay a finger on the Kinzalo Group. Even though he and the other beginner cadets got fucked over by them. Was it because the Runcandle clan didn't think that they're worth anything? Or because they considered them a very dangerous organization? Well, I'll find out soon enough. Jean lightly bowed to Kashmir. Well, all right, Sir Kashmir. Thank you for your service. Well, the service was from the agents. I only sat and listened to their reports. I presume the next task is to find out about the Kinzalo Group, then, as well as to continue searching for information on Alu. This was the part that Jean liked about Kashmir. Even without saying anything, they had the same plan. I am always in your debt, Sir Kashmir. In that case, why don't you go play with Yuria? Every day in my office, she yearns for your presence. And with Miss Enya present, they make my head hurt. Understood. Oh, anyways, it's time for me to spar with Lady Elisa. Would you like to come and watch? Sounds good. I wanted to see how much you've improved anyway. Kashmir's expression was filled with confidence. He was confident that Jean couldn't defeat Elisa yet. I should witness young Master Jin's growth and send another letter to Lord Siren. Elisa was already in the training area waiting for Jean. Huh? What? Honey, why are you here? Elisa began to jokingly complain after seeing Kashmir walk alongside the young Runcandle. What, am I not allowed to come here? Young Master Jean invited me to watch. Well, no. It's not that. It's just, I don't want you to see me losing. Losing? What? You're going to lose? What do you mean by that? Cashimir's eyes were filled with shock. Instead of the promised 6 months, he managed to defeat her in only 3? Asking with his eyes, Kashimir looked at Elisa, and she nodded. Elisa Betzer, former Vermont Special Forces 2nd Division agent and Tychon's current chief of defense. She took a day off from work to fight in perfect condition because she expected a loss in today's battle. His skill has already caught up to mine. Yesterday, while Kashimir lost his sense of reality, Jean and Elisa took their positions. Seems like today will be the last spar, young Master Jean. Jean only bowed instead of responding to his opponent. Elisa continued, even in the far future, I wish you would remember me as a great sparring partner. Even the moment when you reach the top of the world. Instead of a sparring partner, I will commemorate you as a great teacher and friend. And I hope you remember me as a wonderful student. Kashimir got a hold of himself and stepped away from the battlefield. He didn't want to interfere with their fight. Elisa clenched her fists, and Jean muttered, Summon, Phoenix, a summoned beast from a different world. An entity that could only be summoned by magicians who are 6-star and above. For the past 109 battles, it wasn't only his swordsmanship that improved. His spiritual energy and magic were also greatly enhanced. Whoosh! Jean conjured a dimensional portal, and a massive flaming bird emerged from it. And Kashimir, who was looking at Jin's phoenix, let out a gasp. He knew who that phoenix was. Chapter 89. Test the phoenix. If a magician was at least 6-star, then they could contract with a phoenix. And of course, all magicians wanted to own a special or unique phoenix, something like Keliark Zipfel's Beloit or the historical grand magician Ohenserkes Manier. They wanted to become an owner of a well-known phoenix. However, magicians were never given the ability to choose. After becoming a 6-star and opening the door to the fire dimension, no magician knew what kind of phoenix would approach them. With sweat rolling down his face, Kashimir stared at Jin's phoenix. He felt the burning heat waves every time the mystical blue flame phoenix flapped its wings. In the Magician Society, there were over 10,000 registered phoenixes, but there was only one that was characterized with blue flames. Tess! What in the world, young Master Jean? Jean had summoned Tess, the beast deemed as the most noble phoenix, and every magician who summoned it became that era's strongest magician. Even in the far future, I wish you would remember me as a great sparring partner. Even the moment when you reach the top of the world. As soon as Kashimir saw the phoenix, he knew why Elisa spoke such words. She was no longer able to face Jean. Xing. Jean unsheathed Bradamanti and spoke. Then, shall we start, Lady Elisa? Jean stood still, pointing his sword at Elisa. It was only a month ago when he was the challenger. Now the tables had turned. Today's challenger was Elisa. Prepare yourself, young Master Jean. A white aura surrounded her 2 fists, and she bolted forward like a bullet, instantly closing the gap. In his current state, Jean couldn't follow Elisa's movements with his hand-eye coordination. Usually, he predicted her movements and counterattacked. However, he didn't need to do so today. Tess emitted deep blue flames that licked its surroundings, preventing Elisa from approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! The smallest of the flames were at least 5-star level. Even for a 7-star knight with a trained body, without an aura shield, she would get a 2nd-degree burn. On top of that, Tess's flames had a special ability called pressure. If that gets on her, then she'll start to rapidly burn energy. She has to finish the battle quickly. As the name suggested, pressure pressed upon the opponent afflicted with the Phoenix's ability. Tessa's flames had weight that defied all laws of nature. Therefore, the moment it landed upon an aura shield, she couldn't ignore it because the flames didn't extinguish easily compared to a normal fire, because the opponent's body itself would feel as heavy as a rock in water. Dodging the flames, Elisa weaved through each attack and put herself in a defensive stance. As such, Jean was easily given the upper hand. I can only keep Tess here for about 3 minutes. Within that time, I must make a meaningful attack towards her, so I can end the battle swiftly afterwards. Although it was only a spar in the past 109 times, Jean always felt the threat of death. Now it was Jin's turn to make Elisa feel the same. Without skipping a single day for the past 3 months, Elisa trained Jean to help him get stronger, and he knew the best gift to give her. Swoosh! Elisa jumped into the air, dodging a flame, and Jean swung his sword towards her. Ugh! She quickly twisted her torso, and the blade barely scratched her back. A minor tear on her clothes, but enough to make her very tense. Then, as soon as she landed and caught her balance, a sphere of mana formed in Jin's left hand. Wind blade. Using this, I can force her to dodge once more. He threw wind blade towards her ankles, and as he expected, she leapt into the air again. I'll prevent her from regaining composure to pester her impatience, and then I'll end it. After fighting Elisa 109 times, Jean realized that her patterns were diverse. As of the current moment, predicting her moves and reacting to them would be practically impossible. However, among all of Elisa's many patterns, there was a common order. In any situation, she always tried to get the upper hand. As I use more of my swordsmanship, magic, and spiritual energy, she will start to feel tired and will be more desperate to gain the upper hand. However, that will be the reason for her loss. Elisa moved to the left, dodging the wind blade. She fixed her eyes back to Jean as the spell flew past her. With fire in its mouth, Tess was prepared to shoot its breath. Phew! So you're a magic swordsman, young Master Jean? Elisa quickly turned her head. From the sides, Jean swung his sword multiple times, creating multiple crescent slashes in the air. And with Tess shooting its breath at the same time, an attack from the front and sides approached her. It wasn't impossible to dodge both attacks, but doing so would enable Jean to have the offensive advantage once more. Instead, I'll block the breath with my aura shield and then parry young Master Jin's attacks. After giving Jean a nice slug in the stomach, she planned on waiting out the Phoenix's summon timer. Even if she faced an injury, she decided that gaining the upper hand would be the most optimal choice. She would never win if she stayed cornered for the entire battle. She needed to interrupt the flow that Jean had set for the battle. Whoosh! Tessa's breath struck Elisa. The cone-shaped blue flames seemed to swallow her. However, the flames couldn't penetrate the aura shield that she created. Tess couldn't unleash anything stronger because the strength of the Phoenix depended on the summoner's mana. Gotcha! And just as she planned, Elisa caught Jin's blade. Although she protected her hand with aura, blood splattered. However, it wasn't enough to cut her fingers off. Crunch! In order to throw a punch, she planted her feet on the ground and pulled on the sword to drag Jean towards her. Hop! With an echoing shout, she threw her punch. She couldn't give it her all due to the aura shield she raised, but it was still enough to make Jean recoil. Bam! A refreshing, clear sound of impact should have been made, but the lack thereof caused Elisa to flicker her eyes around. He's not here? I'm sure I pulled him in and hit him. Her fist had hit thin air. Instinctively, she looked upon the sword she was holding, and at the end of the handle, where Jean should have been, was no one. Then I must have felt and pulled the weight from pressure. A blue fire burned brightly at the other end of the sword. After Elisa caught the blade, Jean had given up on his sword and repositioned himself. In lieu of him, he placed a heavy flame on the hilt of the sword, tricking his opponent. Elisa was too busy dealing with Tessa's breath and failed to notice it. She only noticed everything after it all happened. As such, she was too late to react. Haha, I've lost young Master Jean. I fought many foes, but I've never imagined them using a trick like this. The Phoenix halted its breath. Elisa's aura shield dissipated, and Jean emerged behind her with a dagger. I pushed myself and made this shield strategy for the chance of victory, but it came back to bite me. My goodness, I can't believe I've lost because I didn't keep my rear in check. I'm a little shocked. Since when did you calculate all this? If I say, since the first battle, would I sound too arrogant? Elisa waved her hand in defeat. No, that sounds completely reasonable. A little surprising. Thank you for all your time, Lady Elisa. As for me, young Master Jean, you would never know how proud I am of you. Elisa turned around, and Jean put away his dagger. They looked at each other, then simultaneously extended their arms to shake hands. How does it feel to defeat a former Vermont Special Forces agent before hitting the age of 16? Honestly, pretty good. Very good. In fact, I would like to fight you full force again next year. Elisa softly smiled at Jin's response. I don't gear up if I don't have to kill my opponent. So, there won't be a reason for you to fight me when I'm at my full potential. In the 110th battle, Elisa did not use a gauntlet or piece of armor. Not even once. A fully armored Elisa was an opponent that even Kashmir couldn't face. It wouldn't be suitable for Jean. Well, at this rate, you would surpass my full potential in no time. Anyways, congratulations, young Master Jean. We should throw a party at dinner. Kashmir, who had watched the entire battle, looked soulless. I honestly thought 6 months wouldn't be enough. He's crazy. Crazy. Lord Siren. The next letter will be super special. In reality, Kashmir thought that Jean needed at least a year to defeat Elisa. He couldn't believe his eyes even after witnessing that it only took the young Runcandle 110 days. Why don't you go get healed and prepare for the party? Oh, aha. Alright. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The victory was celebrated with all of Jin's companions in Tychon. During the feast, everyone was told that he summoned Tess the Phoenix and defeated Elisa. By Tess, do you mean Tess the Blue Flame Phoenix? Young Master, I have heard of it before. That it's a very rare phoenix. Miss Gilly, that's not even the most crucial part about it. Magicians who are able to summon Tess are guaranteed to be the best magician in the era. Lord Jean, please give me an autograph. Quick. Right here, on the back of my shirt. Enya scrambled towards Jean, eyes gleaming. While more people were astonished by his feat, Murakan and Quicantle were at a loss for words. Clang. In fact, they both dropped their silverwares at the same time. They seemed to be in deep shock. Hey kid, did you just say, Tess? Jean, did you really contract with the Majestic? In fact, you first met at the underground training area, and as soon as you summoned the Majestic, you made them fight. This time, Jean was confused. Even the proud dragons were baffled, respectfully addressing the Phoenix. Murakan, Miss Quicantle, is there a problem? Hey! Anyways, try summoning them now. Summoning uses too much mana, so it's exhausting. Jean looked around him, then summoned Tess. We are honored to meet the ruler of the fire dimension. Quicantle got on her knees and bowed, shouting her greetings. Hey, ruler of the fire dimension. Long time no. See? What, why? I can talk to you like this. Can also, yeah, my condolences. Understood. Oh, okay. I understand. So please stop cursing. Murakan looked as if he met an old teacher that he had a bad history with. Everyone's stomach flipped at the fantastical sight. In the short time of Murakan and Tessa's conversation, no human could hear Tessa's voice. Alright. I understand. I will tell Jean. Come on. The curses. This isn't even the fire dimension. If you keep doing this, I'll get mad. Peck, 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 peck. Tess pecked on Murakan's head at ridiculous speeds. Surprisingly, the black dragon didn't fuss and just backed off. The Phoenix said something after punishing the dragon, and Murakan nodded. Phew. I understand. I'll tell him that, so please calm down. You caused a fuss as soon as you came. Hey, trying to peck me again. So hot-headed. Whatever. Kid, send this bird back to the fire dimension. Jean released his summoning spell. The bird thrashed and threw a tantrum as it was unwillingly sucked into a dimensional portal. Quicantle finally stood up and sighed. You and Miss Quicantle seemed to have a complex relationship with Tess. It was pretty surprising. Anyways, what did you talk about? As soon as Jean asked, Murakan shuddered, as if there were an impending doom. Chapter 90. The Cosmos Arena, 1. There wasn't much information about the other world. All entities from the alternate dimension were witnessed in unsupervised lands like the Black Sea, which fostered many monsters, or through different summoned beasts like the Phoenix. In his past life, Jean had never heard of the fire dimension despite his vast knowledge of magic. Vast enough to trump many professors. Fire dimension. This is top-class information. Usually, incompetent and unimportant runts don't need to know this stuff. There aren't many dragons who exactly know of that place, and the number of those who have personally gone there are in the single digits. It's common knowledge that phoenixes are summoned beasts from the other world, but it's the first time in which the other world was called the fire dimension. Jean scratched his chin, and Murakan shook his head. The name fire dimension is just an easy name for us to call it in this world. It's just a dimension with fire and phoenixes. Even the gods don't know the true name of that world. Everyone listened to Murakan as if he were some lecturer. Enya, who was a pupil in magical studies, was very worked up. Even the gods don't know? Does that mean the fire dimension is outside of the gods' control? Exactly. Even the god of flames can't control the fire in that world. However, the ruler of the fire dimension, Tess, can't control Shinu's fire either. Ah, then the Majestic became the young master's summoned beast. Isn't that a great thing? Strawberry Pie is also correct. But as for it being a great thing, well, it's the opposite. It's very bad. Murakan clicked his tongue and a shadow loomed over his face. Quicantel's expression was still frozen, still shocked from meeting Tess. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. As Murakan's silence prolonged, some audience members gulped. They thought that Tess's summoner had received some special curse or something. Hey, just tell us. Don't just leave us hanging. Why is it bad? Jean grew impatient and asked Murakan. The shadow dragon lowered his head. It's great. Only for you. God fucking damn it. I don't like that guy. Why, Tess? There are so many other good phoenixes. There's Munier or Shankish. Murakan threw a tantrum and some punches in the air. Many sighs of relief could be heard from the crowd. Jean thought that Murakan would never mature. Well, although I'm a little pissed, I'll offer you a bland congratulations, kiddo. You can't use that guy's full potential, 'cause you lack some mana, but it's better than some random phoenix. If I unleash all of their power, how strong will they get? You can't unleash all of their power. Never will. At full strength, your beast can vaporize a mid-high tier god. Quicantel shuddered at those words. She remembered the horrifying nightmare she experienced when she visited the fire dimension with Murakan and their respective gods, Ulta and Sodaret. That day, she watched 5 gods disappear from existence. What? They're that powerful? Jean asked, observing Quicantel's reaction. I heard he can't do it outside of the fire dimension. In my case, thank goodness. I can talk to them casually and even tease them a little. Just like how our gods can't use their powers in the fire dimension. A mutual penalty. I see. Well, even if Tessa's powers weren't that overwhelming, Jean was satisfied with it based on what he saw in textbooks. And the best part was that their fire could not be controlled by Shinu. A full-scale war was imminent between the Run Candles and Zipfuls. And if Jean were to fight against Kellyark, Tessa's strength would be of great help. No matter its tier, normal flame spells would never be effective against Kellyark, Shinu's contractor. Oh, and what did Tess want to tell me? What kind of conversation did you have with them? And am I not able to directly communicate with them? You can't. It's spiritual communication. And the thing they wanted to tell you is, well, nothing much, just that they like you a lot. Also said it's the first time they were summoned for such a minor reason. They're a special fellow. Said to come over to the fire dimension after you get stronger. Oh, I can go there too? Well, when you reach 10-star and can comfortably breathe in the fire. That neighborhood's a little rough. Murakan wrapped up his little explanation, and the party continued to talk about Jin's victory and his summoned phoenix. And as soon as the celebration ended, Kashmir took a bath and sat in his office, preparing himself to write a new letter. January 1st, 1796. The new year came. On the first day of the new year, the family would get together and pray for a safe year. Fostering love with family, loved ones, and friends would be wonderful, but one man, Guardian Knight Khan, was charging through the Black Sea and covering himself in the black creature's blood and guts. And this time as well, he had a letter stored safely in his chestplate. His New Year's mission was to deliver a letter. This time it has been 3 months. Did the young master defeat Elisa Betzer? Now I'm looking forward to this letter. Khan was also curious about the letter's content. It seemed to motivate a faster trek to Siren, who was at the center of the Black Sea. Greetings to the Patria. Give it here. Yes, sir. With a grave expression, Siren hastily ripped off the seal. He looked like a parent who sent his children off to study abroad. To the legendary knight who I admire most, Lord Siren. Oh, it is the second letter. I am once again writing this letter with all of my heart and soul, with the warm sun shining on my back. Shorter. Pardon. Next time, tell Kashmir to write a shorter letter. Understood, Lord Patriarch. Just like last time, the long letter was at least 70% miscellaneous greetings. But reading the 4th page, Siren began to smile. It seems that young Master Jean defeated Elisa Betzer. Khan guessed so while watching Siren's expression. He won by catching her off guard. On top of that, he seemed to have tamed Tess the Phoenix. I'm sure you know who that is. I apologize, Lord Patriarch. I do not know of that entity. It's a blue fire phoenix, and any magician who summons it becomes the best magician of the century. Congratulations! But I don't care about some phoenix. Today's letter is just about it. Not more than a single line about Jin's swordsmanship. His swordsmanship improved significantly, at a ridiculous speed. Siren was disappointed. He allowed Jean to practice swordsmanship, magic, and spiritual energy at the same time. But of course, as a run candle, he wanted to see more improvement in his son's swordsmanship. Khan nodded. I can see the problem. It's a little worrying that he might be too entrenched in magic. It's exactly as you said. I know he'll balance it out well on his own. But it's getting on my nerves. A long silence. While Khan maintained his kneeling position, Siren spoke. Ron Heron's son. Go find out what he's up to. Ron Hyran, the Vermont Empire's swordmaster, patriarch of the Hyran clan, and at some point, Siren's worst enemy. However, the difference in their power became clear when Siren achieved the Genesis Knight realm. Even Ron's children were being overpowered by the Runcandle children. In that situation, the most talented child was born, Ron's son. Despite being a child, he already transcended his generation, being deemed the next patriarch. You mean Dante Hyran? Coincidentally, there is information about his recent whereabouts. Really? Yes. Not long ago, we received a request regarding the Cosmos Arena. Seeing that the request asked for an assassination of a pirate, Dante Hyran entered the competition with a fake name. Siren's eyes shimmered. The Cosmos Arena, I'm sure that's the fighting competition hosted by the pirates? I remember Mary got 2nd place and threw a tantrum. That is correct, Lord Patriarch, and to my knowledge, it was her first defeat. However, she went back for revenge 2 months later. A secret that not many clanspeople knew. Send Jean there and have him fight Dante Hyran. It'll be fun. He can't use his magic or spiritual energy there, right? He can only fight with his sword. The only cases when Jean can use his spiritual energy and magic was when there were no witnesses, or he can get rid of all the witnesses. Of course, he could not use all 3 of his strengths in that contest. He could enter as a magician and only use magic, or he can enter as a knight and only use swordsmanship. And Jean could not fight Dante with only a sword. Siren wanted to stimulate Jean through Dante. The phoenix and magic were nice and all, but Siren wanted Jean to prioritize the art of the sword. Understood. I will deliver your message to Sir Kashmir. *****, however, the 16-year-old used most of his time training his swordsmanship, enough to make Siren's concerns pointless. 10,000 swings. The first, same as the last. After ending the consecutive battles with Elisa, he devoted all of his energy into his training. But he didn't feel as impatient to improve. Thanks to Elisa, he learned many things about himself. Is it not boring, young Master Jean? Nope, it's only fun. Did you say it's boring? I prepared this for you. Ta-da! Kashmir pulled out a piece of paper and shook it in front of Jean. What's this? An entry to the Cosmos Arena. Recently, the intelligence agents found out that a special fellow is entering this competition. An opponent that would compel you to fight. Dante Hyran, the Hyran clan's next patriarch. Dante Hyran? Why is that guy going there? From Jin's knowledge, the Cosmos Arena was just a playground for pirates. In fact, most of the competitors were around 2 to 3 star. Kashmir raised his eyebrows and continued. You are mistaken. This competition is more dangerous than you think. Chapter 91. The Cosmos Arena. 2. It's more dangerous than I think? Jean repeated Kashmir's words as he sheathed his sword, and his companion nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it doesn't have a no-killing rule, unlike other competitions, so it's very dangerous. Although it's true that most of the competitors are novices, some competitors are just there for slaughter. The Cosmos Arena had no rules, as expected from a pirate-organized fight. Including murder, there were no other restrictions for special weapons and tools. It was a crazy competition that even allowed murder or assassination before the fight. You just need to defeat your opponent using any method. There's a story where a guy held the opponent's family hostage and threatened to kill them. All in order to win, of course. Which was why, even though the opponents were only 2 to 3 star, competitors had to anticipate dirty tricks. 4 to 5 star who don't know anything will become their prey. After walking the world while being oblivious of the world's dark side, they become humiliated by the tricks and gimmicks used in that crazy competition. Well, I'm not saying that you'll experience the same thing. You are well far off from that level. Indeed, he wasn't even comparable to those people. There are also fighters who are above 6 star who take down the opponent with the use of immense strength. At that point, it doesn't matter if they use tricks or not. These are the true predators of the arena. Well, they're just perverts who come for the stimulation. Stimulation. Yes, those kinds of people. Sadists who destroy their enemy and feel satisfaction from it. The most dangerous people. Man, what kind of competition allows this stuff to happen? According to Kashmir, it was a dirty, low contest. One characterized by filthy scuffles that enticed its audience to drink and gamble. Well, the official name isn't a competition, it's just an arena. If it wasn't for Dante, I wouldn't have asked you to enter. Surely he won't fit into the crowd. Is there some insane grand prize awaiting for first place? The winner can choose from a plethora of prizes or 1,000 gold coins. To a commoner, that would be a lot of money. But for the successor of the Hyran clan, it would be pocket change. Then is his mortal enemy there or something? As of now, we have no information regarding his entry. But in my opinion, Kashmir paused for a second. Maybe he wants to test his swordsmanship, to see if his blade will glow in the darkness of evil tricks. If not, he's just throwing himself into a shithole. That made no sense. It would make no sense if Dante really entered the dirty competition in order to test his swordsmanship. Either way, I feel compelled to go. Dante Hyran, I could never dream of fighting him. Before his regression, prior to his banishment from the clan, the commoners would always debate who was stronger with the sword, Dante or Baradin, because they had many similarities. They were both over 7 star at an early age, were nominated as the next patriarch of their respective powerful clans, and achieved 9 star at the age of 30. Whenever they encountered each other during a meeting, the press would go off. On top of that, they were the same age. At the time, they got more attention than the Runcandle children. Eldest sister Luna didn't present herself too much, and eldest brother fell behind them. There weren't any other second-generation Runcandle who was stronger than Dante other than Luna, though there wasn't definitive proof that he was stronger than all of the Runcandle children. But that's what the world thought. He's a fellow I'm curious about. There's nothing bad from meeting him once. Hopefully, he's not hot-headed like the Baradin from my past life. However, Kashmir's exaggerated attitude was getting on his nerves. He could have just naturally asked Jean to compete, but he was promoting it as if he were a businessman selling drugs. And I'm sure the 7-colored peacock doesn't have spare time to investigate Dante Hyran. All of the best agents should be investigating the Zipfels, Alu, and Kinselo. I doubt that it's just some idle information they found. Thinking until that point, Jean smiled. It was Father's orders. The information about Dante is likely to have come from the Runcandle clan. And now that I think about it, back at the garden, Father sent me off first so he could talk to Kashmir alone. He pondered the possibility of Kashmir sending reports to Siren regarding his progress ever since that day at the Garden of Swords. However, it wasn't of any importance. There weren't any disadvantages that would affect Jean. Instead, he felt a little mischievous. Sir. Kashmir, do I really need to go? I don't really want to attend such a pathetic battle, and I can face Dante Hyran anytime in the future. Young Master Jean, please think about it. You would obviously meet him many times since you are a Runcandle, but would there be an opportunity to fight him? It could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm not some fighting legend or anything, and I've recently been feeling tired from fighting Lady Elisa. Why, young master, don't be like that. Just trust me and try participating. I sent it a chance to evaluate Dante Heron's strength? My tongue is getting twisted. Maybe I'm getting a heat stroke. Jean pointed to the window and laughed. Outside, snow was falling. The early January blizzards were rolling in. Heat stroke. Oh, my mistake again. Anyways, young Master Jean, I've already filled out your entry form. Just trust me and enter. Okay? I'm sure this will be a great experience for you. Well, if you say so, then there's nothing I can do. I'll participate. Thank you, young Master Jean. Oh, and on top of that, you must leave tomorrow. The schedule is tight. That is all. Tomorrow? Wait, Sir Kashmir. Kashmir quickly escaped the training area without looking back. And Jin's suspicions were solidified. He's definitely reporting my progress to Father. And this must be the first order, to face Dante Hyran. Jean chuckled. He knew his father was interested in him and his progress, but he didn't think that it was enough to make him intervene. His siblings would go crazy if they found out. And Sir Kashmir is terrible at acting. Is it just in front of me? I heard he was really good at politics after becoming the ruler of Tychon. Jean chuckled once more. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* on an island south of the Bellard Empire. It was right outside of Bellard territory, so the surrounding ocean was the pirates' playground. Jean went alone to that island. It's a mission ordered by Father, so it's right to not bring anyone else. If he brought anyone with him, Jean would have an emotional attachment that could potentially drag him down. He knew what his father wanted to say, to sweep the competition alone with a sword. Using magic and spiritual energy around a massive audience was crazy. It's been a while since I received a solo mission after the one in Mummet. But just like last time, I'm dealing with outlaws. After arriving in the Bellard Empire, he took a ferry to the island, using up a thick bag of gold. The island didn't look nice. It had the ambience of the lowest of the low infesting the place, with stench streets that had fresh streaks of blood everywhere. Any type of disturbance would get one stabbed. In addition to being a remote island, since it was filled with pirates who tasted the bitter and sweet of life, it was impossible to maintain order in the place. Kikik. Every 5 steps, there were people laughing hysterically, driven mad by drugs. But not all were like that. Occasionally, there were houses with guards and children, and knights who had decent armor. They were either competitors or spectators of the arena. Jean began to follow one of these respectable people. He felt that he could arrive at the reception desk after following the man. And just as he thought, after walking for 30 minutes, he reached the reception desk. A single table set up in front of an arena that looked worse than a pig pen. I came to register for the arena. He held out the entry form that Kashmir filled out, and the receptionist opened his eyes. Hair covered his big body, and tattoos crawled all over his arms. Huh? The time frame for registration's already passed. Fuck off. Better if you die while leaving. It's past? I'm sure you guys are open until sundown. Oh, I just don't want to take any more entries. You deaf. The man then formed a circle with his thumb and index finger. Clearly, he wanted money. Jean knew to end money-related problems by paying up, with the added interest of beating some sense into the guy. Crack! Jean kicked the table to the side. As the man tried to stand up, Jean slammed his fist on the crown of his head. In Jin's fist was the crumpled registration form. Irk! Arg! This bastard! Take it! I'll give you the money. And he threw some gold coins on the ground. The guy's expression brightened, and he nodded. Jean could only be surprised at the strength of his punch, which could have severely injured a trained four-star knight. However, even though the guy took the hit, he immediately stood up and laughed at the sight of money. Registration complete. Ha ha ha, a hotshot kid. I like it. You'll fight in Group 13. Take this and go inside. The other fellows will escort you. The man handed him a small piece of paper with something written on it. Group 13, Jean Grey. Kuhaha. Welcome to the Cosmos Arena, filled with love and fervor. Try your best. Since he struck me for no reason, I'll stick him with the strong guys. Oh, and if this kid doesn't survive tonight, I'll cook him and feed him to the sharks. The man, smiling with his gold-plated teeth, was the host of the competition. Pirate King Cosmos. Chapter 92. The Cosmos Arena, 3. Filled with love and fervor. And yet, the arena interior reflected the structure of a prison. There were long, dark hallways with individual rooms squished together on either side. However, instead of a normal door similar to that used on a normal house, each room had a jail door. The only difference the place had from a prison was that the competitors could enter and exit the rooms freely. Also, the guides, Cosmos's underlings, were pretty nice. What's this? There's a fetus in this competition? Kuhaha. This year's Arena Rumble is filled with children. Come here. Let's see. What the Group 13. Oh, and you beat the captain? This kid's a special breed. Amazed, the guide scanned Jean. Kids these days don't have any fear. There's another kid who struck the captain, and if you two fought, it'd be fun to watch. Unfortunately, your groups are different. There was no need to ask who that kid was. On this deranged island, there wasn't any other teenager aside from Dante Hyran. So, what room do I use? Jean asked with irritation, and the guide only shrugged in response. Wherever the fuck you want. Group 13 fights tomorrow, so if you're bored, go watch the other groups. Shouldn't you make some fun memories before you die? The guide definitely thought that Jean would die immediately. However, it wasn't in a mocking tone. So Jean just walked past him and began to choose a room. Clop, clop. As he observed each room while walking slowly, he noticed that there was significant diversity within the rooms. One room had someone sitting in the corner and muttering prayers. Another had someone inspecting unidentified objects. Some competitors had already formed gangs and bantered amongst themselves. In some aspects, it felt more barbaric than the Mummet lawless zone. And that pirate named Cosmos, he's not an easy fellow. I wonder why he's marauding in this area. Jean shrugged and chose a room. He had been roaming the halls for about 10 minutes. But there wasn't any specific room that was cleaner or nicer. They were all old and dirty. In fact, there aren't enough rooms for all of the competitors. It seems that 2 or 3 people per room is the norm. It's extremely obvious that they intentionally wanted to cram people in here, and I hate it. The Cosmos Arena was a scuffle, in which killing was allowed even before the fight. The contest was more of a survival game than a regular scuffle. Hence, they purposefully crammed the competitors into cramped rooms. They wanted them to fight whenever possible in the tight spaces. And once one entered the competition, it was impossible to withdraw. Cosmos's underlings guarded the entrance, and the other competitors would not let anyone escape so easily. If someone were to make a poor attempt at escaping, the other competitors would turn the runaway into dead meat before the guards could even get to them. That was the very reason why Cosmos thought that Jean would become shark food if he didn't survive, and the reason why the guide said that Jean will die anyways. It was hard to expect a newbie to survive in such a savage environment. They thought that Jin's chances of death were high even if he were a talented 4-star. In order to survive the veiled enmity and rotten gimmicks, Observation and experience was more important than pure fighting power. And to a pirate, that wasn't something a young adult would have. You are mistaken. This competition is more dangerous than you think. Jean remembered Cashimir's words. After exploring the area, he finally understood what he meant. Well, it's an experience. In the middle of the long hallway, Jean pulled on a cell door. Clack, creak, the irritating sound of metal scraping against concrete echoed, and the three competitors inside the cell glared at Jean. Can't you see that there are already 3 people in here? Fuck off to another room, kid. Man, as much as this is a shitty contest, this is off the top. They let babies enter. Why are you just standing there? Go away. The 3 guys were in their mid to late 20s. Hearing their attitude and seeing their crooked posture, Jean concluded that they were just some irrelevant gangsters. I wonder who said that punches were medicine for these kinds of people? I wonder, was it an old master? Was it elder sister Mary? Thinking that he should still give them a chance before beating them up, Jean met eyes with each of them. Starting today, I'm using this room by myself. I will count to 3. I'm sure that's enough time for all 3 of you to walk out of this room. He didn't have any intentions of sharing a room, not even in the slightest. If he left these people next to him, they could backstab him at any moment. The hoodlums doubted their ears and blinked. 1, 2, 3. Bam! Crack! Tum! 2 punches and 1 wrestling throw, all of which resulted in a fractured bone, shattered skull, and a dislocated shoulder, respectively. The thugs couldn't even react to the quick attacks. Following the painful cries were loud cheers echoing from the adjacent room. Jean put his hands on his hips, and the 3 scrambled out of the room without a single word. Clean room, check. But the real battle had just begun. I'm certain that other people will attack me after seeing that I'm alone here. Well, so much for sleep. And his prediction was precise. Not even 10 minutes later, 2 contenders appeared. Hey, let's share a room. They entered with bravado. Arg. Although it was adorable of them to get beat up and run away from him, Jean couldn't forgive those who sprayed poison or fired a crossbow. For those people, he cut off either all of their fingers or their entire hand. It would convey a better message to the other contenders, rather than just killing them. However, the most concerning type of people were the ones who just watched and then walked past. They will definitely strike when they see the opportunity. Possibly when I'm busy dealing with the other guys and lowering my guard. He wasn't scared, but more so they were getting on his nerves. Because he couldn't use magic or spiritual energy. It's kind of pressuring that I have to use my sword in whatever situation I get into, since I'm used to always utilizing all 3 of my strengths. Either that or he had his companions to rely on. And not so long ago, he had a necklace that would save him, no matter who he faced. I can see why Father wanted to send me here. Fighting Dante is important, but it's also to drag down my ego on my swordsmanship. So much time passed as he watched the entrance to his cell, with his senses heightened to the maximum. Then, he heard the guide's voice resounding from outside. All right, we'll have the battles for groups 1 and 2. If you want to watch, then get your asses to the audience seats. Oh, and I'm sure you know the audience seats is a murder-free area. Don't do dumb shit. Or else, well, you know the consequences, so watch your ass. Clank, clang. The cells in the hallway began to open one by one. They were all heading over to watch the fights between the participants in groups 1 and 2. And on top of that, since the area was murder-free, they could finally be at ease. With that, there also seemed to be an implied rule. No one attacked another as they relocated to the seats. So Jean tried to naturally join the cramped line. The guys who looked at me and walked past, if I were them, I would stab my target while we're in that line. That would bring the highest chance of success. No matter how great Jean was, noticing a blade and dodging it was impossible when standing in the middle of a crowd. However, not attacking while amongst the line was at most an implied rule. He had read the rules on the back of the entry form dozens of times, but it had no mention of it. After all, it wasn't one established by the host. Of course, if anyone attacked Jean, then the surrounding people would glare at the attacker. However, they would rather thank the murderer for eliminating the arrogant kid who monopolized a room. There's nothing bad about going out late. I'll leave after the hallway clears up, which was the right decision. The ones who glanced at Jean and walked past earlier were all part of the same group. They assumed that Jean was a 4-star and had plans to eliminate him. They didn't really have a reason to get rid of him. They just thought that he was the most enjoyable to kill amongst all of the other prey. However, they could not execute their plan because of Jin's quick thinking. Watching this, the guide muttered, "I thought he was just a fearless child who just trusted his strength. But he's also very intelligent. I can see why the boss stuck him against the stronger opponents." As the hallway cleared up, Jean silently left his room. Getting closer to the arena, the screams and shouts grew clearer. Arriving in the audience seats, Jean silently stood to conceive the massive crowd. Holy shit, this many people came to see this. Excluding the contenders, there were at least 1,000 other spectators. For a moment, Jean worried that there may be someone who would recognize his face, but he didn't think that someone who went to a run candle banquet would come to such a dirty place. Well, as for Dante Hyran, he probably entered knowing that not many people knew what he looked like and that his acquaintances will not attend this arena. Still, if he knew that there would be this many people, he would have focused on his disguise a little more. Jean licked his lips and sat in a decent spot. He could hear the spectators' voices. They looked like upper-class Bellard Empire nobles who visited the arena annually. "Hey, you heard the rumor?" "What rumor?" "There's a rumor that a Run Candle provisional flag-bearer is attending this arena with a fake name." Chapter 93. The Cosmos Arena. 4. Jean flinched. Shit. What the hell? Why do people already know? Jean would have never thought of hearing this kind of rumor right as he reached the audience. He sneakily took a seat near the two nobles and listened in on their conversation. "A Run Candle provisional flag-bearer? Haha, you fool. Why would someone that amazing come here? This place is only crawling with the lowest of the low. It's just something that I heard while drinking with the Cosmos Pirates executives. They said that there's a talented youngling among the combatants, and they were sure that it was one of the Run Candle's provisional flag-bearers." Really? Let's see. Right now, the Run Candle clan's 3 active provisional flag-bearers are Daytona, Haytona, and Jean Run Candle. So it's one of those 3. Jean Run Candle really shook the public last year. Every single press talked about his 5-star achievement. Either way, the executive guy was certain. One of those 3 must have entered. Jean found it interesting that he was closely listening to nobles discussing this new rumor. "I guess the clan's fame and power is really well known. My name was written in press releases many times, but they even know the Tana twins' names." The Tana twins were about to become provisional flag-bearers. Before Jin's regression, they started their provisional flag-bearer missions around 1796 or 1797. Thinking about the environment and mood of the Cosmos Arena, as well as the twins being deemed the nefarious homicidal maniacs in his past life, Jean inferred that it was completely possible for them to join the arena. Of course, in this life, the Tana twins were abused by Jean since their youth. Compared to his past life, they got significantly tamer. If the twins did enter, then it's great for my case. I can bring them to my room and use them as guards. Make them do all of the dirty work as well. Afterwards, the nobles debated on which Run Candle entered the competition. Not only that, but other nobles also began to whisper about the same topic. Now that I think about it, most of the spectators are nobles. Well, rich people are always looking for some entertainment. Kriak, a massive steel door on one side of the circular stadium suddenly began to open. A man then emerged and walked to the middle of the arena. Pirate King Cosmos. As soon as he appeared, the audience went crazy. Cosmos seemed to be very popular with the crowd. "Thank you for waiting. Cosmos! Cosmos!" Around him were nobles who screamed and cheered in excitement for outright criminals. It was bizarre to witness the very people who looked down upon common folk suddenly cheer for lawbreakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cosmos Arena. I, Pirate King Cosmos, thank you for coming here. Ha ha ha. This time, there are significantly more people than last year. I can't wait to see the fight. Clap. Cosmos clapped some and fireworks were shot into the air, coloring the sky in bright colors. As the explosions ensued, the air around them warmed up. Alrighty. Then, let's get right into the fight. Fellas. Bring in 2 guys from Group 1. Cue the horns. Toot. The pirates at the edge of the arena blew their horns. The steel doors on both sides of the arena rose, and the contenders revealed themselves. Each group had 14 people, and since there were up to 13 groups, there were 182 contenders who entered this filthy contest. There was no other fighting competition that had this many people. The lucky guy to fight in the honorary first round, last year's 16th round qualifier and cutie of Shark Pirates, Mantis, and the opponent. Cosmos' eyes narrowed and shoved his face into the roster. His expressions implied that something was wrong. Oh damn, I'm gonna get flamed by the Shark Dude's captain. And I'll drown the guy who planned the brackets. Well, here he is anyway. Paul Mick. Who's Paul Mick? Never heard of him. Seeing Cosmos's reaction, I think he's a special fellow. As the nobles conversed with astonishment, Mantis entered the arena first. With a shriveled physique and a distinct shark tattoo on his back. He made an awkward stance with scimitars in his hand. The epitome of a pirate. Ho, Cosmos. What kind of guy is Paul or Mick or something? Making me all nervous. I'm a little disappointed. Making me look bad. Cosmos ignored Mantis's banter. Paul Mick came out of the waiting room, and the audience began to chatter. That's a kid. What is this? I know that there were a lot of kids in this contest, but this is too much. If he bent his knees a little, the sword on his back would drag on the ground. Ho. Jean was also a little surprised. This Paul Mick guy didn't look like he was over 15. 13? 14? They let a child enter here? That's crazy. He would have jumped into the arena without hesitation. He couldn't just let the child die there. If Cosmos didn't make a strange reaction, that is, wait, is that kid Dante Hyran? No, Dante Hyran is 3 years older. The next series of events was most surprising. Notifying the start of the battle, Cosmos walked out of the ring, and Mantis shrugged in confusion. However, it happened in an instant. Mantis's neck was cut. Oh, what was that? Anyone see that correctly? The audience couldn't exactly pinpoint when the pirate's head fell off. It was obvious. The movement was so quick that Jean, who was about to hit 6-star, barely saw what happened. It was a crescent slash. He instantly closed the gap between them, and when he was only 5 steps away from the pirate, he used a crescent slash to slice his head off. Damn, that guy. No, there was no doubt about it. Amongst the contenders, there was no one other than Dante Hyran who could pull it off. The audience went quiet. Those who were talking until a minute ago were now at a loss for words. Thud. Mantis's body fell to the ground, and Cosmos smacked his forehead, dumbfounded. Wow, fucking damn it. Mantis was a 16th round finalist, so we could have profited off his popularity. And now he just dies. Well, anyway, it's Paul Mick's victory. Cosmos announced the victor, but the audience remained silent. While everyone was still shocked, a man in the VIP seats on the opposite side of Jin's seat stood and began to clap. From now on, I have all my money on Paul Mick. Paul Mick. Amazing. And surprisingly, it was someone that Jean knew well. What the Baradin Zipfel? Why's he here? Jin's eyes widened, and he had to reconfirm that the face he saw was Baradin Zipfel. The audience began to belatedly cheer. Baradin had come by order of the Zipfel elders. Since the Hyran clan successor was growing rapidly, they ordered Baradin to come and see for himself. Woohoo! This youngling's spicy. I'm also betting on Paul Mick this time. All in. And the 2 Bellard Empire nobles in front of Jean began to whisper in certainty. See? Is my information ever incorrect? It's him, the Run Candle provisional flag bearer. Wow, that's a surprise. Well, if he isn't a Run Candle provisional flag bearer, he can't do that at that age. I'm sure that's Jean Run Candle. Me too. He's too young to be one of the Tana twins. The other nobles nearby nodded in approval. Of course, no one yelled his name out loud. They knew that blabbering about a provisional flag-bearer would result in a manhunt, which was why they were whispering amongst themselves. Paul Mick is Jean Runcandle. Paul Mick is the provisional flag-bearer. Listening to all this, Jean scoffed. Anyways, it's my first time seeing Dante looking that young. In my past life, I just heard from the press that he looked nice, but he doesn't even look 19. Jean looked at Paul Mick, no Dante, and then at Baradin, who was still clapping. Baradin probably came because his clan told him to. He's also getting on my nerves, just like Dante. He's definitely going to notice me, and if he does, he's going to be a pain in the ass. His anxious predictions couldn't be wrong. And unfortunately, right at that moment, Baradin spotted Jean, who was looking at him intently. Oh, wow! Baradin crazily waved his arm at Jean. Of course, Jean ignored him and looked back at Dante. Amusingly, Dante turned his head and glared at Baradin. That is, Baradin Zipfel. Is he acting like he knows me? I've only met him at the Zipfel banquet, and yet he's enthusiastically greeting me. All right, I will also greet you, Baradin. Misunderstanding the situation, Dante waved his hand at Baradin. Jean burst into laughter. He couldn't read Dante's mind, but he could assume what he was thinking. Funny fellows. Cosmos's underlings ran over and retrieved Mantis's corpse. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Mantis had a short standing. Let's hear some words from our victor. Mr. Paul Mick, how do you feel? I feel like I got rid of another filthy scum. I pray he doesn't become a pirate in his next life. Although his appearance was childlike, his voice was comparably deeper. And with it, he berated the pirates in a pirate's cove. A lot of pirates ground their teeth, but they couldn't attack Dante. Their hesitation was expected after bearing witness to his swordsmanship. Cosmos let out an awkward chuckle and nodded. He, being a pirate, isn't a job to recommend to children. But remember that it's a great start for those cornered at the bottom of the social ladder. Dante silently walked towards the waiting room, and Cosmos carried on with the battles. Jean then thought to himself while watching Dante's back. That guy. Can I beat him? Chapter 94. The Cosmos Arena 5. Jean quickly concluded that a fight against Dante was winnable. If I could use magic and spiritual energy. Not long ago, he defeated a former Vermont Special Forces agent, though she was retired and washed out. It was true that Dante was very talented, but Jean could definitely take him down. But if we were to fight only with swords, there's no certainty. His crescent slashes, agility, explosive strength, and accuracy were all extraordinary. The second battle began, but it didn't catch his eye. Instead, the sight of Dante beheading Mantis constantly repeated in his head. Dante Hiran definitely practiced more skilled swordsmanship. It was inevitable because he was 3 years older, so Jean had to analyze. He could possibly win if he gathers all methods of victory until he meets Dante in the arena. But unlike the other contenders, I don't want to use tricks or gimmicks on him. It's only meaningful if I beat him head-on. While Jean was deep in his concerns, on the opposite side of the arena, Baradin couldn't contain his beating heart as he sat in his VIP seat. Thank God I came. Who would have thought that Jean also entered, and seeing him and Dante meet swords like this is a miracle. Jean and Dante. Baradin considered them to be his only two rivals in the world, and he never expected to meet both of them here. Unfortunately, Jean didn't really care about Baradin. Jean watched all of the battles in groups 1 and 2. He concluded that there was no other formidable foe aside from Dante. From the beginning, he could tell that the arena was closer to a tragic slaughterfest than a fighting tournament. Those who were 3-star and below were busy using tricks, and the inexperienced contestants fell for said tricks, which then satisfied the nobles who were watching. The veterans tortured their opponents, and the crowd would then cheer. That was the Cosmos Arena. Starting tomorrow, they'll start doing 4 or 5 groups per day. Then I'd be on the field after 4 days. Until then, he had to survive the nights in the arena, which was the most dangerous aspect. more than the battle itself. There were 147 people left in the arena living spaces. Out of 182 contenders, 35 had already died. About 10 of them actually died from battle, and the other 25 died while fighting in their cells before the real fights. Poisoning, assassination, and ambush were staple methods. There were also gang fights. Just sitting in one's room and trying to rest was a one-way ticket to hell. However, Jean couldn't just not sleep for the next 4 days. Having a light nap while in the audience seat was possible, but a deep sleep was impossible. I did get insomnia training during my cadet years, but this is the first time I'm trying to last 4 days. He had already thought of making some contestants his underlings and they could take turns resting. But is there anyone he could trust in this tournament? Trust them with his back, enough to protect him while he eats, sleeps, or rests until his battle. There was no one. About 70% of the contestants were plundering pirate outlaws, and about 20% were cunning gangsters. Still, the slightly better 10% were just regular knights who attended just to gain some experience since they didn't know much about the world. In simpler terms, they were incompetent, ordinary people, and most of them had already died. They were too naive to survive in the hellhole they were in. But if they were alive, Jean would team up with them anyways. Fuck it. I'll just stay awake. It's not like I'm the only tired one. The ones who'll try to kill me will also die of exhaustion. Shing. Jean unsheathed Bradamanti and set it on the ground as he sat down, making it easier for him to swing it as soon as someone attacked him. Time passed very slowly. While his senses were heightened, time felt as if it passed even slower knowing that there were 147 enemies outside his room. As he watched the time pass at a snail's pace, the sun eventually rose and illuminated the surroundings. And Jean was not attacked a single time. Did cutting off their fingers scare them off? I didn't think that no one would come to my room. Of course, that didn't mean that Jean could sleep tonight without worry. The others could be waiting for Jean to lower his guard. It seems that many fights broke out throughout the night. The contender count decreased from 147 to 140. And although not dead, there were many who were severely injured. As he satiated himself with dried food and water, the guide notified the start of the battles. There were battles scheduled all the way until the next morning. Rumble, rumble. With tired expressions, the contenders moved their feet. Just like last time, Jean waited for the crowd to die down before proceeding to the audience seats himself. And the events were the same as yesterday. He watched pathetic scuffles and returned to his room as the battles ended. Because murder was prohibited while in the audience seats, Jean could catch multiple light naps. Other contenders did the same, but it didn't really help with getting rid of the exhaustion. Another night came. For the 2 days Jean was at the arena, he didn't do anything other than chasing out the previous inhabitants of his room. Despite doing nothing, he felt like dying from acute exhaustion obviously caused by sleep deprivation. But he wouldn't be this tired just because of sleep deprivation. The fact that he had to heighten his senses and be prepared for battle for 2 straight days exhausted him most. It was hell. Today and tomorrow. Gotta hold on. They said that I can get actual time to rest during the preliminary rounds, so I have to clench my teeth and endure. It didn't matter. As long as his opponent wasn't Dante, he could destroy them with 20% of his power. Even if it was a talented veteran. Jean kept Bradamanti out, prepared to strike. Time again went slower than ever. Was it because of his accumulated exhaustion? He almost nodded off to sleep multiple times due to fatigue. And strangely, the night was quiet. There were occasional screams of death, but that was all. Yet again, no one attacked Jean that night. And the fact that no one did torture Jean. He confirmed that there were people who waited for him to lower his guard, but he felt humiliated realizing that he had no idea who was doing so. And as the day's 4th hour approached, a thought shot through Jin's brain. Do I just go out and kill all of them? Chills. Most of the contenders were bad people. However, he still debated whether it would be right to slaughter 100 people for no reason. Ha! I'm going crazy. As Sir Kashmir said, it's a dangerous competition. Phew! He took a deep breath and regained his composure. As a knight, He knew he could kill many people, but he didn't feel the need to become a mass slaughterer. And after 1 hour clop clop, he heard footsteps growing louder in the hallway. There was no way it was just a passerby. It had to be the movement of a person who intended to kill him. And so it begins? They could be going for someone else, but still, Jean silently picked up Bradamanti. The footsteps got closer, louder. They stopped in front of the room adjacent to Jin's. One more step and it would be Jin's room. He's going for me. Is he bold or stupid? He just comes at me like that? Or did he go crazy from lack of sleep? Jean stood and lowered his stance while firmly gripping his sword. As soon as the visitor came inside his cell, Jean planned on immediately striking. The man outside emitted a strong metallic stench, the smell of blood. And then, Jean heard an unexpected voice. "Wait, can we talk for a sec?" A husky voice. It was Dante. What the? Why is Dante coming to me? Suddenly, all kinds of thoughts went through his mind. Does he know who I am? If he does, did Baradin tell him? Did he come to settle our anticipated battle without waiting? Or none of that and just coincidentally came here? Jean could hear his heartbeat. If Dante was in a rested state, Jean couldn't win. But he couldn't decline the fight just because he was tired either. Talk. Jean concealed his nervousness and calmly asked. Yes. Jean thought for a bit before opening the door. Come in. Thanks. Thud. Huh. As soon as he came in, Dante kneeled on one knee, as if he couldn't control his body. While Jin's eyes widened, Dante spoke. I apologize for the request on our first meeting, but please, let me sleep. In exchange, I will guard you so that you can sleep. What do you mean? Just as I said. I can't endure much longer. I must sleep for at least an hour, so I won't go crazy. If it was like this, his limit was different. Like Jean, he kept his eyes wide open as he waited for potential assassins. But why me? What is there to trust about me? Yesterday I watched you. Unlike the others, you seemed like a real knight. Out of everyone, just you. Which is why I can trust. Z. Thud. ZZZZZZ. ZZZZZZZZ. Jean could only be surprised. What in the world is this guy? The audacity. On some aspects, he's worse than Baradin. There would be no problem slitting Dante's throat while he was vulnerable. He was fast asleep on the spot. Does the Hyran clan not do insomnia training? Either that or more contenders attacked him. Shuffle, shuffle. However, before his frustrations receded, Jean heard evident footsteps from people who tried to sneak and conceal them. It was the gang that waited for Dante to be knocked out, and at that moment Jean finally realized. Dante's pungent metallic smell. He came here after fending off the many enemies that went into his room. Unlike my room, which had no visitors, making the Hyran clan's next patriarch indebted to him wouldn't be bad at all. Jean covered Bradamanti with aura and prepared to fight the aggressors. Chapter 95. The Cosmos Arena, 6. 4 No. 5. Seeing that they poorly concealed their presence, Jean knew they weren't trained assassins. Additionally, their breaths were hoarse, which meant that they were very nervous. They would still be able to deal with Dante, who was exhausted to death. But they weren't enough to take care of Jean. I don't need to fight them in such a cramped space. I don't want to contaminate my living space with bloodstains. Stomp. Jean intentionally stomped towards the cell door, and the assassins stopped in place. Before his enemies could exchange signals. This isn't Paul Mick's room. Slash. Jean shot out like a bullet towards the cell door and slashed the assassins near the hallway wall. He didn't want to send them back with only severed fingers or hands. He had already done that on the first day to warn the rest of the attackers. The next time someone came to his room, they would not be losing a body part, but their life. Aw! Hearing the swing of a sword, the man behind the victim screamed instinctively. As Jean predicted, there were a total of 5 enemies. And since one just died, they were now down to 4. Amongst them, none saw how the first one died. After his battles with Elisa, Jin's swordsmanship improved significantly. Get him! Stab! His second strike exactly pierced the target's heart. The other three ran in simultaneously, but their movements were stiff due to nervousness. Coating the blade with venom didn't matter if the sword didn't hit anything. Jean easily dodged each poison-gleaming blade and continued to attack. We are not here to attack you. I know. You came to kill Paul Mick. But since you came to my room, it's the end for you. Every time Bradamanti's blade danced through air, blood flew and splattered. People in adjacent rooms stuck out their heads to watch the spectacle. However, they immediately returned to hiding, afraid that they would be associated with the fight. As Jean tried to clean up the rest of the assassins, something shining at the edge of the hallway caught the corner of his eye. He heard the pull of a bowstring and soon realized that the glimmer came from the light hitting an arrowhead. They even prepared a ranged attacker? Or maybe these guys were bait to begin with and they planned to shoot Dante when he comes out. Tang. He barely deflected the arrow. If he hadn't caught sight of the glimmer earlier, he would have gotten injured. Subsequently, more arrows flew. It looked like they prepared at least 10 archers. However, Jean had expected this much, so he used a corpse as a meat shield. Thud, 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 thud. As the arrows pierced through the corpse, Jean could see the arrowhead covered in yellow poison. These bastards. At this point, he was furious. Although they weren't his mortal enemies, he really wanted to know why they were going so far to get rid of some kids. I know that this contest is all about dirty, underhanded tricks, but this is too much. And these guys are too organized despite being average contenders. He threw the corpse away and ran towards the archers, jumping from wall to wall. He planned on leaving one alive for questioning. With what intention did they attack? And who ordered them to do this? Just as the first 5 had poor swordsmanship, the archers didn't have great aim. Things would have been different if Jean moved in a straight line, but instead, his sporadic movements prevented them from hitting him. I need to wrap it up ASAP. Someone might attack Dante while I'm not in my room. As he quickly closed the gap, his sword began to glow. Some of them began to run away, and Jean let them. He personally wanted to chase and execute them, but Dante's safety was his priority. Jean could kill them anytime, but getting the Hyran clan's prospective successor indebted to him was a rare opportunity. Slash. Slice. Heads fell to the ground. He didn't even need 10 seconds to kill 3 of the 4 who didn't escape. Save me. Shut up. Bam. Instead of attacking with his sword, Jean threw his fist at the last archer, rendering him unconscious. Soon after, he dragged his newly acquired hostage back to his room. The spectators who watched from their rooms didn't even make a sound. Phew. Hey, wake up. Slap, slap, slap. As soon as he returned to his room, Jean slapped the hostage awake. Meanwhile, Dante was still fast asleep. Yook. Irk. All right, starting now, I'm gonna ask you something, and you'll have to answer every time. If you answer to my satisfaction, I will send you back. If not, I'll send you to the sky. And if you don't answer within 3 seconds, you'll also go to the sky. Understood. He nodded. First, who are you guys? P-Pirates. I'll explain more. Please lower your sword. We're One-Eyed Joe's underlings. He's the winner of last year's Arena Rumble. Second, why are you going after Paul Mick? In such an organized way too. Captain Joe said that Paul Mick was an important figure in a big clan, so he told us to capture him. Did he say which clan? He said that it was probably our run candle. Jean instinctively grinned. You do this shit despite thinking that he's a run candle? Well, they say that ignorance is courage when combined with confidence. Why are your arrowheads poisoned, then? He asked for a hostage, not a corpse. We have an antidote. Then third, where is Joe? Is he also in the arena? No, he came as a spectator this year, and he only ordered us to capture Paul Mick. Dante entered this competition in Jin's past life as well, and that time he became these guys' hostage. The Hyran clan were able to retrieve Dante after giving them an inconceivable amount of money and solemnly swearing that they wouldn't take revenge. Like a butterfly effect, the Hyran clan faced internal failure and many consequences. Jean didn't know much about the backstory of the clan's internal failures due to its secrecy, but he knew that he had just changed history just by saving Dante. Just as this guy said, Dante was kidnapped last time. Then these pirate fuckers held him hostage and took a big bite out of the herons. Even if they were a renowned clan, if an important figure were to get caught, the clan could only be dragged along. Especially when the hostage was their next patriarch. Of course, if it were the Runcandle clan, they would just tell the pirates to kill the hostage and would proceed to slaughter the kidnappers, their families, acquaintances, and even unrelated individuals. Everyone would die. That was the Runcandle method, strikingly different from other big clans. Alright, perfect. I like it. I'll spare you. Tach, thank you. Instead, leave 2 fingers here. Ha! Just as I said. Leave 2 fingers here. If not, leave your head here. Losing one's fingers was better than getting beheaded. Krah! Ultimately, the pirate trudged back to his room after blowing off some information and leaving some of his fingers in Jin's room. The young Runcandle sat back down and waited for Dante to wake up. Dante woke up after 17 hours, around dinner time, and as soon as he awoke, Jean explained everything that happened since he passed out. He went on about how much he did to keep Dante's ass alive, and how he captured one guy and found out about One-Eye Joe as well as his gang of pirate gangsters. So they mistook me for a Runcandle and tried to capture me. That One-Eye Joe guy is definitely crazy. I find all of this absurd. Laughable. A Runcandle? Absurd. He let out a deep laugh and shook his head. Seeing Jin's soulless eyes, Dante continued. Since you are my savior, I must explain. As they suspected, I am a noble. Although I'm not a Runcandle, I'm a little embarrassed to tell you my clan's name. Will you understand if I just say that I'm a noble from the Vermont Empire? Dante thought that Jin's attitude would change if he revealed that he was a High Ran. While traveling with an alias, whenever his status got revealed, he had often seen his friends suddenly act like servants. Noticing Dante's intention, Jean cleared his throat and contained his laughter. Well, I don't need to tell him that I'm Jean Runcandle. He'll find out soon enough. And Baradin's fat mouth will blabber about it anyway. Jean nodded. I understand. Everyone has that moment when they want to conceal themselves. I appreciate it. Anyways, I'm very thankful that I came to you. If I kept fighting them, I wouldn't be able to fend them off for so long. I don't know how to repay this debt. Saying this, Dante's eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. You probably do not understand the great feat you have accomplished. A knight like you doesn't seem to want capital. I cannot express my gratitude with one great sword or anything material. No, it's not much. Inside, Jean felt good. He certainly knew that he successfully planted indebtedness inside Dante. Yes, I don't need a sword or money. I like the guilty, indebted heart that you have towards me. Dante concluded his thoughts and turned towards Jean. The best way is to offer my life to you. From now on, whenever you are in danger, whenever you need me, I will fight by your side with my life. I swear by my name. Do whatever you want. Anyways, as we promised, I'm gonna sleep, so just protect me well. Wake me up when Group 13 starts. Understood. And me protecting you right now is unrelated to my solemn swear. Yeah. Z. Jean instantly fell asleep just like Dante did in the morning. And as he stared at Jean, who slept soundly, Dante thought to himself, now that I think about it, I don't even know this guy's name. I hope we meet in the finals. Whatever the result, there is much to tell my parents. Chapter 96. The Cosmos Arena. 7. Jin's battles the next day were not that different from Dante's. His opponents were introduced with pretentious names like Helia's Demon King or something, but it took only 7 seconds to kill them. Once again, the audience went quiet, and Baradin led the crowd to cheer. This year's arena finalists must be those two. That Jean Grey fellow is incredible, but it'd be hard for the Runcandle provisional flag bearer. Who are you betting on? Jean Grey? Or Paul Mick? I'm still with Paul Mick. After seeing yesterday's fight, I contacted the main house and brought all of the money. You should bet on Paul Mick too. He's a run candle. A run candle. Who could beat a run candle when it comes to the sword? Good point. Jean showed off his amazing sword skill. But the nobles in the audience were already certain that Dante was the Run Candle clan's provisional flag-bearer. It was no longer just a rumor to them. More and more money accumulated onto Dante's pool, and not that many bet their money on Jean. Thanks to Jean, the other contestants naturally became irrelevant. The previous year's finalists, victors, and veterans who were supposed to lead the event seemed underwhelming. Damn it. Those kids are making it hard to touch some money this year. Most of the contestants were murder enjoyers, but as much as they enjoyed killing, what they wanted most was money. More than the grand prize of 1,000 gold coins for the competitors. Receiving a portion of the pool from the host was much more important. Should we just kill him off before the rest of the preliminaries? I think we can get M if the veterans band together. The distributed prize money for the winner would increase as more bets accumulated on one person. Others' fortune could only be a pain for the veterans. Hold on. Did you not see the one-eyed pirates get destroyed? This year's contest is those kids' stage. If you want to save your life, you gotta stay out of it. God damn it. Since the veterans' mood was this sour, the other contestants had to team up amongst themselves. Until the end of the preliminaries, let's fight minimally. That way we can come back next year and earn money. We can also bully the newbies too. The veterans' plan was to manipulate the victory. They planned to stage ambiguous battles, without killing each other. That way they could guarantee easy money by distributing the bets. The guide relayed all this information to Cosmos. Ha! So they're plotting something, eh? Bullshitting the fight to bathe in some money. What should we do? If the competition gets boring, then we'll have some problems next year. Cosmos scratched his gold tooth with his index finger and shook his head. Change the preliminaries around. Make sure that Paul Mick and Jean Grey don't awkwardly meet and fight each other in the quarterfinals of something. They have to meet in the finals. Are you sure? The most important part of the show is to give what the audience wants. They want this duel more than the Slaughterfest, so it's all we can do. Instead, make sure they can't bet anymore, and increase the other guy's distribution pay. Then who should meet Jean Grey and Paul Mick throughout the rest of the preliminaries? Stick them with the one-eyed pirates. We can't let the other veteran contenders die, since we gotta use them next year. There's going to be a lot of dissent from One-Eyed Joe if he hears about it. Cosmos burst into laughter. You idiot. If Paul Mick really is Jean Runcandle, do you think he'll live? The one-eyed pirates were done for as soon as they pissed him off. Don't worry about it. Good point. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The remaining rounds in the preliminaries proceeded quickly. As much as it was staged, it wasn't as bloody or brutal as the previous years. The veterans just broke some bones and effortlessly wrapped up their eventless battles, causing angry shouts to ensue from the spectators. They could tell that the fights were staged. Despite this, however, no one left their audience seats. They knew that, after all of the boring battles, they would be able to see the duel between Jean and Dante. And every time Jean or Dante faced a one-eyed pirate in the arena, oh, Paul Mick. Although neither of the crowd favorites really did anything special, the crowd would go wild. The two didn't even need to brutally murder their opponents. The two fellows finished their battles within 1 or 2 swings of the sword. From the preliminary rounds all the way to the semifinals, all of their battles easily ended like that. And finally came the finals. They finally face each other today. The entirety of the audience awaited their appearance. Baradin had come out to watch without sleeping a wink due to anxiety. Who do you think will win between those two? Baradin asked his bodyguards. Paul Mick. Seeing the previous battles, I think that Paul Mick's swordsmanship is better. You think? Youngest master, what are your predictions? I bet on Jean. About 100,000 gold. How much? 100,000. You've bet too much. If Jean Grey wins, would Cosmos be able to match that amount? The odds are 3 to 1. I don't think such a pirate would have that much money. No, they're bigger than we thought. They can pay as much as 300,000 gold. If they sell some of their islands, that is. Oh, they're starting. Cosmos walked out to the middle of the arena. Thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you once again today. I, Pirate King Cosmos. Thank you for being here for the grand finals. Cosmos bowed towards the audience. Woo-woo. Many cheered after seeing him introduce himself. Fuck off and just bring out the kids. Yeah, just proceed with the finals. You dumb pirate fuck. And there were also those who swore at him. Cosmos could only feel disappointment. Usually, the audience would shower him with cheers and flowers for hosting such a great show. These stupid noble bastards. When was it that you gave me a thumbs up for inventing the best show in the world? Starting next year, I'm gonna raise the entrance fee. Cosmos stood up, hiding his dissent. Yes, I understand. Paul Mick and Jean Grey. I'm sure you are itching to see their battle. Why don't we call them, then? Paul Mick. Paul Mick. Dante was more popular than Jean. It was unavoidable since the audience thought that he was a run candle. As Dante entered the arena, there were many who screamed their hearts out for him. All right, and his opponent, the nameless teenage swordsman, Jean Grey. As Jean entered the stadium, the cheers were significantly quieter. Instead, there were many who had their hands together on their forehead, praying for their desired outcome. They were the gambling addicts who saw the threefold gambling multiplier and brought all of their life savings to use for betting. Despite their misprediction of Dante being the Run Candle's provisional flag bearer, people definitely thought that he would defeat Jean. Until now, Dante had freely and skillfully handled his sword and crescent slashes, and Jean had not. So, the people who bet on Jean prayed for his victory. Jean Grey. Let's go. Baradin stood up and screamed with bloodshot eyes. Let's go. Other audience members who bet on Jean began to scream as well. Go where, you sick fuck. Of course, Jean didn't give them a single glance and walked to his side of the arena. He felt significant pressure. Not because of the gamblers who bet their lives on the line, but because he was uncertain if he could actually defeat Dante. Jean Run Candle and Dante High ran. The two faced each other with a calm expression. Unlike their other fights, they purposefully left 30 steps between each other. One more step would be within striking range. They were standing still, but a crippling tension stifled the two contenders. As the audience went silent, Cosmos opened his mouth once more. Oh my, I didn't think that my arena would become like this. This is like watching a dueling championship between famous clans. Then, let's begin the final battle. 2. The pirates blew the horns and Cosmos ran out. The two contenders slowly unsheathed their swords. Simultaneously, they conjured their aura, and their swords began to glow. There's no opportunity to strike. Jean could not make the first move as per usual. Even without clashing swords, he knew that Dante's swordsmanship was better than his. He felt it ever since he first watched Dante's fights. As for Dante, he couldn't strike first as well, but not because he thought Jean was better. Strangely, I sense something ominous. I don't know what it is, but something's up. After hitting 7-star, it was the first time Dante felt uncertainty while in the presence of a sub-6-star, and he fell into a dilemma. Does he use all his energy to finish the battle quickly, or does he observe his opponent and slowly wear him out? To begin with, he never entertained the idea of losing, never thought that he would lose to Jean. This sense of foreboding must mean that you prepared something to face me. In that case, I should take it slow. Thinking that he should be extremely cautious, Dante stepped forward. He chose to take precaution instead of closing the gap and finishing the battle quickly. At that moment, Jean smiled in his mind. I guess you chose to carefully take me on. It means that my chances of defeating you just increased by 10%. Jean had already planned a method to defeat Dante. He, as well, never considered losing this fight. Chapter 97. The Cosmos Arena. 8. One step forward. Jean matched Dante's movement and closed the gap a little more. Subsequently, Dante took another step, and Jean mirrored it again, prudently searching for an opportunity to attack. This is more nerve-wracking than I thought. 5 more steps and Dante will start his HMF. Jean unconsciously stopped. He had a strong feeling that Dante's attack would begin earlier than expected. Left? Right? His eyes flickered to the left, then to the right. Then, as he focused his attention back to the middle, Dante had disappeared. Swoosh! And the familiar sound of a sword traveling through the air went to his ear. Irk! Surprised, Jean raised Bradamante, and Dante smiled as he flew towards Jean. Clang! The impact that traveled through the sword hilt was incredible, as if an explosion occurred within his sword. Within the heavy blow was an energy as sharp as shattered obsidian. If Jean even lacked a little less hip and lower body strength, his stance would have collapsed immediately. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, he calmly took steps towards the left to retreat from Dante. I tried it, thinking that there was a possibility of it working, but as expected, it didn't. Disappointed, Dante licked his lips. Jean cracked an awkward smile instead of responding. He's faster than I thought? The battle could have finished on the first sword swing. Jin's entire body was covered in goosebumps, and his back was covered in sweat. All the while, Dante looked very carefree. This is like Lady Elisa's top speed. If it weren't for the 110 battles that we had, there would be no way I blocked that attack. What kind of observation game is this, crazy bastard? You tried to finish it in a single strike. Although a little surprised, he could feel that he improved and grew a lot. Additionally, and if this is his top speed, it's super winnable. He was certain. With this certainty, Jean also thought that, if Dante could attack any faster, there was no way of winning. Whoom! As Jean prepared to swing his sword, Dante's blade was covered in a more potent aura. If I can't win with speed, I'll do it with strength. Just what I wanted. Jean had no time to respond. Dante had already begun to swing his sword, and Jean was still gathering his aura to defend. He was too slow. Boom! Bob-um! Boom! Every time their blades met, sounds of explosion echoed. Instead of 2 sharp weapons, it sounded as if 2 blunt weapons were hitting each other. Hooyah! Is this really a fight between kids? Compliments could be heard all over the audience. They all expected a great battle between the two, but they didn't think it would be this entertaining. Baradin, oblivious of his sweaty hands, clenched his fists. In the beginning, Jean looked as if he was being pushed to a corner. But as each second passed, he caught up to Dante's tempo. When they were about 20 swings into the fight, the two looked evenly matched. That was his top speed. Jean was certain of it after matching swords multiple times. No matter how talented Dante was, there was no way a 19-year-old could surpass the speed and strength of a former Vermont Special Forces agent. All Jean had to do now was to hold on. Dante only increases his speed at strategic moments to ration his energy. I just need to barely match his tempo until he gets exhausted. Jin's plan to take down Dante was simple. He would utilize the only trait that he had an advantage in against Dante: stamina. I felt it when he came to my room. Dante has shockingly great skill, but his stamina is very low. Dante's body didn't complement his skill, and that was his weakness. He was 19 but looked around 13 or 14. He had a very small physique, which made it hard to believe that he was 19. He could raise his power and strength using his aura, but altering his endurance was beyond his range of ability. If his stamina were as great as his sword skill, then he would have never requested Jean for help. On the other hand, Jean was blessed with the Runcandle clan's renowned physique. His physical strength, endurance, recovery rate, and agility surpassed most if not all human beings. He could survive the nights in the arena without Dante. But the same could not be said for Dante. The key is how fast Dante realizes that my stamina is far greater than his. Dante's stamina was incomparable to Jin's. Dante had always attempted to overcome his weakness, dripping blood and sweat. He also executed inconceivable amounts of training, which was why it was hard for Dante to realize that he still lacked one major trait compared to the 16-year-old in front of him. Outclassed by innate talent. You're holding on well. If you have something coming, you should bring out all of it now. Starting now, I'm gonna get a little faster. If I bring out everything I have, you'll get depressed, idiot. Your jokes are pretty average, just like you. I like that. Slash. Dante's blade slit Jin's thigh. It wasn't a deep cut, but blood still splattered. Jin gritted his teeth. It was close. If it were a little deeper, it would have been fatal. I'm gonna have to let him get some shallow cuts on me. The problem was the need to dodge every lethal swing. Since the tempo was faster, Dante's stamina would deplete faster. However, as Jin received more shallow wounds, he also got gradually exhausted. Losing blood meant that he was also losing stamina. Conversely, I can't give him a single scratch until he gets tired. Still, with hopes of victory, Jin gritted his teeth and kept dodging. As long as he maintained his current speed, he extrapolated that he could continue with the battle for at least an hour. But that guy will go for the win at some point. Dante wasn't an idiot. Although it looked as if Jin was losing and Dante was carefree, there was no way Dante would be oblivious of Jin's plan. Ultimately, he would find a way to outplay Jin's defense plan. Evading that attack was crucial. Another cut on the shoulder. And while dodging a storm of jabs, Jin got a cut on his hand, almost letting go of his sword. He backed off, tore off a part of his coat with his teeth, and wrapped his hand to cover the wound. Dante tilted his head in confusion. He's done for. End him. Just a little more, Paul Mick. All of the spectators who had bet their money on Dante began to shout and scream. To their eyes, Jin looked like he was getting single-handedly beaten, so they thought the battle was soon to be over. However, Dante finally realized it. He knows that he has more stamina than me, so he's dragging out the battle. And finally I know that you were also using an alias, Jin Runcandle. If he was a Runcandle, he would have an inconceivable endurance beyond Dante's. Knowledge, putting aside the cuts on the thigh, shoulder, and hand, if Jin possessed a normal body, he should have fainted during the shockwaves from the clashing of swords. Dante mouthed Jin's real name, and Jin smiled. So you figured it out? Hoo-hoo. Jin felt that Dante's breaths were getting hoarse. His own breaths weren't the same as in the beginning of the fight, but he still had more breathing room than Dante. I guess it's my turn now. As the audience's energy and screams continued to fill the arena. This time, Jin charged towards Dante. The spectators, who had their money on Jin, stood and screamed, "Let's go! Let's fucking go!" Jin, who had been on the defensive the entire fight, began to attack. And Dante began to look back to see where it all went wrong. Damn it! I should have finished him off at the beginning. He didn't need much time to make that conclusion. If he didn't have that sense of foreboding at the beginning, Dante would have already won. Then what was that feeling? My instincts were telling me that a careless attack would be dangerous. Dante could not work out that what he sensed was due to Jin's two suppressed abilities, spiritual energy, and magic. If Jin used those abilities, Dante wouldn't even stand a chance. An inherent terror that came from a stronger opponent. Clang! Clang! Jin swung Bradamanti with all his might and began his attack. Dante's stance staggered, urging him to back off. Jin only did a single movement in each attack. The swing he practiced 10,000 times with maximum effort every day. One that he could replicate 3,000 times. Jin Runcandle, you monster. You still had this much energy left. On top of that, how is a simple swing so heavy? Jin continued with the same vertical swing, and Dante could not easily escape from it. Each time Bradamanti fell on him, it felt as if a massive wall pressed upon him. He had neither the time nor strength to change his stance. At this rate, in a few minutes, Dante would experience an embarrassing defeat to the same swing. So he had to come to a decision. Do I have to use the clan's secret technique? Unlike Jin, who hadn't learned any secret decisive killing moves, Dante had already mastered multiple secret techniques from his clan. These attacks had the potential to flip the battle completely. He could easily use it with his remaining energy. However, he was faced with a dilemma. But I don't want to kill you. If he used his secret technique, then Jin would certainly die. which prevented him from using it. Although they had only met a few days ago, Jean was a very important person to him. A savior, a worthy opponent, a mountain that the Hyran clan must overcome. The Runcandle clan's youngest son, a friend. Dante made a conflicted expression while sorting out his thoughts, and Jean knew exactly what he was feeling. He's hesitating because he doesn't want to kill me. If not, he would have gone for the win by now. Clink. Jean sheathed his sword and looked Dante in the eye before speaking. I am Jean Runcandle. Don't go easy on me. Dante Hyran. BR datum C bogus equals 1. Chapter 98. The Cosmos Arena 9. The two had stopped moving, but the audience continued to shout and scream. Even though the tables had turned significantly, with hope in their bets, the people contributed to the loud noise. Jin's words were overpowered by the wild crowd, and the two just stood and stared. Don't go easy on me. Hearing those words, Dante felt embarrassed. Yeah, could look like that. It could look like I'm going easy on you. In whatever situation, refusing to hurt the opponent meant failure as a warrior. That was disgraceful while confronting an enemy, and even more disrespectful in front of a worthy opponent. Is there anything more embarrassing than going easy on an opponent that I value? The problem wasn't whether or not to use his secret technique. It was whether or not he would try his best without hesitation. Ending the battle without doing so would be pointless regardless if he won or lost. I apologize for showing such disgrace. Let's start anew. Dante pointed his sword at Jean, meaning to tap swords to represent respect for each other. Jean used his sword to tap Dante's, emitting a soft musical sound of metal, hitting metal, and at that moment they experienced a weird feeling. The shouts and screams grew faint, like an echo traveling in a canyon. Their surroundings blurred and gradually became dark. In their world, it was just the two of them, standing in front of each other. They both trusted that either one of them would put up an exhilarating fight. They didn't need to talk to share this feeling. It was a common hallucination that swordmasters enter when dueling their rival. Then let's begin. Phew. Who? They simultaneously took a deep breath. It was difficult to tell who struck first as they clashed swords. Unlike their respectful sword taps in the beginning, the impact of their blades caused blinding sparks to scatter. Sounds akin to explosions, the screech of metallic friction, and wind echoing throughout, aura flickering everywhere. As if his exhaustion was a lie, Dante swung his sword more energetically than before. Jean, as well, channeled the rest of his energy in his attacks with a shout. Because of the impact, blood and sand splattered and sprayed throughout the arena. In a moment where they should be cheering, the crowd grew quiet from shock. In their eyes, the two fighting teens looked like giants, and they didn't dare to blink lest they would miss a moment of the fight. It had been 10 years since the arena had opened, but they never had a moment like this. The spectators, who originally came to watch a cruel slaughterfest, were now blessed with a spectacle. They were witnessing a duel between two talented knights. At this point, the gambling aspect of the arena became irrelevant. Of course, once the battle finished, some would be laughing and some would be crying. Still, as of this moment, everyone was astonished by the fight. Maybe I kind of underestimated Dante. I was sure he was exhausted, but where did this power come from? Blood dripped from Jin's lip. He was too busy deflecting Dante's attacks to notice that he had been biting his lip. Dante's feel for the sword was a God-given talent, but his strength and stamina were painfully average. No, how much effort did this undersized boy, who was born with below-average physical traits, put into training? How many times did he kneel in despair before overcoming his fatal flaw? Those who trained until death could notice the amount of effort in others. For Jean in his past life, he remembered the seemingly eternal hell of being unable to overcome the one-star wall despite having the Runcandle's blessed body. So he could easily picture Dante's past. Him curled up like a little ball in a dark training room, staring at his small and frail body in the mirror with distress. He who trained and whipped himself until he was on the verge of death and exhaustion. And in all those moments, he never let go of his sword, just like his own past life. However, unlike the past Jean, Dante persisted through each hardship. Makes me shed a tear. Dante's hoarse and husky voice was born from all of the shouts and screams he channeled in order to overcome his challenges. Shudder, shudder. Dante began to tremble. From wandering through hopelessness to becoming the prospective successor of the Hiran clan and having the motivation to try harder and harder after each tiring day. Simply because he was one with his sword. If he weren't, even if he were a noble in an empire, life would merely be a boring stage play. Dante was like that. Jean Runcandle. Runcandle's 13th young master. As each strike of the blade vibrated throughout his body, Dante thought about Jean. You were born with everything you needed. The bloodline of every knight's dream. A durable body that came from the blessed bloodline. Jean, who became a 5-star at the age of 15 and was now 16, could face Dante head-on. The most talented among the talented. Why am I feeling desperation from you, then? Despite being born into a world considered a heaven for knights, you act as if you've been watching this heavenly world from afar. Why are you so desperate? Why, despite being born with everything, do you have such emotions dyed in your blade? Is it because being the heir to the throne is far from reach as the youngest son? No, you are not an earthly being to fuss about hierarchy. Is it just to become the best in the world? Or is it because you had lived many days of hopelessness and despair? Are you saying you had more days of anguish than I did? Who are you, Jean Runcandle? No, it doesn't matter who you are. Today is the day I prove that my efforts weren't in vain. Crackle. As he exerted force into his sword's handle, Dante could feel cracks crawling throughout the bones in his hands. Excruciating pain traversed his body, yet he didn't falter. Instead, he smiled. Crack. Every time he swung his sword, his bones would suffer from more fissures, but his movements didn't change in the slightest. Not even his shoulders, chest, waist, and feet. Although his stance began to fall apart, Dante did not despise his weak body. I'm just fighting because I love to. Dante was smiling as Jean began to dominate the battle. He knew he couldn't do anything about it. Dante's body is falling apart? While Jean felt the sword closer than his skin, he could feel Dante's exhaustion through each clash of their swords. Once he felt that his victory was within reach, Jean felt anger more than joy. Why are you not using your clan's decisive killing move? Are you hiding another skill that I don't know about? He was wrong. Dante staggered back, looking as if he were a beast that had used all of its energy. Although his eyes glimmered with a burning fighting spirit, he was truly on the verge of fainting. You definitely had the chance. You still don't hesitate to slash me. So why? It was now Jin's turn to decide. Do I slash him, or do I not? He didn't need to think for long. Putting away my sword would mean disrespecting you. Clang. Jin swung a horizontal swipe. Dante deflected the blow, but his body shook. Barely maintaining his balance, Dante felt more bones breaking in his body. Before he could turn his head and track Jin's movements, Bradamanti was already on its second strike. Thankfully, there was hesitation in the blade. You bastard! Why? Gritting his teeth, Jin changed the trajectory of his swing, which was supposed to slash through Dante's chest. Because he forced his sword to move unnaturally, his hands cramped up. Bradamanti flew out of Jin's hands, and Dante aimed his sword towards Jin's throat. It looked like it was purposefully aimed. However, before he could even thrust it, his body lost all control. In fact, Dante had already lost consciousness before Jin's second attack. Thud. Dante fell on the dirt floor. Jin rapidly blinked and breathed coarsely as he stared down at him. Time seemed to stop in the ensuing silence. At that moment, the audience held their breath. And as for Jin, he had many complex feelings. Victory aside, millions of complicated emotions heated his body. He prayed that Dante didn't die. However, he was certain that he died, but he felt a little scared to check. Instinctively, he sat on the ground beside his body and checked for his pulse. Jin couldn't feel anything due to his own blood pumping through his fingers. We have to call a doctor. The moment he tried to yelp for a doctor or anyone who could treat Dante, an audience member jumped out of the spectator area and into the arena. Young master. Bodyguards followed the teenager into the arena. Baradin Zipfel's hands glowed with a warm, green light as he sprinted on the dirt. He was already preparing a healing spell halfway through the battle, worried that he would lose either one of his friends. Baradin, don't worry, I'll save him. Baradin kneeled beside Dante and chanted a spell. Then he cast 2 more. Baradin had cast 3 healing spells consecutively, displaying his insane talent for magic. However, at this very moment, Jean was only concerned about Dante. Baradin's expression didn't look great as he chanted the spell. Not even 10 seconds had passed, yet his entire body was drenched in sweat. Jean wondered how much mana he channeled. Even though he was using a spell that could instantly heal a fatal wound, Dante's eyes were not opening. While Jean and Baradin's hearts ached, the young Zipfel lowered his hands and shook his head. Shit, this isn't something that could be healed with magic. All of Dante's insides were messed up. Not a single bone was intact. In fact, his broken body was burning with aura. Not even Holy King Mykelin could revive him with a miracle. Jean. Baradin whispered Jin's name. Baradin, Dante is... Listen well. This will stay between the 3 of us. Following his words, Baradin revealed something from his cloak. Chapter 99. The Cosmos Arena. 10. Young Master. That's... As soon as they saw the object that Baradin revealed, the guards' faces turned white in fear. The young Zipfel put his index finger over his puckered lips. Quiet, and use your capes to cover us up. The guards bit their lips and surrounded Baradin, Jean, and Dante with their capes. The crowd began to chatter, whispering amongst themselves at the sudden turn of events. No one detested Baradin's actions after seeing the Zipfel's insignia on the guards' capes. The Zipfel clan? That fellow was a Zipfel? Oh, what will you do? When that Zipfel cheered for Jean Grey, you swore at him to cheer for Paul Mick. Yeah, maybe I'll go home first. As soon as the Zipfel coat of arms was revealed, everyone, including the pirates, became as quiet and calm as a flock of sheep. Even Cosmos, the host, did not dare to step into the ring to intervene with the current state of events. Shit's going down. Did he come to kidnap Paul Mick because he's a run candle? Damn it. One wrong move and I'll be saying goodbye to my pirate life. I must act professionally. Everyone, close your eyes. And plug your ears. Cosmos shouted. The charismatic host who warmly welcomed his audience suddenly ordered the sealing of the senses. It was a very laughable situation, but the audience actually listened to his orders. Not a single person smiled or laughed. The Zipfel clan was not a force to be reckoned with. That fellow, he knows what's going on. Maybe I can discount 100,000 gold from my winnings. Baradin had pulled out some kind of gemstone. At first glance, it was a spherical ruby. However, upon closer look, it had a much deeper shade of red, as if it were blood compressed together. And they detected an ineffably weird energy from it. That's... Jean had also seen it from somewhere, but he could not exactly remember what it was. It wasn't something he saw physically, but something he saw through a textbook when he was a student. It's numerous blood. The moment Baradin divulged its name, Jin's jaw dropped. Numerusal, the god of hope who disappeared because of a few incidents before the rise of the Holy Kingdom of Vankila. All numerous left before disappearing were 8 teardrops and 100 drops of blood, and humans led a bloody history. In order to collect these artifacts, numerous tear was an item that could resurrect the dead. On the other hand, resurrecting the dead wasn't easily possible with numerous blood. However, it could heal any injury or sickness with ease. So far, 70 drops of blood had been used, and the rest were still missing. It was the most pursued artifact at first, but as it became more rare, its existence became a myth. And one of those mythical objects was shining in front of him. What? Using this on Dante now? Although numerous blood was a tier lower than the tier, it could not be replicated anywhere. The run candles and Zipfels were still searching with bloodshot eyes for more copies. And the Zipfels had one of them. In fact, it wasn't even the patriarch who had it. It was in the hands of Baradin, who came out for a trip. Jean could not understand. It implied that the Zipfel clan exclusively reserved the blood for Baradin. The world's greatest clan, the Zipfels, only had 2 of the gemstones. SHH. Let's keep this between us. Me, you, and Dante. Jean couldn't ask why he was going to use it on Dante. From a rational perspective, Baradin's actions were unreasonable. Although the Hyran clan was smaller than the Zipfel clan, they were still competing with each other. And Dante was the prospective successor of that clan. As of the moment, Dante's death was the best-case scenario for Baradin. However, I also feel the same. Although Dante's death is beneficial for the run candles, since he put away his sword at the last moment. Baradin grinned. I'm sure I don't need to explain to you why I'm doing this. Baradin placed numerous blood near Dante's mouth and spoke. Using magic, he cracked the gemstone, and a red mist emerged. The crimson clouds of energy slowly slid like water into Dante's mouth. Oh, and no need to thank me. Losing a rival is as sad as losing a friend. Am I right? Flinch. As soon as numerous blood entered his body, Dante reacted. They couldn't see what was happening within him, but his pale face gradually reclaimed its normal color. Baradin Zipfel, I didn't think you would do something like this. Jean never thought that he would be so unpredictable, doing a massive favor for another person who was no different than an enemy. He wasn't an easily judgeable character. While Jean trapped himself in complicated thought, he had one clear emotion. He has a cool side to him. Poi. Dante breathed hoarsely, as if he came out of water. Shocked, he looked at his own body in amazement. He knew that he escaped from the verge of death. How in the world? Let's have a drink after the closing ceremony. Dante. You're gonna tag along, right, Jean? Don't say no. And whenever we meet anywhere, it would be nice if you noticed me. Jean remembered dismissing Baradin at the Run Candle banquet. Jean chuckled. Sure. As Dante slowly stood, Cosmos looked around and concluded that the issue was resolved. Then he knew what the 3 teens needed as of the current moment, to make it look as if nothing had happened. In reality, the audience didn't know what transpired underneath the cloaks, just assumptions that Baradin treated Dante with his magic. However, everyone questioned the young Zipfel's actions upon helping Paul Mick, who was assumed to be a run candle. Still, no one expressed curiosity as they valued their own life. Alrighty, that was a heated battle. The victor is the nameless teenage swordsman, Jean Grey. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. *************. The closing ceremony began that night. The arena that was once filled with murder and assassination became a place of celebration. Whenever they had the chance, the surviving contestants sprayed wine on the floor to honor the dead contenders. Usually, everyone would start stuffing their faces with great amounts of food. However, people merely drank wine, not daring to eat before a Zipfel. The victor, Jean Grey. Please step forward. Jean stepped towards the podium made out of stacked wine bottles. Cosmos waited in front of him with a trophy made out of shark bones as well as a bag containing 1,000 gold coins. And at Cosmos's feet was a small treasure chest. It was the secondary prize. He could choose between 1,000 gold or the chest with an unknown prize inside it. Alrighty, choose your prize. Gold or treasure chest. What do you choose? Just give me both. Jean responded, tired of the place. Laughter exploded from the audience. In the history of the arena, it wasn't the first time the victor requested for both of the prizes. But never this blunt. I didn't get to sleep for the first few days, and I almost killed Dante while fighting him. Risking my life to take these pathetic prizes, and to choose only one. He could not accept it. Remembering the wave of despair when he thought Dante was dead, Jean thought that even owning Cosmos's entire pirate gang didn't satisfy his frustration. I understand that you want to have it all, haha. But you see, kid, we have this thing called tradition. And I can annihilate that history and tradition today. Cosmos frowned then nodded. Yeah, okay buddy. Take it all. At that point, Cosmos and the spectators knew that Jean was some hotshot from a famous clan. The Pirate King let him do as he pleased simply because he didn't want to mess with him. This runt kind of feels like he's from the Hidden Palace. Starting next year, I'll make sure to do thorough background checks. Make sure that there are only lowly runts who I can control. After the ceremony, while the drunkards rampaged the arena, Jean and Dante reconciled in the cell they first met, together with Baradin, who escaped from his bodyguards. Wow, you two lived here for multiple days? My goodness, I wouldn't even survive one day. Even my clan stables are better than this. Baradin cracked open the luxurious wine, which he ordered the bodyguards to bring before the event. Glug, glug. While each goblet was filled, Jean passed the bag of gold to Dante. You're giving it to me? Yes, you take it. But you're the victor. Well, don't take it if you don't want it, then. Dante stared at the bag, then shook his head. No, I shall take it. Although the Hyran clan has a lot of money, I will place this upon a pedestal when I get home, to commemorate this moment. With a lifted mood, Dante took the bag and shook it. A solid jingling sound echoed throughout the cell. Seeing Dante's look of satisfaction, Baradin licked his lips in disappointment. Jean, me too. Gimme something too. Some souvenir. Today was a special day for me too. Eyes glimmering, Baradin put his 2 hands forward. Do it yourself. Jean would have responded heartlessly. However, since Baradin really did something special today, he felt kind enough to offer him something. Jean wanted to keep the shark bone trophy with his name on it, so only the treasure chest was left. Thinking of a good idea, Jean nodded. Wait a sec. Clack. Jean broke the lock and opened the chest. This was the first time he revealed the contents of the box. Paper. Inside the box was a poorly drawn topographic treasure map with an X near the middle. Oh, there's ancient texts on there. I've never seen those characters before. Interesting. Give that treasure map to me. No, your souvenir is the box. Take it. Oh, that's great too. Thanks. One guy says that he'll display the bag of gold on a pedestal, and the other is thankful for some garbage. Are they idiots? Jean chuckled. As he laughed, the other 2 began to laugh as well. Then, Jean straightened his expression, and the others coughed. Hey, Dante Hyran, let me ask you something. Oh, ahem. What would you like to know? Why didn't you use your secret technique? I'm sure I said to not go easy. Dante scratched the back of his head and responded. You did not use your secret power and went easy on me too. Therefore, I didn't think that my secret technique would make it a fair fight. Chapter 100, Frenemy, his heart dropped. Dante Hyran. There's no way. Did he detect my magic and spiritual energy? Recently, the number of people who knew about his alternative powers increased. However, it was power that should not go public yet. Jean tried his best to conceal his nervousness and looked Dante straight in the eyes. Hidden powers? What do you mean by that? What's this? Jean, did you already learn the Runcandle clan's decisive killing moves? Baradin abruptly joined the conversation. Since he became a 7-star magician, he awaited a similar growth from Jean as well. It was just a hunch. There was never a time where my guts lied to me during a battle. I knew from the moment we clashed swords, whether I can win or lose, stuff like that. And even though your swordsmanship seemed to be duller than mine, I still felt like I would lose. Really? How cool. Ultimately, I failed, so my hunch was correct. However, if you really didn't have any secret techniques or powers, then I held back for nothing. At Dante's words, Jean just smiled outwardly. But inside, he was surprised. Dante's hunch was spot on. Anyways, be prepared. The next time we fight, I will give it my all. Jean, Dante. Me too. I'm awaiting the day we all lead our respective clans and have a legendary battle. Dante's and Baradin's eyes glimmered with fighting spirit. Although they were sitting in a circle with a wine glass in hand at the moment, they would have to fight each other someday. Enemies that were friends, friends that were enemies. Their relationship was like that. However, when the time comes, I don't think I can kill you. As silence ensued, Dante was trapped in his thoughts. But on that topic, becoming allies after fighting wouldn't be that bad. Just settling on a victory and becoming good friends again and all. Baradin broke the silence while scratching the back of his head. I would have never thought the prospective successor of the Zipfel clan would speak such soft words. It's just a hope. Hope. You mess up a little and you both die to me, Oh, but besides that, the craziest thing happened to me. What is it, Baradin? Dante showed interest, and Baradin clenched his fist. You know the Akin Kingdom? It's a kingdom that's part of the Luteromagic Federation, and apparently, someone impersonated me there last year. Jean would have spat the wine in his mouth, but he safely retained composure. Ha! Is that true? In the land of the Luteromagic Federation, impersonating you, a man with no brain. So what happened? Surprisingly, they haven't caught the culprit. Apparently, the impersonator destroyed the underground organization known as Teasing. A very weird intent. And the clan's investigators can't find anything. Why not put a bounty? Doing that means soiling the Zipfel name, Dante. It's basically advertising that the all-powerful Zipfels can't find a measly impersonator. Jean calmly explained, and Baradin nodded. Exactly. And recently we lost Lord Andre. It isn't something to bring up right now. Oh, Jean, it wasn't to make you uncomfortable. It isn't even confirmed that the Runcandle clan is the culprit behind his death. But what if it is? To Jin's question, Dante coughed and glanced at Baradin. The young Zipfel shrugged. We, as well, killed many from Runcandle. It's just a debt-repaying relationship. So when the time comes, it'll be equal. And to be honest, I didn't really like him. In fact, I hated him. So the prospective successor of the Zipfel clan did. Not like the old geezer of a second-in-command. I don't think that's something you should say without caution. What do you think, Baradin? Jean calmly spoke. He wondered why Baradin didn't like Andre. Is it because Andre lost the way of the pure magicians by using the demon god's orb? Or just his different, perversive temperament? Either way, the orb should be a big deal for the entirety of the Zipfels. But before that, does Baradin even know about the orb? Seeing him, I'm sure he'll have some sense of hesitation for human experimentation or gathering contractors for the orb, but he would do it anyway. It could be related to the reason he disliked Andre. But it wasn't something Jean could ask about. It's just something I say. I can say that I don't like someone simply because I don't like them. We're close enough to say that stuff, right? I believe we are. Ho-ho. Hearing you say such complaints, I've also thought of annoying stories from my clan. Someday, I shall get rid of all of those peasants, pointlessly blabbering about personal problems within the clan in front of the enemy. An act only an idiot could do. Dante is definitely a certified idiot, but I don't know about Baradin. He's definitely not the average guy. In addition to that, using numerous blood for Dante, bringing up the dead Andre and saying that he hated him, it was hard for Jean to pinpoint Baradin's intent. Within a few seconds, Baradin raised his voice again in fury. Oh shoot, the conversation strayed too much. Anyways, the impersonator. We can't put a bounty or anything, but we couldn't just gloss over it. We're thinking of putting the high-star magicians into investigation. Oh, you're deploying 8-star magicians to catch a mere impersonator? The Zipfel clan truly is a great clan. What do you mean? The Hyran clan can do that as well. Jean, what do you think? If I were you, I'd just say that there was no impersonator and that I destroyed the Teasings. What? By your words, the culprit used your name to destroy an underground organization. Did he harm the kingdom's citizens? No, it's the opposite. Recently, Akin seems to be having a festival every day. It appears that the Teasing's corruption was insane. Then it'd be better to take credit for the outcome. In fact, since the culprit hasn't been caught, he'll probably impersonate you again. As the tale grows longer, it'll be easier to catch. Deploying high-star magicians would be foolish. Good point. I guess I was going too far. I should ponder on this more. If you catch the culprit, please inform me. I would like to see such a courageous man. All right. For the time being, Dante, make sure to visit one of our banquets. I'll make sure to send an invitation. The three spent the night talking and drinking. Apart from Dante and Baradin, Jean reserved his words for one reason. More words could hit me in the back. Although it was a short meeting that night, he wished they were his friends, not enemies. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Young master, for what reason did you use numerous blood on Dante Hiran? And you should have killed Jean Runcandle on the spot. It was an opportunity to kill off your competition. Make that part a secret. And as for this treasure chest, make sure it doesn't get a single scratch when it gets back to the clan. Hehe. It's a very nice souvenir. Why is it so important? Don't blame us for wasting such a valuable artifact. Stop. Gaining Dante Heron's trust is nothing bad. From losing one drop of blood, it's raising the chances of having the Hiran clan on our side when we wage war against the Runcandles. But, as for not killing Jean, there are some things I needed to check. I'm gonna sleep until we return, so you guys are dismissed. The bodyguards mumbled in disapproval and left. And Baradin sighed. Well, father and the elders will find out soon enough. The excuse for numerous blood is fine, but what do I tell them about Jean? Should I say that I couldn't have one? That wouldn't seem like a lie. Baradin's future already seemed grim. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I'm sorry, grandfather. On top of losing the competition, I've had a close encounter with death. Twice. You almost lost your life in an insignificant competition? How did this happen? Was it a lack of swordsmanship, or was there a master who was blinded by money? The patriarch of the Hiran clan questioned Dante. In contrast to his words, his expression was not the slightest bit angry. He felt proud as soon as his grandson returned. His adorable and precious grandson returned home with lessons learnt. I did not lack such sword skill, but resilience. Additionally, there was no such master, but two friendly boys. Ho! Hearing you say that, I'd like to hear some more. You don't even bat an eye towards the most beautiful women in the clan. All right, what are the names of these fellows? Grandfather, unfortunately, I cannot tell you of their names. Instead, I would like to request something. You little. Ron embraced Dante and jokingly choked him. However, he did not press and ask for the boys' names. Changing his grandson's mind was harder than rising to the top spot of his clan. Kirk, I see can't breathe. Even though it was a joke, the choke was still painful as it came from a 10-star knight. You make your grandfather disappointed as soon as you come. However, I forgive you. What is your request? In whatever situation, please let me save these acquaintances. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Oh, you're back? How was it, kid? Did you get beat by Dante or whatever his name was? Your expression's a little grim. Don't you think strawberry pie? What do you mean by grim? Of course I won. Young. Master, are you tired? You don't look too good. I congratulate you on your victory. But did you fall into a dilemma? Did you get poisoned or something of the sort? No, it's fine, Gilly. I'm just a little tired. How were you guys without me? Oh, Lord Jean. You're back. Whoa. This time, victory in a fighting competition. As a celebration, please sign the back of my shirt. Enya ran towards Jean, offering him a pen and her back. A celebration. Jean took the pen and looked at his other hand. He held the shark-tooth trophy tightly. Those idiots. They won't keep the bag of gold and treasure chest as souvenirs, right? Jean smiled as he signed Enya's shirt. Thank you for appreciating me, Miss Enya. He was thankful that he had friendly people who would offer him all the love and kindness in the world. Chapter 101. Resonating Truths, February 1st, 1796. Under a dark sky, one man trudged through the Black Sea under the harsh rain. Guardian Knight Khan had another letter in his breastplate. You're here. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Now, Siren didn't even need to say anything for Khan to take out the letter. The Guardian Knight handed it over with two hands, and Siren smiled. What are your predictions on the results? Do you mean the young master's duel against Dante Hiran? Yeah. Rationally speaking, Dante definitely would have won since the young master couldn't use two of his specialties. However, Seeing young Master Jin's progress, he has a chance. Slit. Opening the letter, Siren felt his heart flutter. Sender. Kashmir receiver. Siren Run Candle report. Jin Run Candle defeated Dante Hyran and won in the Cosmos Arena. Miscellaneous. Jin Run Candle achieved 6-star in swordsmanship. For lines. That was Kashmir's entire letter. Not a single line of banter or greeting. The epitome of brevity. However, reading the letter, Siren felt disappointed. Did he send it like this because I wanted it to be short? Of course, he was very proud that the youngest had some sense of awakening. However, he somewhat felt as if he were scammed. Lord Patriarch. Did something happen to the youngest? Seeing Siren's expressionless face, Khan carefully asked. No, it's nothing. He defeated Dante. Then, don't worry about it. When you get back, tell Kashmir that I'd like to have a drink. I'm going to have to see his face. Understood. Shiver. Was there a cold breeze just now? Cold breeze, Sir Kashmir? There's a fire right in front of us. Jean pointed at the fireplace. Enya and Yuria snickered, and Elisa shrugged. Last time, you spoke of a heat stroke in the middle of a January blizzard. Honey, what's wrong? I think you're getting old. No, not that. I think it's just a hallucination. I think I should get you some medication. Kashmir lightly shook his head. They had all gathered in Jin's room to congregate. Jin already finished his training, Elisa got off from work, and Kashmir returned after finishing his job. Enya and Yuria just came to play with Jin, but Murakin and Gilly tried to make them play with puzzles instead. Hey, Ice Cream Runt, go play with this. No, I want cat. No, please. No. Alright, I'll transform into a cat if you finish this puzzle. You promise. For a 6-year-old girl, a 1,000-piece puzzle was very hard. However, Yuria began to solve the jigsaw puzzle at a ridiculous speed. She didn't even start at the edges or matched similar pieces. She grabbed random pieces and placed them on the carpet. It was as if she had already memorized the puzzle beforehand. Sir Murakin, I don't think a puzzle is effective for AZ Mills contractor. Ah, I forgot. Damn it, I lost. What do you mean you lost? You wanted to play with her in the first place. Stop complaining. Shut up, kiddo. Being a cat was boring enough when we were at the Run Candle main house. Poof. Murakin then transformed into a cat and began to meow. Yuria meowed back, then giggled. Hee hee. Everyone in the room smiled as they watched the playful sight. Trying to exhaust her and knock her out, Murakin energetically played with Yuria. Playing tag is the best game to get kids tired. Swoosh, swoosh. Murakin jumped from floor to desk, and Yuria chased him as if she were hypnotized. He's such a kind man in contrast to his manner of speech. Don't you think, young master? Yuria stumbled across the room while failing to catch Murakin. On the other hand, Murakin was having fun. He teased Yuria by barely escaping her hands each time she tried to catch him. Humph! After 5 minutes of chasing, Yuria tried to jump on top of the desk that Murakin was on. Hop! However, the desk was too tall for Yuria to jump on. Oh! Yuria! The young girl hit her head on the corner of the desk and fell backwards. The short game of tag quickly ended. Thankfully, she wasn't severely injured, but it was normal for all eyes to glare at Murakin. Stupid black dragon. What were you gonna do if the kid got hurt? Naya? Murakin lowered his ears. Flap. From the desk's cabinet, a piece of paper flew out and landed next to Yuria like a fallen leaf. While everyone checked on her well-being, Yuria did not fuss about her bruise. Instead, her eyes were fixed upon the piece of paper. Wowie! It's a treasure map. With glistening eyes, Yuria shouted. It was the treasure map that Jean received at the Cosmos Arena. He had placed the trophy on his desk and the meaningless treasure map in his cabinet, being forgotten. He thought that receiving a treasure map as a prize from a pirate gang was worthless. In reality, Cosmos wanted the victor to take the treasure chest instead of the 1,000 gold coins. He had also determined that the treasure map he stole from one of his plundering conquests was worthless. Essentially, it was a scam. However, thanks to Jean taking both prizes, Cosmos couldn't make much of a profit that day. Anyways, be more careful when playing. Are you going to take responsibility when the kid gets hurt? That's right, Sir Murakin. Still, Miss Yuria is strong. I'm pretty she fell pretty hard. There's something important there. Yuria stood up and raised the map into the air. There's something important here. Yuria's eyes were filled with certainty and hope. If it were a random child who was shouting, then they'd laugh off the child's imagination. However, as AZ Mills contractor, Yuria could easily match 1,000-piece or 10,000-piece puzzles and see all objects and phenomena as they should be with her absolute eye. Hence, the map was a real treasure map. On the shoddy drawings, there was an X on one side and ancient scripts in the empty space. I thought those characters were a joke because even Murakin and Quicantle couldn't read it. There weren't many ancient languages that Murakin couldn't read. Even though he couldn't read some, he could still deduce its era by looking at the characters. What do you mean by something important? Yuria, can you tell us more? As soon as Jean threw a question, Yuria's glimmering eyes of curiosity proceeded to glisten with tears. She slumped down and began to wail. Wah! I'm very sad. With AZ Mills' ability activated, Yuria was seeing something different than the others. A treasure hidden somewhere deep, and the tragedies that occurred because of said treasure. AZ Mills' ability must be activated right now. First, we have to calm her. Runt, bring Lathri, quick! The activation of a divine ability against the young contractor's will was not good, especially for AZ Mills contractors due to the fact that they could lose their sense of reality. At these times, she needed her guardian dragon. Why yes, Kashmir rushed outside, and Elisa cradled the little girl in her arms. This happened many times before. It seems our daughter isn't normal at all. A few seconds later, Lathri arrived. Where's Yuria? Here. Lathri ran over to Yuria and sat next to her. His eyes closed, and a blue energy wrapped around them. Resonance. Among the scenes that Yuria saw with her ability, Lathri took the sad and depressing parts and suffered them instead. The child soon began to calm down. However, Lathri, in his human form, flinched every now and then. He was clearly seeing shocking sights. After 10 minutes of resonance, Yuria was fast asleep, and Lathri took a deep breath as he sweated rivers. Phew! Lathri stood and bowed. Even though he wasn't born yet during Murakin's prime, he gave the shadow dragon the utmost respect. Oh, Sir Murakin, I couldn't greet you due to the lack of time. Don't worry about it. What did Ice Cream Runt see? That wasn't the future, but the past. Past? AZ Mills contractor can only see the past in certain cases. Yes, deeply rooted desires or resentment. Only when she touches an object or visits a location associated with such emotions does she see the past. Phew, if I were a little late, it would have been fatal. It was awfully grotesque. No matter how young, the Dragon of Verity had lived for over 500 years. Lathri shuddered. He knew how horrifying it would be for Yuria to witness such visions. I didn't think it'd be anything important because I couldn't interpret it. However, it must be a very important map. So, what did you see? Some ancient lands. A tribe of natives worshipping some temple. Lathri breathed slowly, remembering what he just saw. Other humans came to them. They seemed to be magicians. About 10 of them. The magicians initially joined their religious practice. And then, one magician killed a native's child, a very young person, younger than Yuria, while alive. As the horrifying explanation continued, the listeners began to breathe heavily. Lathri shed a tear as he looked at Yuria's innocent face. And they kept on killing the children. Constantly. They wanted something. It's the divine object that the natives worshipped. After listening up to that point, Jean thought of a tale that he knew. Sir Lathri, would you please draw what that divine object looked like? Oh, wait. Lathri received the pen and paper and quickly drew the object that he saw. A round disc. The object was emitting light, but it looked like a normal silver mirror. When it didn't. Colin Ruins. The treasure map was pointing to the Colin Ruins mirror artifact. Chapter 102. Tragedy of Colin 1. An unexpected discovery. A mirror, the fountain of mana. Who would have thought that a map from a pirate-hosted tournament led to such an artifact? An ancient artifact made known to the world by a brave journalist before Jin's regression. At the time, the journalist scrupulously revealed the mirror's existence together with the atrocities that the Zipfel clan committed towards the Colin natives. Of course, this news was fatal for the Zipfels, who symbolized and protected peace and justice. However, the journalist could not face the massive clan alone. The Zipfels quickly silenced those who spoke angrily of the clan. And the tragedy of Colin's natives was never spoken of again. Soon after, the first journalist disappeared. It didn't take long for the people to forget the journalist's brave deeds. The Colin natives then continued their civilization as if they were invisible. Then this map must be made by the natives. And since its worth wasn't discovered, this map was just tossed everywhere. Just like Myalta's rune. It was possible that the Colin natives, who were oppressed by the Zipfels, wanted someone to notice the map and hoped an adventurer would come to free them. Well, Jin planned on visiting the Colin ruins anyways. He needed to find the mirror before the Zipfels and prevent them from creating a powerful magician army. Additionally, he needed to investigate the illegal magic experimentation in the area. Personally for Jin, there were more reasons to go. Unlike the journalist, I don't have the heart to save those people, but I'd be helping them a little if I'm packing some punches onto the Zipfel clan. But there was one problem. Hey kid. Why the long face? Do you know what Lathri drew? They didn't know that Jin knew about the tragedy of Colin and the mirror. This is what's bad about being a regressor. Though it was an easy problem to solve. I don't know. But I got a bad feeling. Sir Kashmir. I think you should investigate the contents of this map. This was why he settled in Tychan. Yes, I agree. I'm also worried about the history that my daughter envisioned. It's as if I think this map came into your hands for a reason. That's right, young Master Jin. First, I'll search far and wide for someone to read these ancient texts. Then we can find our first clue. Sir Kashmir, this is just a hunch, but I don't think the seven-colored peacock should openly investigate this case. With that much resentment stored in the object, we may not know if the atrocities are still occurring. That's a good point. Magicians who slaughtered the natives. I hope it's not related to the Zipfels. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* in 2 weeks. It was expected. The Kalan natives were part of the Palon Kingdom, which was part of the Lutero Magic Federation. And centuries ago, a majority of them were slaughtered by the Zipfels. Due to this, not many remained on the land. On top of that, since the few that were left remained trapped in the Kalan ruins, it was definitely hard to find someone who could read the map. However, the first clue was found in an unexpectedly close location. February 17, 1796. After finishing his morning training, he sought the Tychan Central Defense Force with Yuria and Lathri in order to find Elisa. Jean, Mommy will like it if she gets this, right? Most certainly. I'm sure she'll toss you in the air and laugh. Yuria wanted to give her mother a family drawing, so she asked Jean to come with her. Welcome to the Tychan Center. Oh, Yuria. Hello. Hello. Where's Mommy? Oh, my daughter. Mommy's over here. I see you two are also here. Oh, what's this? Present. Yuria grinned and showed the drawing to her mother. Elisa couldn't contain her maternal pride. My goodness, you're so good at drawing. Let's see. This must be Daddy. This is Jean, and you drew Enya too. Gilly, Murakan, Quicantle, and Lathri were also drawn on the small paper. Elisa picked up Yuria as she looked throughout the entire page. Ha ha ha, you should be a painter when you grow up. Alright, wait a moment here. Mommy has to fight some papers and documents, and then let's go eat lunch. You want to eat seafood stew? Oh, seafood. Yes. After seeing her mother so happy and hearing the word seafood, Yuria began to sing a song containing only the word seafood. Jean and Lathri couldn't contain their smiles as well. Whip, whip. Sounds of moving pens from here and there could be heard. It was the defense forces dealing with legal documents. And the criminals writing self-reflections. Self-reflections. After Elisa was promoted to the chief of defense, she was plummeting the already low crime rate of Tychon. However, those who were dragged and trampled some flowers in the public garden or acted poorly while drunk, so they just wrote a self-reflection and made a short visit to a correctional facility. The city isn't that big, but she manages it so well. Lady Elisa is amazing. The Huphester Alliance is managed by the Run Candles, yet they still have a lot of bad crimes. As Jean mentally applauded Elisa's work, Lathri looked around at the criminals. Humans are such mysterious creatures. Why do they make the same mistake if they know that breaking the law would get them punished? Not sure. Are dragons not like that? No. Now that I think about it, dragons are also pretty foolish. Haha, what am I saying? Please don't tell Sir Murakan that I tainted the dragon race's reputation. It seems you are very cautious of Murakan. Did he bully you or something? No, not that. Did you know what my parents already pegged into my ear? Watch out for the black dragons, especially the Murakan and Misha. Siblings. Lathri definitely fell for Wind Dragon Vioretta's tricks while avoiding black dragons. And amongst my fellow dragons, Sir Murakan is a legendary being. There's some bad and some good reasons. Oh, while explaining, Lathri stopped and fixed his eyes on something. It was someone getting questioned by a defense agent. Jean naturally looked as well. The man's slow and slurred speech stuttered. Yesterday, I drank too much. I apologize. Hey, don't talk like that. You're not reflecting at all. If you're drunk, then go inside and sleep. Why sing in the middle of the night and wake everyone? Because, I'm Zed. I'm Zori. You've done this multiple times before. If you keep doing this, the bar will not take you anymore. Do you know how much I pleaded the local bartenders to not kick you out? Thank you. Oh, you want a cigar? Ha! Shit, I'm gonna die early because of you. Alright, let's burn through one, and you're gonna promise me that you'll drink and not cause a ruckus. Please. I understand, but I don't have any cigar. Fucking hell. It looked like an alcoholic who came in often. He caused nothing serious, but he formed relationships with the defense forces every time he came. And the man had deep red skin. A crimson person? His skin is pretty red for one. Nothing too abnormal for a diverse city like Tychon. However, seeing that man, Lathri's expression was not great. Lord Jean, that man looks just like the natives I saw in the vision when I resonated with Yuria. Oh really? Yes, and that slurred speech. It means that he's not used to speaking this land's language. There was only one way to find out. Why don't we show him the map? Let's take him to lunch as well. As the man and the defense agent went to smoke, Jean followed them. The man lit a cigar. The officer took a puff as well, swore a little, then went back to work. Hey, a boy. Whom are you? Why don't we go eat something? I had quite a drink as well. Oh, sounds good. But I don't got money. It's on me. Asterisk, 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 the man's eyes darted from place to place. The crimson person's name was Alapan Tupin Maypan. Pan for short. Boy, why did you not tell me that the chief was coming? The chief is scary. Elisa wasn't really looking at Pan at all. She had already heard the story from Jean and Lathri. Help yourself, Pan, and stop getting caught. You're too innocent. I see this man a lot. He's always there when I go see Mommy. Not always. The delectable seafood stew was served steaming hot. Yuria's and Pan's eyes glimmered. Thank you for the meal. The crimson person no longer felt awkward and began to stuff himself. It seemed he had some pocket problems. After an hour of eating, boy. Yes. Can I take some to go? My sibling is hungry. Take as much as you need. But before you leave, oh, they're here. Over here. Jean waved his hand at a very angry man who opened the door. Murakan, the angry man, ran to Jean after getting the message, bring the map. Now this is too far. I'm Murakan. Murakan, you can make the runt do this instead. Sir Kashmir is always busy with his work, and Gilly does a lot of stuff. Enya has to study and all you do is goof around. This is the least you could do. What about Quicantle? Excluding her. Lathri fidgeted as he saw Jean reprimand Murakan. The young Runcandle snatched the map from the Shadow Dragon's hands and showed it to Pan. Pan, do you know what this is? And as soon as he saw the map, this, where'd you get this? He looked very shocked. Chapter 103, Tragedy of Colin 2. Pan's expression was peculiar. With furrowed eyebrows, he shuddered in fear, but his eyes continued to trace each character. Can you read the characters? How? Did you know that I was from the Colin ruins? Whom are you guys? With a cautious glare, Pan looked at Jean. He remembered when he escaped his homeland that became ruins 3 years ago. The day he went to the free city of Tychon to escape from the eyes of the Zipfel clan. What's the best way to put this? I'm Chief Elisa's guest. This black-haired guy is a dragon. The green-haired fellow is also a dragon. And the child is clearly a 6-year-old child. Jean revealed their identities, and Pan wasn't the only one who was startled. Hey kid, why'd you say all that? What do you mean, why? Mr. Pan seems to know some valuable information about the map. Mr. Pan, this is how we identified you. It would be best to tell the truth. Other than the fact that Uria was AZ Mills' contractor. Lathri, the greenhead, is AZ Mills' dragon. He touched this map and saw a vision due to the resentment stored within the object. In his vision, he saw people like you who were being tormented. It was essentially a coincidence. Pan remained silent for a while, then spoke. May I go have a smoke? Go ahead. Pan trudged to the front yard of the restaurant. Leaning on the wall, he lit the stick. I'm pretty sure he said he didn't have any cigars. But he had them. Jean smirked, and Lathri worriedly opened his mouth. That man. What if he escapes? How the hell would he? This is the Runt's land. Oh right. I apologize, Lord Murakan. Apologize for what? It's nothing. After burning through the entire stick, Pan looked more composed and organized. Calmer than before. May I ask a few things? Of course. Are you guys the Zipfels? We aren't exactly in good relations with them. Do you know what the eyes map means? Doesn't it lead to treasure? Not a treasure. I see. Jean answered and lightly shrugged. Pan's eyes narrowed. Will you harm me if I don't help? We swear that we will not. Even after you take out the seafood stew, we will not harm or threaten you. We can't do anything about you being captured for poor behavior. Instead, our meeting will be non-existent. Jean had no intention of lying. Since he admitted that he's a Colin native, I'm sure he went through many things evading the Zipfel's eyes. There's no need to harass him. Silence filled the room, and Pan was deep in thought. Was it truly a coincidence that he met Jean? Or were they hunting him down? He arrived at a conclusion. It wasn't something he could just decide upon. My sibling? Yes. Everyone, I think we should go see my sibling. Jean nodded. Then let's wait a little for them to package the food. Pan was a talented liar. He said he didn't have a cigar, but he had a pack. He said they should go to see his sibling, but it wasn't his sibling. After taking his packaged seafood stew, they went to Pan's home, which was located in a deep alleyway. They barely had any free space. This is the first time Pan brought guests home. Welcome, nobles of Tychon. The person who welcomed them was a woman who was disguised as Pan's sibling. Although she was much younger than Pan, her brother bowed in. Her presence. Lady Lausa, I brought guests without your permission. Good job, Pan. An eerie mood. Lausa's aura felt mysterious. Jean couldn't say that it was strong, but it wasn't something to approach without caution. She overflowed with sacred energy. Usually, Murakan would say something like, why is the house so shit? But he was watching his language. As soon as Jean saw her, he knew. The Colin natives have the most noble blood. They were the God-chosen race. It seems she's the last descendant. Lausa seemed to have deep wisdom. The one born from the birthplace of swordsmanship and chosen by the shadow, a black dragon, and the Dragon of Verity as well as the beloved child of Az Mill, and Tychon's chief of defense who always cares for Pan. Startled. Everyone was surprised and stared at Lausa. How did you? It's just a little talent. I apologize if I startled you. Pan, please get some tea. Yes'm. As Pan poured water into a crooked kettle, Jin's back began to sweat. A little talent? And a calm attitude, as if she already knew that they were coming. Jin had never encountered a human like Lausa. No, he didn't even know if she was human at all. This transcending aura. I felt it before. The same aura he felt the moment he contracted with Sodaret in his past life. It was weaker but similar. Lady Lausa, are you a god? Although it could sound too out of place, excluding Yuria, everybody else also had that question due to the stifling air. Still, her aura was powerful. It begged the question, is she a god? No, I'm a vessel. If I were a god, then I wouldn't have lost my homeland and lived my life in hiding. Murakan nodded as if he knew. She was a god's vessel. There's great wisdom remaining, but soon it'll be all gone. That is true. However, saying so makes my heart hurt. Oh great black dragon. Listening to all of the conversations so far, I think it's pointing at the Kalin ruins. You guys are Kalin natives. This is the first time I heard about a god who descended there. Who is it? Even if I told you, you would not know. Besides, would you please show me the map? Lausa extended her arm and opened her hand. Jean lent her the map. My dead grandfather created this map. It was supposed to have two fates. And thankfully, instead of the Zipfels, it came to you. It seems my feeble devotions have worked. May I ask what is written on that map? The one who reads this through a Kalin's heart. Please do not forsake us. Please come and shout, we are mere quiet people. Quiet people. The god gave us a heavy order, but not enough strength to execute it. I am resentful. Lausa slowly read and interpreted the sentences written in their native tongue. Something like that. Despite her calm voice, Lausa shed a tear. She remembered the centuries of oppression and her dead grandfather. The order written here is to protect the item located on the X. Do you know the situation in Kalin? It's in ruins because of the Zipfels. While at home, I have executed a mission there. Haha. Under the guise of artifact excavation, the Zipfel clan is trying to find our sacred item. Even with their advanced magic, they are struggling to do so. However, it's only a matter of time before they succeed. Since we cannot stop them. TSSSSSSSSSS. The kettle blew steam. Pan, who was slowly serving the tea, seemed to be holding back his tears. His back flinched every now and then. Regaining composure, Pan distributed the filled teacups. Lausa smiled. My grandfather was a realistic person. Without any promise of reciprocation, he begged to not be forsaken. However, I am not like that. Would you like to make a trade with me? You're literally on the verge of losing your wisdom, and you want to trade? Just ask us for help. We're going to go to the Kalin ruins anyway. Although he spoke harsh words, Murakan really wanted to help Lausa's helplessness. Jean also thought that a deal was not necessary. As Murakan said, they were going to go anyway, and his original plan was to prevent the Zipfels from getting their hands on the mirror artifact. I do not believe in favors done out of pity. Pan and I had to suffer many battles just to achieve this small house. Oh, Lady Lausa, please forget those memories. I apologize. If you are sorry, then please stop drinking and getting arrested, Pan. Anyways, if you are willing to save my people, there is only one thing I can offer. What is it? I will use the rest of my divine power to call your god. I'm sure it's been a while since you heard Sodaret's voice. Murakan and Jean looked at each other. Ho ho, you seem to know a lot. How does this city have an old god's vessel and AZ Mills contractor? Too many kids with clairvoyance and wisdom. What are you going to do, Jean? What do you think? There's no reason to refuse. I understand, Lady Lausa. I will leave for the Kalin ruins soon. However, I can't guarantee that I can save your people. He would help them if it were as simple as fighting the Zipfel magicians, obtaining the mirror, and escorting the natives to safety. But salvation wasn't his thing. Going there is already enough. I will tell you more about the internal problems. So please stay a little longer. February 20th, 1796. Only 3 were going to the Colin ruins. Jean, Murakin, and Kashmir. After the death of André and Violetta, Quicantle could not show her face to the Zipfels at any moment. Gilly's powers were still being suppressed, and Enya was too inexperienced to venture on such a mission. As for Elisa, she needed to stay in Tychon to maintain security. So, by process of elimination, the 3 men had to go. They disguised themselves as normal tourists and got ready to leave. However, they already hit a problem. What's this? They're not opening the ruins to tourists anymore. Things had changed since Jin's cadet days. The Colin ruins had become a restricted area that even barred people during the day. Chapter 104, Tragedy of Colin 3. Damn, I should have sent some agents beforehand. Disappointed, Kashmir shook his head. They didn't send anyone before due to the chances of their plan getting foiled. Also, because the Colin ruins was such an open tourist area, they didn't think that they needed to scout the situation. Even if you sent your goons, there would be no difference. That's true, but while everyone stood in despair, Jean remembered that this didn't happen in his past life. The Colin ruins were always open before my regression. That's why the brave journalist incident occurred in the first place. Maybe my cadet mission here changed something. After dealing with the living golems and committing arson, he had returned to his clan. And the Zipfels announced it as an accident instead of an act of terrorism or invasion. Responsibility. That word shot through Jin's mind. In my past life, 11 years later, the world found out about the Zipfels' plan through the journalist. And since the fate of the world changed because of me, the plan should be exposed earlier. He didn't really care about the Colin natives, who he had never seen even a single time. However, he didn't want to make their lives more miserable because of his regression. I can't save them as Lausa wished. Well, there's no need to anyway. However, I don't need to become like the Zipfel scum who contribute to their suffering. Jean looked at the restricted area sign with the Zipfel clan's dragon coat of arms. What are you gonna do, kiddo? I think trespassing is dangerous since we don't know their inner workings and troop count. That's correct. And you mentioned that Zipfels used this area for forbidden magic? I don't think there'll only be a few station troops, young Master Jean. There's a very high chance that they got rid of the evidence for that stuff since I got exposed to it. But this sign, isn't it a little strange? Kashmir and Murakin looked where Jean pointed. What is? They only installed a steel fence, and there's no security or barrier magic. Just a sign. The Zipfel clan wouldn't manage an important restricted area like this. The barrier was very crude for a world-class clan like the Zipfels. Now that you mention it, you're right, young Master Jean. Of course, even though there's no security, nobody would be crazy enough to enter when the Zipfels' insignia is glaring right at them. But indeed, it's very poorly done. When I first came here for a mission, there were many security spells even on the low-tier relic storages. I think the Zipfel clan is neglecting this area. Didn't Lady Lausa say that the Zipfels were searching for the Colin natives' sacred object? Because of this, many natives were massacred to obtain it. But since they're neglecting it, doesn't that mean they already found it? No idea. They've been oppressing them for centuries, and their forbidden magic experiments were already exposed to an outsider. For all we know, they could be just leaving the natives alone. Jean didn't think that the Zipfels had found the mirror that quickly. If so, they would have already been mass-producing 7-star magicians in the Magic Academy. In fact, this sign looks too crude. It's made of wood, not even steel. It looks like a magician just slapped it on there. That could also be the case. They could just be tired of tourists, so someone could have asked the Zipfels for permission to close the area for a while. Every organization is bound to have a lazy manager. The 3 just walked past the sign, and the more they walked, the more they were certain with their deductions. Seeing as there are weeds here and there, it means they're not tending to it. But still, there's not a single animal, which means that there are still people in here. The museum, warehouse, and magician's lodgings were just as he remembered it. In fact, Jean could see the traces of arson that he committed. Seeing that they greatly neglected the land, he knew that the Zipfels disposed of the area. "Oh, I see some people over there. Crimson people like Lausa." They saw some figures at the end of the road. The three hid in the trees to observe them. The Crimson people looked pretty depressed. The natives' presence means that the mirror is still here. Then why did the Zipfels clear out this place? Did they just give up after trying for centuries, just like Kashmir said? Right as Jean thought about it, a man emerged from within the crowd. A man with messy silver hair. He shouted at the Crimson people, but it looked like he was drunk. His hair color is the same as Baradin's, and that looks like a wine bottle in his hand. Maybe? A name popped into mind. The man deemed as the hysteric of the tower in Jin's past life. Myron Zipfel? Keliark Zipfel's sixth son. As his nickname suggested, Myron was very hysterical and hot-headed. He would become a celebrity in the future due to his strange demeanor. Mostly because his behavior contradicted the Zipfel's dignified image. Young master, that seems to be Myron Zipfel. The silver hair is the symbol of their clan. And amongst the pureblood Zipfels, he is the only one known to wield a wine bottle in broad daylight. Kashmir also knew about him. What? A pureblood Zipfel? Why is that guy in this uninhabited land? Sir Murakan, Myron's behavior is known to be rowdy, so he doesn't get a lot of respect within the Zipfel clan. Last I heard was that he's the pillar of the Zipfel's 7th Tower of Magicians, but it seems he was demoted? Or maybe he's on vacation. If he's a pureblood, he must have many guardian magicians. Let's decide on our next move after we see how many bodyguards he has. When Myron goes back into the building, let's talk to the Crimson people. I think that hearing some insight about the situation is the best way to approach this. The three waited in the trees until Myron returned to the building. ****************. The problem was that Myron never went back into the building. That motherfucker, what is he? He's been out here for 8 hours, stuffing his ass with alcohol. He isn't even going to the restroom. After Myron showed up, he immediately sat down and began to drink. He hadn't moved a single inch since then. I've heard rumors that Myron Zipfel was an alcoholic, but this is too much. Still, the three didn't gain nothing from hiding and observing the enemy. Every time Myron shouted or talked to himself, they were able to extract some information. First, Myron didn't seem to have any other magicians around him, and he came to the Kalin ruins because the clan banished him. Kuhaha. Those old elder hag bitches treated me like a disposable cockroach. Those cute fucks. More wine. Shouting such things very often. Although he looked defenseless, the Crimson people didn't dare to touch him. In fact, every time he waved his hand in the air, the Kalin natives either flinched or lowered their heads. I don't think he has any backup with him. Don't we just need to beat him up and then escape with the Crimson people? Annoyed, Murakan gritted his teeth. Sir Murakan, Myron Zipfel is an 8-star magician. On top of that, as the pillar of the 7th Tower of Magicians, he must have many artifacts. What's the problem? Runt, I know I lost a lot of power, but you think I can't fight an 8-star magician? We have you and this kid as well. He's not just any 8-star. He's a Zipfel, Murakan. Killing a pureblood Zipfel is something to ponder about. With the death of Andre some time ago, this can affect world politics. You think I don't know that? I'm just pissed and annoyed, okay? If there were Zipfel magicians stationed within the area, then it would be easier to take action. They could fight the troops, win, then evacuate the Kalin natives. However, they couldn't do anything because Myron was a pureblood. This isn't good. As soon as Myron dies, there'll be bloodlust from the Zipfels. After the death of Andre, the Cold War between the Runcandles and Zipfels had escalated. The Zipfels only remained silent because they did not have evidence that a Runcandle killed Andre. But things would change if another pureblood Zipfel died. In fact, assassination would also be impossible. Even though Myron looked defenseless, they were certain that he would cast defensive spells whenever he passed out. We need to make it so that the Zipfels stay put even if Myron dies. The best way would be to uncover evidence regarding their forbidden magic experiments. If they could obtain evidence, then the clan of magicians wouldn't budge despite Myron's death. But I'm certain that the remnants of the experiments were demolished. Ha! Jean covered his own mouth. While thinking, he forgot one crucial truth. Murakan. Lausa said that there are about 200 Colin natives left, right? Yeah. That's why the runt prepared some ships. And how many Colin natives have we seen so far? About 50. Wait. Murakan and Kashmir sighed. They hadn't even seen 50 natives, including the ones near Myron. I don't think the others are resting or anything. They aren't conducting more living golem experiments, right? If they were conducting living golem experiments using the Colin natives, it was no longer about a deterrent. Once Myron falls asleep, let's check inside the complex. FWIP. The moment Jean finished his sentence, the three simultaneously looked back at the entrance of the ruins. They sensed some footsteps. Rustle, rustle, someone was coming in. The footsteps are delicate. Someone who came in without permission, like us. However, the person wasn't talented in concealing their footsteps. Jean hid his presence with spiritual energy and held his dagger on the new trespasser's throat. Who are you? Chapter 105. Tragedy of Colin 4. The invader froze like a statue as soon as he felt the blade. He looked very nervous. A man who was a little shorter than Jean. I will not ask twice. Reveal your identity. Wah-ha! Myron Zipfel's laugh could be heard from far away. Murakan and Kashmir evaluated the situation and shifted their vision from Myron to the unknown man. I am... Gulp! The man gulped and flexed his muscles. He was trying to suppress his shudders of fear. Jean thought the man had some courage. It seemed that he wasn't a knight or a magician, but just a normal civilian. Dino Zeglin, a journalist. As soon as he heard the name, Jin's eyes widened. Dino Zeglin, the journalist guy? Jean remembered that name. Before his regression, Dino Zeglin was the journalist who exposed the Zipfel's twisted objectives and the tragedy of Colin. He sheathed his dagger. Turn around. Dino slowly turned. Although he looked like he was in his early 20s, his facial features suggested that he was younger. Jean began to analyze the journalist. Early 20s, frail body. So this guy wrote the report against the Zipfels without a hint of fear. And he's already investigating the Colin ruins, which means he's been investigating this case for at least a decade. Respectable. Jean felt respect for the man. A man named Dino, who came from nowhere with nothing to lose, exposed the Zipfels simply from pure work ethic. The journalist could not look at Jean, who was already covering his face with Myelta's rune. With fearful eyes, Dino also began to analyze him, whether the man with the helm was a Zipfel underling or a relic raider, or maybe a person who also came to explore the Colin ruins. A journalist? Did you come for some news? Jean tossed the question and Dino slowly nodded. Yes, that's right. What is it about? Before I respond, may I ask about your affiliation? Man, look at this runt. So fun to watch humans tremble in fear, especially if it's a journalist. Snickering, Murakan walked towards Jean. Kashmir followed the black dragon. He pulled out two masks, covered his face with one, and handed the other to Murakan. Jean began to laugh as well. Didn't you two already reveal your face to this fellow? Covering up is still a good idea. I don't want to put this on. Put it on. Well, whatever. And from this short conversation, Dino could easily identify the leader of the group. This guy still sounds like a kid, but he's the leader. He's not a normal raider or a soldier. Who are these people? I don't think they're evil or anything. The two fixed their masks, and Jean opened his mouth once more. We won't kill you or anything, so you can calm down. As for our affiliation, we're just passers-by. You guys are passers-by? It means, don't ask. Now it's your turn to answer. Is there some breaking news here? Or did you come for some allowance from the Zipfel clan's sixth son over there? Jean turned his head towards Myron. He intentionally threw a question to aggravate Dino. That way, he could identify the determined young man's main goal. Then, Gene could reveal his own motives and team up with the journalist. Dino chuckled and made an awkward smile. Allowance, you say? Yeah, there's a lot of journalists like that. Rotten slaves who write articles that benefit the rich and noble. If you guys are zipful underlings, I'd be dead. I came to rake the muck and expose the garbage. Satisfied with the response, Gene smiled. A very respectable fellow. It was known that courage shone brighter when one lacked strength. With that in mind, Gene felt great satisfaction from Dino. Additionally, he had a feeling that the journalist would be a great ally with good intel. Exposing Myron Zipfel. A random journalist. This is the most moving joke I've heard this year. So, are you guys Zipfel underlings? Since I said I'll expose Myron, are you going to kill me now? Dino already forgot about his trembling fear. Weirdly enough, he trusted Gene when he said, "We won't kill you or anything." No way. We came due to a friend's request to rescue the Colin natives. Unfortunately, we can't reveal our identities to you, journalist Dino Zeglin. However, I think we have a common goal. Don't you think so? Dino blinked and stared at the three masked men. Many different emotions made his heart race. Amongst them, the biggest was happiness from finding allies after a long era of solitude and isolation. You guys know about the Colin natives' plight? Not very well. We only know that they were conquered by the Zipfel centuries ago and that they've lived their lives as slaves until now. Hey kid, can you tell this guy all of that? Murakin intruded on the conversation, and Kashmir lightly put his hand over Murakin's mouth before pushing him backwards. Murakin glared at Kashmir with beastly eyes. Yoop, what are you doing? Runt? You crazy? Young Master Gene seems to be digging for information to find a deterrent against the Zipfel's retaliation for Myron's assassination. Let's just watch. Kashmir had a good feeling about Jin's actions, so he whispered to Murakin. Just as he said, Gene was trying to get something out of Dino. In order to prevent a full-scale war, they needed to find a way to prevent the Zipfel clan from acting upon another pureblood Zipfel's death. In fact, it's likely that Dino knows a lot about the clan's atrocities against the Colin natives. Even now, he's in the restricted area, hunting for scoops. Of course, they needed to check for a few things first. Dino, we have actually been here since noon, and we've been observing Myron ever since. Because we don't know what's going on inside, we're just gathering intel. We're just here to help the Colin natives escape instead of assassinating Myron. First, how much Dino knew about the Colin ruins situation. It could be that he only had the fervor for his quest instead of any valuable information. However, the journalist provided a satisfying answer once more. It's only Myron who's here, and I think that the person who asked you to help the Colin natives must be Prophet Lausa. Is that right? Have you been investigating this area ever since? No, it hasn't been long since I started exploring this region. I just found out about her while I interviewed the natives. His story went on. After Lausa escaped, the Zipfel clan began to abuse the Colin natives. After last year's arson case, they sealed up the area and forced Myron to tend the land by himself. That's what they did to obtain the divine relic. The clan seemed to be diverting all their attention to it, but now it's just Myron here. Maybe their interest declined. I mean, they still haven't found it even after 300 years. Dino pulled out a journal from his chest and handed it to Gene. A journal with all of the events that happened in the Colin ruins after Myron's arrival. January 3rd, 1796. 3 Colin natives missing. Myron probably dragged them into the basement. January 5th, 1796. The Colin natives I used to talk to are all gone. I could interview Ludica Taika Mamutica. I was told by this native that Myron was conducting experiments on them. Taika. Her eyes were filled with fear. As Gene calmly read through the journal, he could only focus on the word, experiment. Nice journal you got here. As soon as Myron finds out about this, you'd be dead meat. As soon as they find out about me, I'm dead. This is proof that I'm doing worthwhile work, and it keeps me responsible. I'm sure you already know from the journal, but Myron is conducting experiments on the Colin natives. Are you sure? I'm certain. Before the Colin ruins closed down, I heard that the Zipfuls were conducting living golem experiments. However, it seems the Colin natives who reported these sightings didn't seem to know about living golems. Dino knew much more than Jean expected. Myron's basement will be the best evidence. Before he came, there were at least 200 natives. However, most of them got dragged into the basement, and now there are only 50 of them left. Dino gritted his teeth. Jean was still scanning the journal, and it seemed the journalist had deep ties with the natives. Basement. If he could preserve the evidence or publicize a sketch, it could prevent the Zipfuls from budging. Recently, he hasn't been using the natives for experiments. He may be leaving some alive to find the relic. Jean continued to read the journal. February 6, 1796. While investigating, Myron caught me. Thankfully, he was drunk, and he didn't do much other than offer me a drink. Maybe I can get more information by taking advantage of this. February 7, 1796. I set out to find Myron if he remembered me, and thankfully he did. He said that he'll forgive me for coming into a restricted area as long as I come as a drinking buddy. It's a success. And that was 2 weeks ago. Ho! So you've succeeded in encountering Myron. Dino grinned and nodded. Yes, my visit today is to get some information out of him while acting as a friend. Myron always sits there, drinks, and causes a ruckus. At this point, Kashmir and Murakan couldn't hide their surprise. They had been waiting since daylight, making no progress, but this journalist provided everything they needed to know. I am very thankful that I met you all. So, what do you think? I will attract his attention so you guys can go check out the basement. Jean shook his head. No, we can't do that. Chapter 106. Tragedy of Colin 5. Do you not like the plan? There's not a single guard or magician in there. As long as I can divert his attention, sneaking a peek in the basement would be easy as pie. Nah, let's say that you do distract him. We go check the basement and see there really are living golem experiments. Then we can guarantee some evidence of the experiments. We can't guarantee your safety after that. Can't I just deal with him while he drinks and then slowly withdraw? After you all escape the basement, that is. It seems you don't know a lot about magicians. How many security spells do you think are in there? The moment we approach the basement, Myron will definitely find out. Then you're dead. I didn't come here without knowing the possibility of death. Sometimes there is a difference between courage and foolishness, my journalist friend. There's no point in dying before you even start the revolution. Jean didn't want to use Dino like a disposable card. This brave journalist had all rights for a prolonged life. And if Dino died, then all of his precious progress would be lost. Let's do this. Instead, with your introduction, we also become Myron's drinking buddies. Pardon. Let's go drink together. We'll pretend to be stranded soldiers and storytellers. Our story is that we just met you coincidentally, and you brought us to him because you thought we were cool. You think Myron will believe that? I'm sure he'll be suspicious. Jean sighed and grinned. From your experience, what kind of person is he? A lunatic. A sadist who feels refreshment from others' misfortune and pain. Something like that. That's right. But is that all? Even though he's living each day like that, he's the Zipful's sixth son. I'm sure he already knows who you are. Dino quickly waved his hands in front, denying that fact. No way. If he knew, then he wouldn't have kept me alive. I'm sure he doesn't know your exact identity, but read your journal again. Every single native you interviewed had been dragged into the basement. What would this mean? Dino had thought that the order of Myron's experimental subjects were random and not at all related to his own actions because the Zipful wasn't harming the journalist in any way. However, following basic logic, a person of power wouldn't let someone undermine their plans. The misconception impaired Dino's thought process, even though he had recorded that every single native he talked with had been dragged into the basement within a week. And a drinking buddy? You think Myron is really keeping you around because he's lonely? There's no way. He had been observing a rat trapped in a cage. You. What do you? A rat in a cage. Me? Yeah. Maybe he got a little curious. Why is this kid so courageous for no reason? Why is this kid not realizing that I'm dragging natives each time he talks to them? Thinking something like that. There's no way. What would he gain from doing that? You said it yourself. He's a lunatic who enjoys others' suffering. Then, he'd be feeling great watching you, right? Instantaneously, Dino started stumbling backwards. He thought that Jin's theory was a stretch. However, there was no way to refute it. The logic was flawless. And if it were true, he didn't know how to compensate for the natives whom he indirectly killed. So even if we all go together, he won't be cautious. He would welcome us as if you were a cute rat, bringing new rat friends. In his perspective, he's just getting more toys. Jean was saying this so confidently for 3 reasons. First, excluding Taika, every native who came in contact with Dino was dragged into the basement. Second, the stories he heard about Myron Zipfel before his regression. The rambunctious Tana twins could be considered angels compared to him. Third, the last conversation he had with Baradin at the Cosmos Arena. They exchanged many words that night, but in one of their conversations, Baradin mentioned that he despised Myron. Elder brother Myron is a handful. You can't even compare him to old hag, fossil face Andre. Just thinking about him makes me puke while I sleep. I have no idea why the elders let him be the pillar of the 7th tower of magicians. Huh, you despise him that much? What kind of person is this man? Dante. A nice guy like you could never conceive the level of that sadistic, psychopathic monster. Jean found it weird that he firmly trusted Baradin's evaluation of Myron. He also kind of missed Dante and Baradin for a second. All of that, what if it's wrong? If why you read the journal, then one native is still alive even after making contact with me. Ludica Taika Mamutica. Yes, she is. Dino stopped, then gritted his teeth. I truly wish your theory is wrong. If it is as you expected, then I think I know why Myron let Taika live. Let's go check it out later. I don't know if my imagination is vivid, or Myron is hot garbage. Hey kiddo, this is cool and all, but what are you gonna do when you meet Myron? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna play along with him and strike him when the time is right. Hearing what Dino said, if we just kill him, then it's over. Understanding Jin's intent, Kashmir nodded and confirmed. Playing along with him while he drinks must be to distract him. Surely he does not know how strong we are. We can also check for traps or something. That's right. While drinking and talking with him, wouldn't there be a chance to strike when his guard is down? I mean, even though my plan may be flawed, a battle is imminent. The 4 gathered and planned their roles. Each of them selected a fake name and occupation. They planned scripts and coordinated conversations just in case. If we somehow get inside, we must find the natives. Once a battle starts, our priority is to protect Dino and the natives. And if any of us senses that Myron lowered his guard, execute him immediately. Dino then summarized all he knew about the Colin ruins in 5 minutes. The central basement is where everyone goes. But I will say this one more time. There are no guards or magicians. Since I can't engage in battle, I can only wish you the best of luck. After organizing their raid, they began to walk down the path to Myron. Dino led the way, and the other 3 followed. Jean took off Myelta's rune, and Kashmir and Murakan removed their masks. Myron, who had been talking to himself, sensed their footsteps and waved at Dino. Oh, I was waiting for you, Dino. I can't talk with these uncivilized fellas here. And you brought friends today. As soon as he saw Myron's smile, Dino could only feel goosebumps crawling up his back. As the kid said, he's welcoming us. Dino barely managed to maintain composure. He lowered his head. I apologize for bringing people without permission, Sir Myron. I met them coincidentally, and I thought you'd get sick of talking to me. If I went overboard, I apologize. It's okay, no worries. Where did you meet them? Myron looked over to the campfire and spoke. It looked as if he wanted to hide his grin. I met them while plowing for herbs in the Palon Kingdom. They were soldiers in the kingdom's northern region. but it seems they were returning home for vacation. I am honored to meet you, Sir Myron Zipfel. I am honored. Enough, enough. I don't need self-introductions. Get those pointless greetings out of here. Hey, bring more glasses. A Kala native ran over with more goblets and distributed them. Glug glug glug. Myron poorly filled their goblets. They overflowed with wine, dark purple splattering everyone. Dino Zeglin. Throwing the glass bottle away, Myron made a strange smile, then squinted his eyes, staring into the fire. Yes, Sir Myron? 2 weeks ago, I really wanted to know who you were. A commoner who comes into the Zipfel's restricted area without remorse. People like that don't exist. I apologize. I'm not trying to blame or flame you. Anyways, from then on, you got on my nerves, especially when you met the natives without my knowing. I thought you were a bad supervisor that my father stuck onto me. He has his ways, you see. Hee hee. Myron chuckled. Dino didn't know what to do, so he just waited for Myron's next words. The visitors were hypersensitive. They felt that the situation was unraveling faster than expected. And now you bring friends into the restricted area without my permission? Oh heavens. My Dino, what is wrong with you? How could you be so fearless? I can't understand you. I'm about to get goosebumps. Myron burst into hysterical, maniacal laughter. His body quaked from it. He shook so much that he would have stuffed his head into the fire if he wasn't careful. Sir Myron? Halt. Myron immediately stopped laughing and sipped some wine. But now I know why your liver's so big and swollen. I don't know what that means. The Garden of Swords. The ones behind you are from there. Cling. Jean swung his sword first. Simultaneously, Kashmir stabbed Myron's back, and Murakin conjured a force field around Dino. Clang. Something deflected the two swords. It was a force field from condensed mana that was hidden by the fire. I couldn't detect this much mana? He had his face up close to the fire because of this. Murakin was shocked. Even though Myron was not a spiritual energy user, he could completely conceal his mana usage. Jean, run candle. It seems the runaway prophet begged at your feet. It seems you know my face. I thought we planned it out pretty well, but now our fake identities weren't even used. Jean stepped back, clicked his tongue, and fixed his stance. Chapter 107. Tragedy of Colin 6. They couldn't really attack. From the fire, many condensed mana spheres emerged and surrounded Myron. The three had never seen this kind of magic. However, they could sense it. It was dangerous. What's this? I can see the mana clearly with my own 2 eyes, but I can't sense it. And on top of that, Myron knows my face. There was no need to know why Myron knew. Among the 4 Zipfels who came to the Run Candle banquet, one of them could have drawn Jin's profile and shared it with the clan. I should be careful whenever I face a pure-blood Zipfel. Ehehehe. Kuhahaha. Myron kept laughing like a hyena. It was hard to tell if he was confident in winning or just crazy. I pity that prophet bitch. She went to beg the Run Candles but didn't know that they sent a child to me. Wait, aren't you still a provisional flag bearer? Could have been a personal request from her. Then, as Myron chuckled, Jean was still thinking. It's hard to conceal one's presence even with spiritual energy. An artifact can't do that either. Is this guy also a contractor? Jean dug through his memories from before his regression but couldn't find any information on him. All the information known about Myron was only about his crazy personality and crimes. Jean glanced at Murakin, and he didn't seem to know either. He then looked at Kashmir but realized that the Ghost Blade wouldn't know much about magic. It looks like he has a special ability, but he's still an 8-star. As long as we don't get distracted, we will never lose. If he doesn't cheat like Andre, who used the Demon God's orb, that is. He was an opponent that Jean couldn't face by himself. But with Murakin and Kashmir, he had the upper hand. I just need to fight while keeping in mind that I can't read the flow of mana. Making this conclusion, Jean conjured his aura. Blah blah. Shut the fuck up. Your laughter also sounds disgusting. Foo-foo. Let's have some fun. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The mana spheres quickly froze. Instantaneously, Myron threw the ice spheres at Jean. The 9 globes of ice the size of cannonballs each split into 3 smaller projectiles. Jean and Kashmir dodged to the side. Murakan accurately punched each one, having the need to protect Dino. Oh, was there a martial artist among the Run Candle Guardian Knights? Who the fuck are you tackling about? Guardian Knight? You dumbass. You bastard. After seeing the rest of the projectiles fly to the natives, Murakan spat on the ground, then carried Dino, the journalist's body placed across the dragon's shoulders. The natives froze in fear. After all, normal people couldn't dodge the fast projectiles. Papak, crack. Murakan threw himself towards the bullets and shattered them with his fists. Are you all gonna die standing still, you idiots? You. Ah. It sounded as if something was stuck in the natives' throats. Murakan then noticed a horrifying sight. Most of them had a deep cut in their necks. It wasn't a wound that they had the day before. Their vocal cords. They're all cut. Jean, Kashmir, and Dino also saw the atrocity. At least 70% of the nearby natives had their vocal cords severed. Ayok! Why you motherfucker! Dino, who had been frozen in place, looked at Myron and screamed. His eyes filled with tears and hatred. How could you? I'll kill you. I'll kill. Dino, I ripped some of them out just to see what face you'd make. It seems that you like my little art project. Myron's maniacal grin distorted his face. His eyes curved like crescent moons, and his hair flipped in the wind. Moreover, instead of targeting Jean and Kashmir, he was targeting the natives. Murakan was jumping here and there, but he couldn't do it for long. It would be easier to transform into his true form. However, they were in a land within the Lutero Magic Federation. The moment he turned into a dragon, all of the dragons affiliated with the Zipfel clan would find their way to the Colin ruins. Kashmir couldn't believe his eyes. With feverish anger, he glared at Myron. Dino kept screaming and shouting. Ah ha ha ha. Ha! Myron continued to laugh. However, it was only for a moment. Jean froze, and Myron couldn't read anything from his expressionless face. Nevertheless, Murakan could read his god's contractor's mind. Clear emotion. Fury. Myron Zipfel. Today is the last day. HM? The aura surrounding Bradamanti receded. Then, a black energy began to envelop the blade. Badump! Myron's laughter stopped, and he stared at Jean. He wasn't scared of the young Runcandle's new sword. However, it was the first time his heart beat so hard, so rapidly. Premonition. Myron hadn't felt this in a while. What is this? Soderet's power? Then is Jean Runcandle? The spiritual energy slowly surrounded the blade. Keep laughing, just like before. The surrounding darkness slowly grew darker and deeper. In Jin's spiritual energy release, the surrounding environment was dyed black. The deepened darkness then gathered to his blade. Blade. Unleash. It was his first time using it after his spiritual energy reached 5-star. Young Master Jin, is this the power of the shadows? Kashmir gulped. He had seen Jin's swordsmanship for the longest time. However, Jin looked like a different person with Bradamanti unleashed. Jin activated Myulta's rune, and his grim face was covered by the helm. Ha! Ha ha! Does this mean Soderet stands with the Runcandles once more? Breaking the deal with us. The ice particles that were flying towards the natives stopped. Jin did not answer and called Murakan and Kashmir before pointing to the sky. The two of you need to block that. They simultaneously looked up. Ha! What the hell is that? When the hell did that bastard make that? Hundreds of ice balls floated in the sky, several times more than the Zipfel had shot. The transparent projectiles were barely visible, camouflaged in the night sky. There wasn't a special reason as to why Murakan and Kashmir couldn't detect it. Myron simply did not have a detectable flow of mana. Jin, who was the most knowledgeable of magicians among the three of them, found out after some time of deduction. He deduced that Myron was preparing something nasty. Heh, you finally noticed? I was gonna explode you and those pathetic crimson people like bugs. Pop, pop, pop. Well, I guess I can't anymore. Regaining his composure, Myron grinned. But saving all of them will be hard. Myron didn't want to talk further. He felt like he was facing mongrels instead of humans. Shriek! Jean lifted off his feet with his sword overflowing with aura. His feet were light as a feather as he charged at Myron with tremendous power and speed. Myron frantically cast a force field and shot the nearby ice bullets at Jean. However, the ice projectiles were futile in stopping Jean. In the blink of an eye, all of the bullets shattered into ice crystals and helplessly fell to the ground. Crack! Slash! Every time Myron blinked, the blade was closer than before. At that moment, he fell into a dilemma. No, he was doubting. Would his force field be able to deflect Jin's blade? It can't. Quickly making a conclusion, Myron quickly drew his wand. Instantly, he had cast multiple advanced spells. Jean couldn't read his mana this time as well. 3 spells were cast. 7-star flame spell, fire barrier. 7-star ice spell, ice wall. 8-star wind spell, mystic hellwind. There weren't many magicians who could cast so many spells in such a short amount of time. It's fast, but it's not a simultaneous cast. Still, pretty impressive. 2 7-star defensive spells, and Mystic Hellwind was an offensive spell. Mystic Hellwind was a spell that conjured hundreds of sharp wind blades. A cruel and brutal spell infamous for its ability to chop up the enemy. It was the spell that Myron enjoyed using. Furthermore, it was a very complex spell. Running through the ice projectiles, Jean halted to a stop and covered himself with spiritual energy. Myron smiled as he let out a sigh of relief. As expected, he did contract with Soderette, but his understanding of magic is lacking. He thought of just blocking it. Hellwind doesn't stop until the caster either dies or their mana runs out. The spell began to scratch and tear at Jin's barrier, and feeling an ominous chill, Myron turned his head. A helm with 2 glimmering eyes, Jean. The spiritual energy barrier was a diversion. Jean had waited for the moment that the wind blades were deflected, spread, and blocked Myron's vision. Then, as Myron's sight of Jean was obstructed, he quickly moved out. If Jean hadn't known about Hellwind, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Even the caster of the spell themselves would not be able to read the exact timing that Jean could react to. What? Surprised, Myron quickly withdrew the spell. He wanted to stop wasting mana and focus on his fire and ice barriers. He finally found out how heavy and strong Jin's strike was. Swinging Bradamanti, Jin's eyes flared up. KZZZT. Myron had never seen something like this before. He had fought many knights, and there were some who could cut away his magic with a sword. However, he never imagined how quickly the unleashed Bradamanti could pierce the barriers. He's just erasing my magic. His fire barrier and ice wall did not get cut or shattered. Instead, the fire was being extinguished. The ice wall was penetrated first, and the overlaying fire barrier died down. His pure mana force field was the only defensive layer remaining. As the sword approached him, Myron could only step backwards with a shocked expression on his face. However, along with that expression came excitement. He ducked out of his force field and struck his wand on the ground. The floating ice projectiles began to fall, accelerating to the speed of bullets. You would taste very good. Oh, how glorious it would be. Good thing I stayed on this land. On the ground that Jean was standing on, a magic circle started to glow. A trap. Chapter 108. Tragedy of Colin, 7. God damn it. Runt. Block it. All right. You guys, gather around me. Murakin and Kashmir couldn't stop all of the falling ice. Blocking hundreds of projectiles would have been much easier if Murakin could transform into a dragon. Ayok! You! Those with their vocal cords still intact screamed, and those with their severed let out a low, airy sound. There were also many who froze in place. Hey! Move along if you don't want to die. Murakin swore and ran towards the ones who froze in fear. He tossed them to Kashmir. I'm gonna send all of the natives to you, so just focus on blocking the ice bullets. Toss them carefully, Sir Murakin. Jean could not participate in the rescue because of the magic trap. Whoom! Mana chains emerged from the glowing magic circle beneath his feet and wrapped around his ankles. Myron was going to go crazy from the enthusiasm. As hundreds of ice bullets smashed into the ground, the earth rumbled and quaked. Isn't it such a lovely night, Jean Runcandle? Clang! Jean swung Bradamanti to cut the chains. However, no matter how much he swung his sword and broke through, new chains emerged and restrained him. Kuhihi, that's a spell that we, the Seventh Tower of Magicians, brag about. It's impossible. Crack! To get out. Was that too weak? Don't look at me like that. There's a lot more where that came from. Before Myron could complete his sentence, Jean broke free from the chains. He enhanced his spiritual energy, then attacked, shattering the magic circle. However, his surroundings still glowed with mana. Many magic circles were suspended in the air, so he couldn't move as freely. This guy is crazy. How many traps did he even cast? I can't read his mana flow, so I can't even sense these traps. The Colin Ruins was no longer a disposed ruin with all of the traps. It was now akin to a kind of magic fortress. Jean had never fought someone in a place with so many precast spells. Although it looked as if he escaped the mana chains with ease, in reality, it took quite a toll on him. Mustering explosive amounts of spiritual energy right after unleashing his blade was not an easy feat. If all of his traps are like this is a little problematic. I can't use spiritual energy like that much longer. I'm just gonna die of exhaustion before I can even get my hands on him. Murakin and Kashmir were busy saving the natives. They couldn't help until all of the ice projectiles had been deflected. But can an 8-star magician use this much mana? Although Jean couldn't read Myron's mana flow, just by looking at the spells, he knew that Myron needed to use insane amounts of mana at once. Only considering the ice projectiles falling towards the natives, that would take at least 60% of an 8-star magician's mana. Even if he cast the traps beforehand, maintaining them would drain him quickly. In fact, he used 3 high-tier spells before this. It wasn't the strength of an 8-star. Either Myron was a 9-star or he has a mana enhancement artifact. I have to find and destroy it. I wonder what you're pondering about. Myron spun his wand through the air, and another trap was activated. This time, a concentrated beam of mana was shot behind Jean. As he prepared to throw himself to the side to dodge, dozens of smaller magic circles were activated. It was a spell that Jean knew well. Erosion, an 8-star earth spell where any object within the magic circle would disintegrate and get absorbed by the ground. There were only 2 ways to evade the spell. Either break the magic with stronger spells, or escape the area surrounded by the magic circles. Instead of throwing himself into the activated earth spells, getting hit by the giant laser was better. Vroom! Jean used Bradamanti to cut through the beam of light. Sparks of mana flew everywhere and burned Jin's skin. Thankfully, he didn't suffer any severe injuries. Just as he was about to move out of the laser, more erosion traps were activated. The dark red mana began to disintegrate and vacuum the surroundings, and Jean gulped. Phew, I would have died there. The fact that he sliced through the 8-star laser beam meant that his spiritual energy was stronger than Myron's magic. Myron's eyes narrowed. Father said that Sodaret was originally the god of swords. As expected, Jean Runcandle will be hard to deal with when he uses his sword. And on top of that, he understands my spells. He thought that Jin's deflection of Hellwind was a coincidence. However, his calm and composed actions at the activation of multiple traps and not dodging into erosion were too perfect to be a coincidence. Wait, are you a magic swordsman? Jin's eyes widened. Thankfully, his helm covered his face, so Myron could not see his shock. No one had figured out Jin's specialty this fast. Myron wasn't the pillar of the 7th Tower of Magicians for nothing. He was definitely much stronger considering his horrible personality. In a mannerism-obsessed society like the Zipfel clan, his magic had to be that much stronger to compensate for his scumbag demeanor. No answer. I'm already sure of it. You're a magic swordsman. Myron, who had kept his distance all this time, approached Jean. It would be weird for him to enter close combat range as a magician against an opponent like Jean who had an unleashed sword. All of his traps were working fine, so there was no need to close the gap. However, Jean instantly understood the magician's goal. He's going to inject mana into me and force a mana overload. To those who possess mana, the most dangerous moment was when their mana began to overload. For magicians, the outcome of the battle was more predictable than that of knights. The magician with the stronger magic could induce a mana overload and easily end the battle. This was not good for Jean. Surrounded by dozens of activating traps, he couldn't move between all of the magic circles. And conversely, Myron walked through them as if it was nothing. So Jin's durable and powerful body was ruled out for the fight. Mana overload is the most devastating loss for those who possess magic. Kuhiha RK. However, in close combat, martial arts and swordsmanship weren't Jin's only skills. As Myron gathered inconceivable amounts of mana in his wand and prepared to stab Jean with it, Flash, an ancient light spell that offered him a second chance in moments of danger. Photon cannon. A powerful light flashed between them. Jean smiled in relief, and Myron stumbled backwards with hands over his eyes. The fuck are you mumbling about? As Myron recoiled for a short moment, the trap's magic circles dimmed. The ice projectiles in the sky shattered into pieces. Jean then swung Bradamanti. Slash. Particles of spiritual energy scattered, trailing behind the blade's path. The feeling of cutting through flesh and bones. Jean could sense it through his fingertips. Left arm. Disappointing. He aimed to cut Myron in half, but Jean could only cut his left arm. The magician used his mana and compressed the air to change Bradamanti's trajectory. Reactions unlike any magician. Almost like a beast. He's lacking compared to Andre, but he's still a formidable opponent. He knew that he couldn't kill with another attack, so he planned to escape the trap-infested grounds instead. The entirety of the Colin ruins was covered in traps anyway. Despite this, Jean concluded that the most dangerous traps were on the battlefield. Plop. Myron's left arm fell on the ground, and a whirlpool of dark mist spiraled around the wound. The same was occurring for his shoulder. The remaining spiritual energy ate away at his bones and flesh. Wow! Amazing! The power of light and shadow. I really want it for myself. Irk! Myron let out a deep breath and conjured a small magic sword. He cut off the wound infected with the dark spiritual energy. He didn't really care that his arm was cut off. It wasn't just any bravado. He was enjoying the fight. You think I'm crazy? Jean Runcandle, I can't see your beautiful face because of that helm. But I think you are making an excited expression. You and I are not so different. We both love to fight. That was Myron's mistake. Think whatever you want to think. I'll give you that freedom until your death. Why, thank you. But can you really kill me? These pathetic fellows. They'll protect me. Let's see. I've used 3 so far. The fuck do you mean? Don't you think it's a little strange? Your understanding of magic is deep. You definitely know that I'm operating above the 8-star limit. Used 3 so far. Jean reinterpreted that line and let out short breaths. Myron Zipful. There's no way. What do you mean? There's no way? It's exactly what you're thinking. I'm using these useless people to enhance my mana. You're using humans as your catalyst? If you can't believe it, I'll show you. Hehe. Boom. Myron shot a ball of mana towards the small building. The structure, which was already broken from the falling ice, was obliterated. It was the basement where the natives were dragged that Dino described. The dust settled and revealed a pile of people covered with runes. Not all of them were visible. However, it was definitely the destination of Myron's victims. Kashmir and Murakan saw the horrifying sight and shook their heads. Dino looked soulless and slumped to the ground. You seem to be confused. You must be wondering why I'm just showing you my weakness like that. I'm showing you because I want to know how much you value these mongrels. If you didn't care about them, all 3 of you would be hitting me at once. But instead, you let Jean Runcandle fight me alone. How foolish. Myron clicked his tongue. If you want to end me, let those Manosaurus roaches die. They don't deserve to be alive. And fight me, all three of you. Isn't that easy? Fuck that kindness and morality bullshit. And give me your all. Kuhihi. Who? Jean let out a heavy sigh. It's a lie. A woman shouted. It's all a lie. His mana isn't empowered by the people but our divine relic. Chapter 109. Tragedy of Colin. 8. Note. Due to a slight mistake in translation, Leosa has been changed to Lausa. Sorry for the error, and we hope you enjoy this chapter regardless. The woman was limping. She had been hiding near the demolished building when she got caught in the debris. And there was one reason as to why she was there. She thought that maybe, just maybe, it would be possible to save the people piled up in the building while Jean fought Myron. Not because they were alive, but because she wished to create an honorary grave for them. The ones over there are already dead. He's enhancing his mana with the divine relic. Taika! Dino shouted. The woman's name was Ludica Taika Mamutica. She took the place of Lausa as the natives' prophet. However, since she was not a chosen one, she didn't have any divine powers. She was just a normal human. Myron's face wrinkled. He wanted to see Jean guard the pile of people with his life following the delusion of their livelihood. That rat bastard bitch. You dare ruin my show? Ting. 2 blue flames flared in Myron's eyes. The Zipful clan's vision spell, Gaze of Azure. Flame. He had heard about it from his master in the past, but it was his first time seeing it in action. The Zipful's secret techniques are dangerous, but the Gaze of Azure Flame is the most annoying. Having it directed at you would engulf you in inextinguishable blue flames. Myron's eyes flicked towards Taika. Burn in hell! And from Taika's ankles, fire began to spread. Although she was severely injured, she had enough capacity to shout towards Jean and his allies. However, the moment the blue fire combusted her skin, the pain was nothing a normal human could bear. Ayok! Taika! We must save her. She is the only one that keeps the tribe together. Taika fell to the floor and began to convulse, eyes rolling back. She struggled to breathe because of the excruciating pain that echoed through her body after each contracting muscle. The highlight of tonight was you fools guarding a pile of corpses. Myron was not satisfied with Taika's painful misery. He spat on the ground. At this rate, she's going to die before the fire completely spreads. Running towards Taika, Jean remembered another conversation with his master. Then what do I do when one is affected by this spell? Don't try to neutralize it with a poor ice or healing spell. Whatever you do, you have to overpower it with a stronger flame. A stronger flame. A name immediately popped into mind. Jean put his hands together to gather enough mana and open the dimensional portal. The ruler of the fire dimension. The Phoenix. Tess. Summon. VVVVVVT. A massive tear in space emerged next to Jean. Between the gap came flaming blue wings. Every time they moved, hot wind spread everywhere. Myron couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked slowly multiple times. Tess? You summoned Tess. The legend of every magician's dream. Zipful magicians were very disappointed because they couldn't contract with Tess. Because becoming the owner of Tess would mean becoming the best magician of the era. That Runcandle fetus is going to be the greatest magician of the century? You're going to surpass me without my permission. Myron's laughter disappeared. On the other hand, Jean smiled. As soon as Tess was summoned, he was certain that the Zipful's Gaze of Azure Flame wouldn't stand a chance against true blue flames. Everything will be all right, Taika. Tess lowered their head to Taika's burning body. After a second, they let out a fiery breath. Instantly, the blue flames at Taika's ankles were extinguished. The burn marks disappeared as well, as if there was no flame in the first place. The power as the Lord of Flames. Tess could make it so that the wounds caused by a pathetic imitation of blue flames never existed. Tach, thank you. As for me, if it weren't for you, we would have been toyed with by that garbage. I'll tell you the main points since we don't have much time. The tribesmen in the building had been dead, and Myron is using the divine relic. However, he did not find it. Then how? Myron tortured our people to get some activation chance out of us. The divine relic is still hidden, in a place where only we can find. Though not fitting with the situation, Dino felt a little disappointed. Damn, she didn't even tell me that much. For centuries, under the Zipfels' oppression, the Kala natives hadn't revealed the location of the divine relic a single time. If it's someone sent by Lady Lausa, I can trust them. I will tell you, after we get rid of that man. Jean nodded. Myron could not contain his hate and anger that his frown distorted his face. Jean turned around and looked at him. All right, Blue Fire. Is that it? Now I'll send you away, just as you wished, to the place you deserve to be the most. Hell. Jean could easily discern Myron's expression. I'm sure he is humiliated because I summoned Tess. He doesn't want to admit that he's weaker. Myron looked furious, which was why Jean chose his words carefully to provoke him further. Playtime's over, Jean Runcandle. I'll tear you apart little by little and chew on each bit of flesh. I will lick your bones clean. Fighting an enraged enemy was always an easier battle. Sir Kashmir, please continue to protect the natives. Murakan, let's go all out. Don't give him a single second to react. Are you saying I can transform? You crazy? You really think you should? Shit. Yeah. Alright. Hey, you friggin' bird. Stop swearing. Of course, they carried on this weird side conversation to piss off Myron. They didn't really plan this. However, the contractor and his dragon were inherently coordinated. Murakan charged in from behind while Jean and Tess rushed in from the front. Blood rushed to Myron's brain, blood vessels becoming visible on his forehead. Myron, will not be easy to punish. TSSSSS. The blue fire on Myron's eyes extinguished. In Tessa's presence, his vision spell was pointless. You said I deserve to be in hell? A fine choice of words. Jean Runcandle. Myron began to cast a spell that the clan restored and declared as a secret technique. Hence, a sealed technique. At one point, I was the spouse of Witch Helurum, a man who shared a glass with the kings at Tigris Mountain in the western region of the Black Sea. Jean stopped just as he was about to draw his sword. Is this a darkness-type spell? Similar to the light spell, it was erased and forgotten off the face of the planet. Darkness spells could not be found in a single magic tome or book. People thought that it was merely an oral tradition. Jean only guessed that it was a darkness spell, but he didn't exactly know what it was. Murakan flinched, and Tess let out a screech as if they were angry. Kawa! The phoenix blew fire with massive pressure onto Myron. It was on a different level than the one used on Elisa. Even the summoner, Jean, could feel the weight of the pressure from the fire. Tess is furious? What the hell is that spell anyways? At that moment, Murakan gathered the shadows cast by Tess's fire and converted it into spiritual energy. Kiddo, he's lending his body to Demon King Orgel. We have to end him before he finishes the spell. Unleash your blade to the maximum. Now! Osh! Murakan shot out the spiritual energy as if he were releasing a dragon's breath. The blue flames and spiritual energy swallowed Myron. But Jean realized that none of the attacks were effective. A strange purple energy protected Myron. Something that Jean had never seen before. A force field? No. That's a dimensional portal. The same gateway he made to summon Tess, excluding the eerie purple light. And the portal was connected to the dark world that people usually referred to as Hell. Tessa's highest pressure fire breath was to prevent the portal from completely opening. Murakan stained the Hell gate with his spiritual energy so Jean could aim his sword. It was a mark. Otherwise, he would be swinging at thin. Use Bradamanti to cut at the spiritual energy. All right. SSSSSS. Mustering spiritual energy as his mana rapidly depleted from summoning Tess was almost impossible for Jean. Kurg! As soon as he gathered spiritual energy, early signs of mana overflow emerged. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears, and he felt like fainting immediately. As his mana grew more unstable, Tessa's power gradually decreased. The pressure of the blue flames grew visibly weaker, and Myron took this chance to recast his spell. And he whose life miserably ended to Helurim's dagger, bestowed with death, entering the depths of hell. Call my name. Kra'af. Deactivating Myulta's rune, Jean spat out blood and charged forward. The mana overflow occurred because of magic, and Jin's will to move came from his spirit as a knight, being able to exert identical swings of the sword 10,000 times. The stage where he could show determination through the sword. Although Mine's blade was far from his reach, right before he lost consciousness. Cut! As if he were casting a spell, he chanted that word. Every step he took towards Myron, Jean chanted it over and over again, in order to fully manifest his goal to cut the portal, just like how the ancient run-candle magic swordsmen mustered their power. SSSSH. The blazing spiritual energy on Bradamanti's blade slowly simmered. The smoky spiritual energy completely soaked into the blade, and the sword was born anew. Compared to the musky spiritual energy, the blade shone as it reflected the moonlight, as if it were sharpened and polished to perfection. Slayawash. Jean swung down onto the hell gate. Feeling the last bits of possession, Myron shuddered. Then he realized that his plan was foiled. Damn! Kuhihi. And with his only arm, he squeezed out the rest of his energy to whip out his wand one more time. Chapter 110. Tragedy of Colin 9. Whip! Myron's hand ripped through the air. He didn't have a single drop of mana left, so it looked as if he was just swinging his wand around. Is it over? The hell gate, which was cut by the sword engulfed in spiritual energy, let out a loud screech as it shriveled up into nothing. Thump! Jean fell to the ground. His face was stained with blood, but he didn't have any severe injuries. Bradamanti returned to its original form. Kid! Young Master Jean, are you all right? Murakan and Kashmir frantically rushed over to him, and Tess drew back the fire. The phoenix slowly faded and disappeared while worriedly looking at Jean. Jean couldn't keep Tess summoned as his mana had been all used up. What about Myron? He burned to death while standing. Well done, kid. Murakan pointed at Myron, who failed to cast his final spell. He died to Tess's flames, but apparently, standing and dying emotionlessly wasn't enough for him. Even in death, Myron had a creepy smile stretched across his face. From all of the enemies I've faced, he's the most terrifying. Did he swing his wand unconsciously? Although the magician's death left a weird aftertaste, Jean couldn't think much longer. His exhaustion made staying awake unbearable. Dino and Taika, as well as all of the other survivors, surrounded Jean. They were shivering from fear, enough to trigger a seizure. It was because of Myron's still-standing corpse. Murakan, you're all right. And what about Sir Kashmir? Everyone's okay except you, so shut the fuck up. 3 insane powers are having an orgy inside your body. Damn it. If the mana overflow causes a countercurrent, will I die? Yeah, you'll die. Really? Nah. I'm joking, you good boy. I knew you could do it. Anyways, you're not gonna die. But if we don't do anything, you're gonna be crippled for half a year. Show me all of the medicine we have. Right here. Kashmir took out the medicine that he brought. He had brought many luxurious remedies for the heat of battle. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything that could help Jean. What the fuck? Who told you to bring all these useless stuff? Why didn't you bring the unicorn horn powder? You also had other healing stuff in your bag. Anything else? How about blue fish scales? I don't have those in my bag. I apologize. You said to bring immediate healing items. Huh. Well shit. Kid. Say goodbye to half a yeah. Hey. Jean. Don't die on me. Kid. Hey. Murakan turned his head. It was Taika. What? There may be medicine in Myron's basement. I heard that he captured some unicorns while drunk. A magician's laboratory usually had many items for experimentation. Such was especially true for a lab that belonged to a pureblood zipful. One would be able to find a plethora of weird compounds there. Lead me there. Now, over there, with the pile of corpses. Murakan ran towards the destroyed building and began to shuffle through the debris. He found a barely intact cabinet and ripped off the lock. Whoa! A big unicorn horn met his eyes. He crushed it as if it were nothing, then slipped the powder into Jin's mouth. The young Runcandle's body jolted. Kurg! Jin vomited dark red blood. Unicorn horn was the best to deal with mana overflow. However, if the consumer was above 7-star, then it would be ineffective. Finally, that feels better. Though my spiritual energy and aura were all twisted up. Where'd you get the unicorn horn? Murakan tried to answer but was interrupted by Taika, who began to cry and bow to Jin. My name is Ludika Taika Mamutica, and I greatly thank you for saving us. Our people will never forget your deed. And the other natives began to bow as well. Dino joined them too. Oh, please stand. Lady Lausa sent me here. We know. Jin Runcandle, our savior. If it weren't for you, we would never have executed our objective and succumbed to the Zipful's rule. There were only around 30 natives left. About 20 died from Myron's ice projectiles, and 150 died after being brought to the basement. It was depressing. The natives finished their bowing and went to the pile of corpses. They mourned at the horrifying sight. The Prophet, she asked you to save us. Is that right? Yes, that's right. This couldn't be called saving. So many people had already died. Jean made a bittersweet smile. She didn't mean to bring everyone back alive. She was asking us to recover the divine relic of Colin. The mirror. We have to recover it? Does that mean it's broken or something? I've never heard of that in my past life. Jean knew about the mirror, but Murakan did not. Hey, you're Taika, right? What is this divine relic? Myron's mana got super boosted or something, and you said that you orally activated the relic, right? Yes, that is correct. And you probably noticed that his mana was unreadable. That is also due to the relic's power. I'm actually a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years. But I've never heard of such a relic. What the hell is it? What kind of god do you serve? Our god goes by Cullum. Never heard of him. Well, alright. Let's get that relic and return home. We have some ships awaiting us. The survivors gotta survive. Although he spoke without care, Murakan still felt pity for the natives. Whoever saw their plight would have felt pity as well. As long as they weren't a man named Myron. We should. I know that we are always in grave danger. However, O great dragon, recovering the divine relic would take until tomorrow noon even if we start now. What? Tomorrow noon? It takes that long. We must gather our people and unseal our land. And so we need the sun's energy. I apologize that we are causing such a hassle for our saviors. Young Master Jean, Sir Murakan. We can't wait until tomorrow morning. This land is within the Lutero Magic Federation, and we just killed a pureblood Zipful. Kashmir pointed at Myron's corpse, charred but still standing. Lady Lausa indeed mentioned the recovery of the divine relic, but staying until tomorrow. We will all be slaughtered. He was right. However, since there were no witnesses other than the natives and Dino, holding until the next morning was possible. In fact, they were in restricted land managed by the Zipful clan. Even if the sun was high, no one would come near the area. Well, the decision always goes to the kid. What's the next move? Do we wait until noon tomorrow? Or do we escape with the survivors? Taika's eyes flickered. Including her and the natives, the recovery of the divine relic was more important than their life. Jean opened his mouth to speak. Miss Taika, is there a Zipful inspection team that comes here regularly? Or checks on Myron? There are almost no cases where outsiders come to us. There hasn't been anyone other than Dino for the past month. Before that, his underlings came sometimes, but they really didn't want to be with him. Probably because Myron knew they were supervisors. If there isn't anyone who comes regularly, I think that we could wait until noon and take the divine relic with us. Young master, will that be all right? It's too dangerous. Sir Kashmir, I'm sure you've fought with an 8-star magician before. About 3 times. As you felt, Myron had cast spells with mana close to that of a 9-star. In fact, we couldn't read his mana flow at all. And that wasn't even using the divine relic properly. If such an item goes into the hands of the Zipfels. Silence. Jean already experienced what happened when the Zipfels obtained the mirror. They cranked out 7 stars like a factory. Only their mana was 7-star, though they were pathetic excuses of magicians, and the world was just ruled by the Zipfels. On that note, they had to acquire the mirror before them. The kid's right. Runt, that kid isn't stupid. Getting out of here would be the most reasonable decision. However, the Zipfels with that artifact. We can't deal with that. Never. Good point. I didn't think it through that far. And even if we wanted to leave, Miss Taika wouldn't. Isn't that right? Taika nodded. Our reason for living and our life's ultimate goal is to guard Cullum's will. We would only become a hassle to you. Which is probably why you didn't give the Zipfels the relic even after going through 300 years of oppression. No need to be sorry. We are only working for ourselves. Miss Taika, you should go help your people. Jean glanced at the demolished building, where many were weeping. Taika bowed with moist eyes. Hey, Dino approached Jean. Yes. Journalist Dino Zeglin? I didn't know that you were Jean Runcandle. Let's try to brainstorm how we could write an article which would deliver the most discomfort to the Zipfels. Of course, you would leave out our names in the report. As a journalist, I solemnly swear that I will not write your names in the article. I would never betray those who saved my friends. You do seem like a person who would do that, Dino. Well, I have some stuff to think about, so you do your thing. Find solid evidence until noon. Evidence that will prevent the Zipfel clan from lifting a finger. Understood. Dino then disappeared into the woods. Jean looked at Myron's corpse, eyes slowly dilating, and continued his earlier train of thought. Was the last swing of his wand really done while unconscious? Chapter 111. Reinforcements. 1. No way. Jean remembered a conversation he had with his master. The Zipfel's pillars have wands with special mechanisms. On the upper part of the wand, there are small rune characters on it. What for? If the pillar activates the rune, a signal is sent to the tower. Basically, an emergency call to summon reinforcements. Of course, they use it when they're in grave danger or facing an enemy they can't defeat. Damn, that was a pain in the ass. Jean rushed over to Myron's corpse. If his master was right, then Myron's last whip of the wand would be him activating the rune. What's wrong, kid? I need to see his wand. Why his wand? Murakin didn't know about the existence of such a mechanism in the Zipfel's wands. It wasn't something that was developed during his period of activity. Jean thought of an appropriate response, but Kashmir clapped his hands, as if he realized something. The rune characters. I heard about how the pillar's wands have a rune that could call for reinforcement. What? Something like that exists. It's just a rumor I've heard. I'm sure young Master Jean would know more about the Zipfel clan as a run candle. I'm just checking because eldest sister Luna mentioned something like that. If there really are rune characters, that would be problematic? Eyes flickering in uncertainty. The three stood in front of Myron's charred body. That bird burned him too hard. I can't even tell if this wand is wood or charcoal. I don't think there's any rune. You said it would glow when activated. That's what I see as well, Sir Murakin. Haha. It must have been just a false rumor. The two stared at the black wand and awkwardly smiled. Jean scraped it with his dagger. He could see it. Faded green characters, glowing. His premonition was spot on. Shit. Fuck. Murakin and Kashmir smacked their foreheads. Hey kid, that divine relic thing. Can we tell the people to look for it later? I can't even transform into my true form. Runt. About how many will come? There are at least 100 magicians stationed for each pillar. With a mix of 7 and 8 stars, half of them would be enough to wipe us out. Not even half. A quarter of the magicians would be more than enough to deal with the trio. Damn, this world got a lot better. Really. 4 or 5 8 stars were nothing during my prime. Damn it. Well, tell them to come. We'll destroy them. I'll show them my 3,000 years of experience. Sir Murakan, I personally don't think we can win. Even if you faced all of them alone, I don't think I can protect young Master Jin in such a situation. Luckily, Jin's mana overflow was stopped by the unicorn horn. However, he still wasn't fully recovered. His mana would overflow again during battle, and it wouldn't be something they could just heal. Well, we can't just leave with the relic still here. Runt, you return with Jin. I got a lot weaker, but I can still beat up some peons. How could we leave with you, Sir Murakan? Haha, you runt. I always knew you were kind. Don't worry. There's no way I'd die, right? Murakan scratched his nose with his inflated ego. Kashmir nodded furiously. I understand. Then I shall take young Master Jin and leave immediately. Wait, why'd this bitch give up so fast? Isn't it normal to say that we'll die fighting together or something? It's strangely annoying. That's just you, Sir Murakan. The two exchanged a pointless conversation, and Jin sighed. How long would it take? Oh, young master. How long would what take? The 7th Tower of Magicians is at the edge of the northern region. They would need approximately 2 hours to get here, maybe a little earlier. 2 hours, he says. Can we recover the artifact within that time frame? Even if they'll face the possibility of death, I don't think the natives will leave the land without it. Taika's tears said it all. They wouldn't throw away this chance after centuries of being under the Zipfel clan's oppression. 2 hours, 2 hours. Either way, we need strong reinforcement that could come ASAP. They exempted the Runcandle clan. As a provisional flag-bearer, calling Luna again would be problematic, and Jin's other siblings wouldn't let him be. A reinforcement other than his clan, able to fight against the Zipfels, and could come to the Kalin ruins immediately. There weren't many allies like that. Making a final decision, Jin looked at Kashmir. Sir Kashmir, there is something you need to do. Jin quickly explained his plan, and Kashmir's expression froze up. Young master, do you think that would really be possible? If they refuse, you and Sir Murakan will be in grave danger. We should try. Well, even though it's a little humiliating, they wouldn't refuse. There's no time. Please hurry. *****, the continent's northern region, 7th Tower of Magicians. The crystal ball turned red. The pillar is in danger. Don't you think he's just joking around again? We went last time and he was sound asleep, probably drunk as well. Even if it's a joke, it is our duty to respond to his summons. Ha! How is he the pillar when he can't even respect the tower elders? Shoo! Troublesome words will be drilled into our ears if the vice pillar hears you. Either way, let's alert the vice pillar. Hey! Summon the vice pillar. Although Myron's rune triggered the alert system, most of the elders looked disappointed. However, it was their usual cold reaction to Myron's call. One servant started running in one direction, and soon the vice pillar emerged. A beautiful and young skillful magician, Midder Elner, Keliark Zipfel's son. Where did the crystal orb locate Myron? The Kalin ruins. As of now, we shall gather all magicians of the 7th Tower and go there. Elders, please alert the main house and other towers. And other towers? Aren't you just escalating the situation? I have a bad feeling. A summon this early in the morning. I'm sure something bad happened. Third Elder, please open the transfer gates. I wanted to do that. But the third Elder scratched his chin and pointed outside. So much snow has been falling since an hour ago, Vice Pillar. We cannot use the transfer gates in such weather. As he said, a blizzard ravaged outside. We will go by dragon. After flying to Chenka, we shall use the transfer gate to the Kalin ruins. That meant that all of the dragons of the 7th Tower were going as well. After an hour, morning came. In that time, Jin and Murakan helped the natives bury the dead, and Dino found some undeniable evidence regarding Myron's atrocities. Murakan, I've been thinking, the 7th Tower's magicians probably can't come here in 2 hours. Why? There's always harsh snowfall in the northern region around January and February, And during that time, they can't use transfer gates. That's a relief. I'm not certain, though. It just snows a lot and there's some wind as well. But 2 hours is too short. Thankfully, as Jean predicted, the magicians couldn't use the transfer gates. However, he didn't know that the dragons were coming as well. Blurg. Jean vomited a clump of blood, an aftershock of mana overflow. The immediate danger was avoided with the unicorn horn, but it didn't completely suppress the symptoms. Air. I guess I'm pushing myself too much. Too much. I didn't know that crazy bastard would use darkness-type spells. On top of that, a rune that could summon his allies. Back in my day, we would draw out completely after losing a battle. The audacity of people these days. No honor. We summoned eldest sister Luna with Orgel's pendant last time, and Kashmir left to call for his allies. That's a little different, yeah? That time, we were protecting the world, and if we hadn't stopped the demon god's orb, the world would have been in shambles. It's the same with the Kalin native's relic getting into the Zipful's hands. Jean smirked. He thought of his master. If it weren't for them, he would have had no idea about the reinforcements. Master, I wonder if you're growing well. I hope you are. Sir Kashmir. Why did you return alone? Honey, why are you alone? You don't look good. Did something happen? Gilly and Elisa shouted at him while Enya and Quicantal looked in disbelief. There's no time to explain. Gilly, where's that flower? Flower? Why are you looking for a flower? Oh, over there. Kashmir pointed at a flower vase as he shouted. A vase with a unique flower adorned with pure white, snowflake-like petals grew from it. The hidden palace's snow blossoms. Elisa, open a transfer gate closest to the hidden palace. The faster I go, the more likely young Master Jean will survive. Chapter 112. Reinforcements. 2. The Hidden Palace. The tower that stood alone in the western region of the continent. To resolve the current conflict, Jean chose the Hidden Palace. Normal people couldn't go near that place, but as someone who was operating a massive intelligence agency, Kashmir had connections. And at his request, Elisa nodded. I'll open a transfer gate to the western region's Manji Island. Thankfully, there's a 7-colored peacock agent over there. Manji Island was the only island that led to the Hidden Palace. Attempting to enter the island any other way would be deemed as intrusion or invasion and was punishable by execution. Of course, just because the visit was through Manji Island didn't mean free entry to the Hidden Palace. Someone could only enter with enough trust accumulated through connections, like Kashmir, or enough payment. 3 years ago, I stationed an agent there just in case. Good thing it's paying off. I wonder if that fellow has made any contact with the Hidden Palace. His name was Lucas. As much as the intelligence agent could open a pathway to the Hidden Palace, would the tower respond to the entry? We didn't get any information about direct contact. We should at least get some confirmation from the higher-ups. No, there's no time. If the intelligence agent is doing nothing, maybe we should start talking smack about the master of the Hidden Palace. Then, someone would come out, right? Elisa rushed to the transfer gate. In the meantime, Kashmir explained the situation to Gilly. You guys killed a pure-blood Zipful, and to face the repercussions, you are calling for reinforcements from the Hidden Palace? Young master. Why is he always walking on a tightrope? I can't even help because my aura is sealed. The Jean kid knows this, but he doesn't fear death. He flirts with it. Miss Quicantal, I'm going crazy from his excessive confidence. What should we do? According to Sir Kashmir, the magicians will be arriving any time soon. Gilly bit at her nails. Enya, Lathri, and Yuria patted her back in an attempt to comfort her. Either way, don't fret, Gilly. Your young master doesn't die that easily. And I'm here too. If the master of the Hidden Palace or whatever doesn't help, I can go and wipe them all out. Fuck it if I'll get a bounty from the Zipfuls with that. Although she spoke with bravado, Quicantal was still worried. A horde of Zipful magicians was inconceivable. And if she reveals her true form in front of the Zipful clan, Andre and Vioretta's death would be reinvestigated. Don't worry, Gilly. I will convince the master of the hidden palace and go help young Master Jean and Sir Murakan. The transfer gate to the island was ready, and Kashmir set out for his quest. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Most people in the world died without visiting Manji Island. However, those who did visit always wanted to go back. A small, warm island with many wild animals frolicking in the meadows. 10 lucky people received explicit permission from the hidden palace to settle on the land where the vast ocean and the tower were visible in the distance. 3 years ago, intelligence agent Lucas Manfred was stationed on the said island. He was currently sitting on a hammock on the beach, rocking back and forth as he drank a cocktail and watched the romantic sunrise as it dyed the ocean orange. A loose shirt was draped over his tan skin. He looked more like a tourist than an intelligence agent. I never thought I'd enjoy this life on the continent. Fufu. There's nothing as sweet as this. He would only make short contacts with headquarters every 3 months. The other leaders of the Seven-Colored Peacock used to call often, but they toned down because they didn't want to anger the master of the hidden palace. Lucas's identity was pretty publicized in the tower, so making secret calls would be suspicious. Lucas Manfred. A familiar voice called his name. At the distant voice, Lucas set down his glass. He doubted his ears for 2 seconds before standing and greeting his leader. Sir Kashmir? Why at this time? Meeting eyes with Kashmir, Lucas began to imagine many unfortunate things. Being punished for his lazy attitude, detained, or in the worst case, being told to return to the main base, essentially ending his heavenly life at the island. However, unlike all of his worries, Kashmir didn't care about any of his work habits. Instead, he asked in a rushed voice, I must meet the master of the hidden palace. Immediately. Did you manage to form a direct contact with the hidden palace? Please say that you have. I'm in a rush. A smile stretched across Lucas's formerly worried face. An opportunity for a raise. Or a promotion. Even. The leader of the Seven-Colored Peacock requested him to establish direct contact with the tower. And Lucas could reciprocate this request. Of course, Sir Kashmir. I could immediately escort you there. Whoa. Really? Yes. I have spent so much time establishing this contact for the past 3 years. I'm thankful that it could be used in times of need. Lucas made up some words. I will never forget this favor. If things go well with the master of the hidden palace, feel free to await for a massive reward. I merely did my job as an intelligence agent. Then, please wait a moment. I will contact the hidden palace now. Ping. Boom, boom. Crackle. Lucas shot firecrackers into the air. Fireworks? Is this a signal? Yes, and do not be surprised. Something big and warm will surround us. And once we open our eyes, we will be at the hidden palace. What? What do you mean, ah? Whoop, whap. Just as Lucas said, a huge silhouette swallowed them whole. It looked like a mouth, but it was too fast for Kashmir to identify. Something swallowed us. Ha! Too. The mouth that ate them soon spat them out. Kashmir then opened his eyes. The warm breeze of Manji Island was gone and had been replaced with cold wind blowing on his skin. Blue-white walls surrounded him. Even the floor was emitting cool air that was cold enough to make a person furiously shiver. He then realized that they were inside the hidden palace. What kind of entrance is this? Kashmir suppressed his shock and looked around. Beside him was Lucas, and in front of them, you baby. I told you not to call me early in the morning. A strange sense of affection and coldness came from the woman's voice. She lay on the bed with a cigar as she looked down at the two on the floor. Her name was Talaris Indorma, the 51st master of the hidden palace with the alias Abyssal Spider. A 10-star knight and a formidable presence in the world. And a guest without my permission. Fufu. My baby, you've gotten a lot slimmer since your last visit. Are you trying to prove that you're not a baby anymore? Direct contact? A hotline? Lucas definitely made a hotline with Talaris. Indorma. Honey, I'm sorry for suddenly contacting you and bringing an uninvited guest over. But see here, Sir Kashmir's giving me a raise. He said he really wanted to see you. Seeing their relationship, Kashmir could only be shocked. I knew that Talaris Indorma was good with men, but even our intelligence agent, and this Lucas kid didn't even report it to us. However, he could easily evaluate his situation. Talaris and Lucas were not lovers. Lucas was one of Talaris's playthings. Rumor has it that publicizing the relationship would result in a missing man. HNGGGH. Sure. I'm sure you have your problems. You're dismissed. Be prepared to be punished. Thump. Talaris waved her hand around, and the big mouth swallowed Lucas and disappeared. The ghost blade couldn't even react to the speed even with his senses heightened for the tense situation. He and Talaris were now alone. Lying down comfortably on the bed, Talaris's natural intimidation almost matched that of Siren Run Candles. Kashmir could feel it. Think straight. I've talked to Siren Run Candle before. He gritted his teeth, and Talaris shook her head. Kashmir Vermont. You don't use that name anymore. Either way, you already have a wife and you aren't my type anyways. So, what made you believe that I would listen to you? Kashmir flinched. I apologize for the late introduction, 51st Master of the Hidden Palace. I am Kashmir, a knight serving the free city of Tychon. I came to see you because, I don't want to hear about your problems. Can you tell me the summary? Just answer my question. What did you believe and come to this place for? Talaris said the last few words with emphasis, and Kashmir's eyes shook. She wasn't even emitting her aura, yet the intimidation sent shocks through him. I can barely breathe. I guess this is the presence of a 10-star knight. There are these issues, so please help. Explaining it like that wouldn't help at all. Kashmir immediately pulled out the Hidden Palace's snow blossoms. The person who received this flower from the master of the Hidden Palace's soul daughter is in grave danger. Talaris burst into laughter. ******. 3 hours had passed since Myron's death. And as Jean, Murakan, and the surviving Khalin natives waited for Kashmir. 6 dragons circled above the ruins, and the bright sky grew dark under their shadows. Unfortunately, Jean, Dino, Murakan, and everyone else couldn't escape the crime scene. The natives already began the ritual to recover the divine relic. The land of their temple just had to be near Myron's corpse. The Khalin natives are doing some kind of ritual. They seem to have disobeyed the pillar's orders, Vice Pillar. Find the pillar and capture all of the humans in the area. Chapter 113. Reinforcements 3. Although Myron's standing corpse was put away, the natives couldn't hide as they were doing the ritual to uncover the mirror. To them, getting the mirror in the right hands was more important than their own lives. Jean and Murakan couldn't hide as well as they had to defend the natives from an ambush. It seems the pillar has activated the rune because of those outsiders with the Crimson people. It's possible that the pillar already died to them. We should encounter them carefully, Vice Pillar. Those men probably have reinforcements holding the pillar hostage. Jean used Myalta's rune to block his face, and Murakan used a mask for his. They looked like Myron's killers at first sight. Looking down at the culprits, Midder Elner stared with a murderous glare. If the pillar, no. If Myron died because of them, I will give them something far more painful than death. Midder clenched and gritted his teeth. Jean was too far to listen in on their conversation, but he felt the hostility despite the distance. 6 dragons and about 30 magicians. Shit, I expected it, but seeing it in person is exhilarating. They had enough to face an entire nation. However, they were only faced with about 30 defenseless natives, an internally wounded Jean, and a washed black dragon. Phew! Well, they came before the runt could come back. That runt, I hope he didn't fail. Looking up at the dragons and magicians, Murakan was also very nervous. Oh great Cullum! On the other hand, the natives muttered their god's name. Standing in a circle, they concentrated on their ritual and ignored everyone else in sight. With transcending will, they suppressed their fear and focused on the task at hand. And with their eyes closed, they recited their ancient scriptures, which were all destroyed centuries ago. Although they were faced with a life-threatening danger, The ones who led the ritual emitted an eerie divine energy. Heh. Their little religion helps them at times like this since they could just rely on their god for protection. On that note, do you want to create a church of Sodoret with me? The Shadow Brotherhood. Name sounds fine. Seeing that you can still joke around in this situation, it seems this fight is winnable. No, we're fucked. The natives are bound to die anyway, and neither can I guarantee our escape. Do you have another Orgel's pendant or something? You think. Then make a decision. Quick. Do we let those natives die and then run away, or do we attempt to fight those guys and die honorably? The former doesn't have a good chance like the latter, though. He was not joking. Murakin evaluated the situation after observing the opposing forces. They could never win the battle. Shit. This would have been nothing if I were in my prime. Timar, you motherfucker. The heart you stabbed thousands of years ago is still aching. Jean thought for a second before shaking his head. We came all the way here, so we can't just give up on them. Let's try to stall a little longer. What? How the hell would we be able to stall for time? Once they start to cast spells, it's over. But they haven't yet. Those guys aren't in a position to just strike us. They don't know about Myron's current state, and they might think that we're keeping him hostage. As Jean said, Mitter and the other magicians knew nothing regarding Myron's whereabouts. If they were certain of his death, they would have attacked immediately. However, since that's not the case, they're calculating all of the possibilities. On top of that, Jean thought that the magicians wouldn't barrage the ground with advanced spells to ravage the land. Furthermore, even if they thought Myron died, they needed to deal with retrieving his corpse. Flap! With the magicians on their back, the 6 dragons began to descend. Is there a dragon you know? They're all fire dragons. Nope. They're all youngins that became active while I was asleep. And they're not fire dragons but crimson dragons. A subgroup of fire dragons. They must be fire dragon Cadden's underlings. The dragons of the 7th Tower of Magicians were not guardian dragons but Cadden's underlings. It meant that, among the magicians, none were contractors. However, that didn't mean that they weren't strong. Knowing this fact, Jean evaluated Mitter, who was slowly approaching them alone. He's strong. He's on the same level as Myron. Maybe stronger. Although Mitter was concealing his mana, Jean could feel his power as a fellow magician. Additionally, the other magicians are trusting him. He's closing the gap against a knight, and no one is stopping him. Clip, clop. With the natives behind his back, Jean met eyes with Mitter. I am the Zipfel's 7th Tower of Magicians Vice Pillar, Mitter Elner. Where is our pillar? A name Jean never heard of even in his past life. No idea. He answered carelessly, and Mitter shook his head. I don't know why you guys would go after him. I guess his disgusting personality elicited your hate? Or are you the Run Candle's dogs? I have no reason to answer you. But how did you know that we attacked Myron? Jean asked as if he didn't know, and surprisingly, Mitter didn't seem to hide the facts about the rune. There are runes that our pillar can activate if and when he's in danger. When activated, the crystal ball in the 7th tower turns red. Revealing the pillar's runes so easily meant that Mitter had no intention of sparing Jean nor his acquaintances. I will not ask you to take off your mask or discard your weapon. However, I only wish for you to answer my question truthfully. Is our pillar still alive? Saying those words, Mitter's eyes wavered with sadness underneath his murderous glare. For a while, Jean did not answer, and Mitter asked him once more. Please answer me. I am asking. As a family member, I'm sure you have a family as well. Only if you answer me truthfully will I, as the vice pillar of the 7th Tower of Magicians, solemnly swear that, after killing you, I will leave your family alone. Mitter showed his tenderness, and Jean gave a bitter smile in return. I agree. A family member dying or getting hurt is a painful experience. However, Zipfel Magician, look over there. Jean pointed towards his left. What does that look like? Graves. The graves of the natives slaughtered by your prideful pillar. And look behind me. There are about 30 fellow humans who lost their families just like you. Do not compare those pathetic mongrels to our pillar. Mitter's face wrinkled with anger. I'm sure you are not simply comparing our great pillar to those pathetic beings. Does that mean you attacked our pillar not because of hate, but because you wanted to save those people? That's right. Our pillar is not here right now, is he? Jean nodded. Myron is dead. Mitter began to cry. Tears streamed down his face. Jean and Murakin felt the air turning heavy. The magician then began to emit his mana. I will commemorate his death with your screams and blood, and I'll let you watch me slaughter those pathetic dogs. Magicians of the seventh tower, heed me. Capture those animals. I will not allow any more deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! Ha! There was an explosion right next to Jean. Be Ether 3I. It filled his ears with a sharp ring, hurting his eardrums. Soon after, Jean heard an ear-ripping screech. He knew which spell Mitter prepared. Spatial explosion? Only an extremely talented magician contracted with Shinu can use this spell. And there was only one person who fit those requirements. Keliarch Zipfel. Before Jin's regression, he heard stories about the Zipfel patriarch often while walking the path of a magician. That same Keliarch Zipfel could cause explosions to occur anywhere, just with a twirl of his finger. People said that he was similar to a god giving judgment whenever he cast spatial explosion. But why is he? There was no time to think. He said, family member. Is he Keliarch's son? Even so, is it even possible to share Shinu's abilities? Then, the second explosion occurred. This time to Jin's right. However, he couldn't dodge it. Even if his body were in top condition, he still wouldn't be able to dodge it. His internal injuries hurt him too much. By Thiaithe, another screeching sound. Myulta's rune could completely stop a 7-star night strike, but it could not block out sound. Mitter identified that Jin's helm was a masterpiece, and he selected the most effective way to defeat him. If he had mana left to summon Tess, then he could create an absolute domain with the Phoenix's blue flames to stop the spatial explosions, since Tess's flames couldn't be affected by Shinu's flames. However, summoning the Phoenix was impossible due to the mana overflow. Looking around, Jean saw Murakin barely dodging the attacks. The natives were not being attacked, but it was because Mitter ordered the magicians to capture them alive. Seeing as the natives wouldn't stop their ritual despite being in the midst of battle, they would eventually fall like flies. There was no need to attack them in the first place, since they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Did he get injured after fighting our pillar? He acted like he was fine when he was talking to me, so I'll at least praise him for that. I am relieved our pillar didn't die from his own incompetence. I shall keep our promise. Jean couldn't hear Mitter's voice due to all the explosions. Moreover, he had to throw his body around to dodge the explosive spells and lessen the risk of triggering mana overflow. Blood visibly streamed out through the breaths of the helm. The kid's gonna die at this rate. That bastard. How the fuck are we supposed to stall for time against these crazy guys? Murakin decided his next move. I'll transform into my true form, then do whatever I can for the kid's survival. Shit. One wrong move and I'll have to say my last goodbye. All of his memories flashed in his mind. He smiled, remembering the past 6 years that he spent with Jean. He felt more nostalgic recalling those memories than his experiences as Timar's guardian dragon. Swoop! A white dimensional portal suddenly opened in the middle of the ruins, and from it emerged something massive. A white toad, as well as a silver-haired woman and a younger girl on top of it. It looks like I'm not late. The Master of the Hidden Palace, Talaris Indorma. Chapter 114. Reinforcements. 4. That's Kate, the Master of the Hidden Palace, Talaris Indorma? Amongst the high-star magicians of the 7th Tower, there wasn't anyone who didn't know the face of the Abyssal Spider. The magicians who were bombarding Murakin with spells simultaneously stopped. Mitter, too, couldn't help but stare at the white toad. You did it, Sir Kashmir. Jean almost fainted after feeling great relief. He was pushing himself far beyond his physical limits. The only thing he could do was stand. While the barrage of spells were at a brief pause, Murakin quickly ran to support Jean. If that toad came even 2 seconds later, I wouldn't be able to see you again. Cuckoo, kiddo. Is this the first time an amphibian looked so attractive? Snow Toad Mort. There's a human that could summon that thing in this era as well. Summon beast Snow Toad Mort. It was bigger than the magician's dragons and had a voluminous white beard, as if it had lived thousands of years. A summoned beast that could only be controlled by the one chosen by the myriad ice. Every time Mort croaked, Talaris nodded. Yes, it was a long distance to travel quickly. Go. Rest until I call you again. Cutie. Swoop. Surprisingly, Mort's massive body immediately disappeared into the white dimensional portal. As the portal closed, Talaris and Cirrus landed on the ground and looked around. Let's see. The kid who received the Hidden Palace's snow blossoms. Ah, there he is. About 30 high-star magicians and 6 dragons were anxious. They couldn't process the series of events that transpired on the ground. Even the dragons who didn't know of Talaris's notoriety didn't budge. The course of battle had instantly changed at her appearance. The natives continued their ritual as the situation unfolded. Clip, clop. With carefree steps, Talaris snickered as she walked towards Jean without acknowledging Mitter. The moment she walked past the zipful, Mitter felt an ineffable humiliation. However, he did not dare to strike her from behind. If he did, his head would be cut off before he knew it. Oh my, you're in an unspeakable condition. Can you even hear me? Yes, Madame Talaris. Yes? All right. Before I help you, let me ask one thing. Did you really kill my 307th boyfriend? I beg your pardon? I meant Alcaro Sendler, the drug dealer that Jean killed in his assassination mission. During his cadet days, caught off guard by the small talk, Jean cleared his throat, temporarily forgetting about his unbearable pain. Cirrus shook her head from second-hand embarrassment. Oh, that... I'm not trying to antagonize you. I was going to get rid of that druggie anyway. Instead, please introduce a better person after getting rid of one. Like that handsome gentleman next to you. Jean and Cirrus were flabbergasted but suppressed it. Murakan shrugged. Humph. Handsome gentleman, you say? I must say you sure know how to look at people. And your entrance was very extravagant. In that case, we should have a drink sometime. Anyways, my daughter, go help out your lover and frolic in the grass or something. I have some business to deal with. I said, he's not a lover. Che, whatever. Good luck, mother. Yes, yes. Oh, and you should be very thankful to my daughter. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be here. Crackle, crackle. Talaris turned around, and an ice wall rose from the ground, surrounding Jean. She was using myriad ice to protect her priorities. All she did was wave her hand, and she created an indestructible barrier. Murakan was impressed. Talaris then did the same for the natives. Thank God. Relieved, Jean finally let go and let his body fall to the ground. Cirrus hung his arm around her neck. Long time no see, Jean Runcandle. I was sure that we would have a duel the next time we met, but I didn't think it'd be like this. Lady Cirrus, thank you. I am indebted to you. No need. There's no way I would let you die before I defeat you. Ugh. Jean let out a groan, and Myulta's rune was deactivated. All of the blood that accumulated in his helm spilled out. Oh my. He was standing in this condition? I've never seen so much blood before. Spiritual energy, mana, and aura were mixed in with Jin's blood, making it have a dark glow. Cirrus quickly pulled out a potion and rested Jean on her lap. I'm sore. Silence. Cirrus slowly and calmly poured the concoction into Jin's mouth. Murakan smiled at the sight. Looking good. I apologize if I'm disturbing your guys' special time. Should I clear out for y'all? Murakan was in a very good mood. Not so long ago, he was preparing himself to never see Jean again, but with the situation improving, he was relieved. Humph. Out of all the dragons I've met, you are the most childish. Huh? How'd you know I was a dragon? My mother doesn't call just anyone a handsome gentleman. She only uses that towards dragons. And I'm not in such a great mood right now, so I wish you would stop fooling around. Foo-foo, all right. I need to rest anyways. I'll leave the kid to you. Poof. Murakin transformed into a cat. He paced back and forth around Jean before settling next to him. Cirrus scoffed. Wait, was he the cat that I saw at the banquet? It was a dragon? She shuddered at the memory of petting and loving Nabi Runcandle after dueling Jean at the Runcandle banquet. Jean Runcandle. I don't like the atmosphere around you too much. However, she didn't really hate Jin's wet hair on her knees. On the other side of the barrier, the magicians awaited Mitter's next move. Since the master of the hidden palace entered the battle, would they silently retreat or fight in the name of the Zipfels? From a technical standpoint, the former was a smarter decision. The latter wasn't. Facing her would be borderline impossible. However, Mitter chose the latter. Even though the opponent is the master of the hidden palace, I can't just let the Pillar's killer go. He also had a plan up his sleeve. Even with the 7th Tower of Magicians, she would be a challenge. But if we hold on for a bit, then the other towers will reinforce us. Before coming to the Colin ruins, Mitter alerted the other towers that Myron was in grave danger. As of now, we shall gather all magicians of the 7th Tower and go there. Elders, please alert the main house and other towers. And other towers? Aren't you just escalating the situation? I have a bad feeling. A summon this early in the morning. Mitter's hunch was spot on. On top of Myron's death, they had to face the master of the hidden palace. And if sufficient reinforcements were sent, then their victory was attainable since the opponent was Talaris Endorma and not Siren Runcandle. And the Patriarch has bestowed his abilities upon me. Even if I can't inflict enough damage with spatial explosion, I can at least stall for time. Mitter made his decision and stepped forward. His eyes met with Talaris. Master of the hidden palace. I am the vice pillar of the 7th Tower of Magicians, Mitter Elner. I would like to ask why the ruler of the West Sea is interfering with Zipfel business. As Mitter finished his sentence, the magicians planned their battle formation. The 6 dragons gathered their breaths, preparing for an attack. Talaris scoffed in pity. Interfering with Zipfel business? I'm dealing with some business myself. On that note, you guys are the ones meddling with my business. If you understand and walk away, I'll be nice enough to let you go. I understand that the world knows of your strength and skills being uncontested, but the hidden palace cannot threaten the Zipfel clan. Those people are the ones who killed the 6th son of the Patriarch, the pillar of the 7th Tower of Magicians. So please back away, master of the hidden palace. Oh ho, that's some serious stuff. I'm sure that you do not want the Zipfels as an enemy of the hidden palace. Additionally, this land is part of the Lutero Magic Federation, part of Zipfel land. But there's not enough spark or flash. Our clan is so great that we're the best in the land. That's something dogs would say. Well, they do say that dogs act like wolves in their territory. The elders behind Mitter furrowed their brows. Master of the hidden palace. That's too far. Shut the fuck up. Talaris glared daggers at the elders. That was all she did. But the 2 elders fell to the ground, holding onto their throat as if they were suffocating. The elders fell after receiving the glare filled with concentrated murderous intimidation from Talaris. The will of a 10-star knight was no different from a weapon. 3rd elder. Raise a barrier. The magicians quickly cast a barrier, and simultaneously, the dragons released their breaths. Fwoosh! There weren't many moments where the breath of a dragon looked pitiful. Talaris instantly disintegrated the 6 dragons' breaths. Crackle! As the breaths reached her hand, it turned into brittle ice. The ice shattered, and the air glimmered with the sparkles of ice. The magicians instinctively stepped backwards. Isn't it glamorous? If you shoot your breath one more time, you ugly reptiles will become Mort's meal. Alright, I think I've shown off the difference in power. Are you going to continue? This was the Zipfel magicians' last chance. Their last chance to leave without losing anyone. However, Mitter was too blind to seize the opportunity of survival. Even if we all die fighting you, the ones to be erased from this world will be you. Not us. Boom! Mitter aimed and used spatial explosion on Talaris's neck. Talaris's eyes shook. She reacted perfectly to the explosion and blocked it with her ice, but she was very surprised. Huh? This is Keliark Zipful's power. What the hell are you? Chapter 115. Reinforcements. 5. Although I do not want to fight you, I cannot let it stain my clan's name. Boom! Another explosion. This time, Talaris reacted in time with another ice crystal. She frowned in disapproval. At this point, Mitter thought that it was possible to win. However, that was a delusion. Humph. Spatial explosion, you say? You are too rambunctious with Keliark's power at hand. Thump. Talaris stomped on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. The Zipful magician's barrier began to freeze. 30 magicians contributed to the barrier, and it only took one person to take it down. Only 3 seconds were needed to shatter it. What is this? All of the 7th Tower's magicians knew Talaris's face, but none of them really had any experience fighting her. If anyone actually knew her true strength, they never would have challenged her. The magicians' faces turned red. The dragons let out low, quiet whimpers. Talaris started to use her true power. Her long hair flew in the wind. Many snowflake-shaped particles flew around her. Each crystal glowed, illuminating their surroundings. Maybe I was too inactive recently. Oh my, and you pathetic peons attacking. Feels a little off. Seems you have never heard anything about me from your little patriarch. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The ice crystals gathered on Talaris's right hand and formed a long silhouette. A sword. With the name Myriad Ice. I'll teach you a lesson. Swoosh. Talaris swung Myriad Ice once, and a sharp, skin-piercing wind flew. The bitter cold was visible in the form of white particles. The wind rushed forward, and the magicians began to cast their defensive spells. However, as long as Talaris held her sword, her opponents were powerless. Ugh! Mitter let out a short groan, and soon, the magicians behind him screamed. It was as if thousands of knives rushed towards them instead of a gust of wind. As it penetrated their barrier, blood splattered on the magicians. Their blood-stained robes were ripped and torn apart. Wands and staves broke. Their flesh and bones were brutally being carved away. Talaris scoffed at the pitiful sight. I don't mean to kill you completely. It wasn't an attack where she needed to concentrate or muster a lot of aura. It was nothing beyond a swing of a sword. And still, the magicians took severe damage. In fact, there were 5 casualties despite them being 7 stars. Is this really the power of a human? Mitter, who was barely holding onto consciousness, shook in fear. The woman before him was unbelievably powerful. With the difference in power, the Zipful magicians would be done for before they could even get the chance to cast the next spell. Moreover, the only attack he could do was spatial explosion. Oh, and you're Mitter? Darling, you made a grave mistake. I really hate spatial explosion. It's that very annoying spell when I fought against Keliark a while back. Talaris quickly closed the gap between them and towered over Mitter. Irk! Why so surprised? You didn't even notice that your right hand is already gone. Mitter instinctively looked down to his hands. Indeed, the right was cleanly cut off and laid on the ground. Additionally, his wound was already frozen, which explained why he didn't feel anything. This is why I really don't like magicians. You had the gumption to check your hand? When I'm right in front of you, trained knights wouldn't dare to look away from their enemy. Or else, the next thing you know, you've been decapitated. Gasp! Mitter grabbed his neck and stepped backwards. Seeing his fear, Talaris clicked her tongue. Mitter felt his heart stop. He couldn't do anything. Vice Pillar. Protect the Vice Pillar. You background characters still have quite the loyalty. But how will you protect him when your conditions are like that? You guys would be better off running away. Your leader is a fool. Fighting without acknowledging the opponent's power. Talaris gave a cold smile, and the magicians gritted their teeth. She wasn't wrong. Mitter had to accept the truth as well as his grave mistake. Shit. I expected this, but even with the Patriarch's spatial explosion, at this rate, even if the other reinforcements arrive, they would not win. Either Kellyark Zipfel needed to show up or top Twilight magicians had to arrive. I have no words for you. What the hell is that? As Mitter fell into despair, beams of light pierced through the clouds of the morning sky. The light source was a massive ship flying through the sky, and Talaris knew what the arrival of the ship meant. That's the Twilight's ship. That Kashmir bastard. He didn't tell me that these guys were gonna come. Talaris's expression tensed up for the first time. Mitter and the other magicians also stared in disbelief, but for a different reason. They never would have thought that the Zipfel main house would send such reinforcements. Whoom! The one ship that flew in the sky, the Kozak. As soon as the airship came into view, Jean stood up. What the hell? Why is that here? The Kozak was the Zipfel clan's ship that only moved in times of war. Jean heard about it many times, but it was his first time seeing it in person. Poof! Murakin changed back into his human form and stared at the massive airship. Sirius's eyes widened. Ah wait, the Kozak would be difficult for that woman to deal with. Was that Myron guy that important in the Zipfel clan? I think the Zipfels got a little sensitive after Andre's death. And since another pureblood Zipfel was attacked, they're probably sending adequate reinforcements. In fact, this area has the relic that they've been searching for thousands of years. Jean shook his head. Even if it's Madame Talaris, fighting the Twilight magicians will be tough. At this rate, saving the natives and recovering the relic would be impossible. With the entrance of the Kozak, the battle stopped. The natives, however, continued their ritual. It was still. For in the morning when the Kozak came in, and there were 8 hours until the ritual finished. Executing Laus's request would be impossible. Even if Talaris can fight the Twilight magicians, she doesn't even need to. She could just take me and Murakin and escape. Kashmir explicitly requested Jean and Murakin's rescue. He didn't say anything about saving the natives or their ritual. After all, dealing with the natives was Jin's business. Despite all this, Jean didn't want to give up. He wanted to save everyone and everything. Not because he wanted to have the ancient masterpiece, but because he wanted to save the Kalin natives who had suffered for centuries. However, if they could escape the area while riding Snow-Toad Mort, then he would have an eternal burden on his mind. Where are you going, kid? I'm gonna go see the natives. Jean activated Myelta's rune and ran towards the natives. Seeing this, Talaris lowered the ice barrier. Taika then grabbed Jin's hands, looking very desperate. She and all the other Kalin natives didn't want to burden him. This doesn't look too good. We know what that ship is. Please escape, Jean. I am really sorry. You have done so much for us, but we cannot return the favor. I am sad that we will meet a bitter end. Taika, after centuries of torture and oppression, the only ones who lent a hand were you and Dino. Our saviors, please get to safety. Truly, the events that unfolded the past few hours had been a miracle. Jin's party coming to the Kalin ruins, the death of Myron, creating a grave for all who had been killed, Talaris's appearance at the site of the magicians. They couldn't wish for more miracles. I don't want to give up on you guys. Can you speed up the ritual process? If I persuade Madame Talaris, we can stall for time before a fight against the Twilight ensues. That would be possible if Lady Lausa didn't lose her divinity. But since she has, it's impossible. Please leave. They will not kill us until they get their hands on the relic. Maybe. Her words pierced Jin's heart. He had felt the same emotions when he created almost 200 graves for the deceased Kalin natives. Lady Lausa didn't lose all of the divinity. She used it when we first met her. But I will bring her here. If that still doesn't work, then we will give up. No, there isn't enough time. Please, run away. You don't need to do so much for us. You have already done more than enough. We cannot let a person like you die. Vroom! To Jin's left, a pale white dimensional portal opened, and Snow-Toad Mort jumped out. Sirius had summoned it. Come on. Already riding Mort, Sirius lent out a hand to Jean. Ha! Get on here. I felt like I should aid an entitled run candle in helping someone in need. However, I can't buy you much time. Jean nodded with a grim expression. I will never forget this favor, Lady Cirrus. A thank you is enough. It's nothing hard. Let's go. Chapter 116. Reinforcements. 6. Talaris smiled at her daughter. Summoning Mort without my permission? Well, have fun, my precious daughter. She at least wanted her daughter to tell her when she was going to return. Even more so in a scenario where the Kozak, the Zipful's ultimate weapon, slowly circled around them. Talaris jumped on top of Mort and confronted Jean and Cirrus. I understand your teenage romance in these desperate times, my daughter. But please come back as soon as possible. I can't hold a long time against that thing. Defending extras makes it more tiring. We just need to get their prophet, Lausa, from Tychon. We'll return quickly. I can see you're not considering the possibility of my death? Cirrus scoffed. If the Zipfuls didn't need this much just to possibly defeat you, there would be no hidden palace. Cirrus knew well about the power of the Twilight and Kozak. However, she thought that her mother with the myriad ice was stronger. She heard that even Siren Runcandle, a demigod, had a hard time dealing with her mother with the myriad ice. However, even if she is that strong, fighting many people while protecting the natives would be tough. Also, she can't kill any of the Twilight magicians. Jin's thoughts concurred with Cirrus's. Talaris cannot kill any of the Twilight magicians. Killing several Seventh Tower magicians is fine since the Zipfuls can just cover it up and not deal with the hidden palace. However, killing some of the Twilights is different. That would result in an all-out war. Talaris came to the Colin ruins as per Kashimir's request. But it didn't have anything to do with going head-to-head with the Zipful clan. It was very disadvantageous for her to drag on the fight to this point. Despite all this, Talaris, ruler of the West Sea, decided to help out Jean for one reason. I love his eyes. There was a reason why my daughter looked dreamy after coming back from that Runcandle banquet. I doubt this kid will become the next patriarch. Maybe I can marry him to my daughter and make him our own. Talaris stroked Mort's cheek. All right, go quick. I'll give you an hour. Until then, I'll keep everyone alive. Of course, the handsome gentleman doesn't need to transform into his true form. Boom! Mort croaked, and a white portal opened. Hold on. If you fall into the other snow garden, then you can never come back. Swoop! The massive body slipped into the tiny portal. In an instant, they were surrounded by an endless snowfield. Mort was sprinting through the fields, but the wind wasn't cold at all. It's another other world like the fire dimension. Does the toad use this space to teleport? A fascinating summoned beast. Jean had never heard about it, so he assumed that their reinforcements would come through a transfer gate. Mort says that you have a nostalgic scent. Cirrus spoke in a low voice, and Jean tilted his head. What? Mort? Tess? Are you the summoner of Phoenix Tess? An unexpected question, but Jean was used to it. Soon, everyone would find out that I'm a magic swordsman. Even a summoned beast can identify my magic abilities. He didn't want to hide it. After meeting in Mummet for the first time and coming to save him in more dire situations, Cirrus was basically his savior. Though he did destroy her in a duel at the banquet last year. That's correct. Fascinating. Do Tess and Mort know each other? They say they were close friends for a long time. Well, I won't pester you further. Besides, hold on tight. We're arriving in Tychon soon, and there will be a lot of impact when we re-enter a portal. He felt a little awkward, but Jean held on to Cirrus a little tighter. This is why we usually put strangers in Mort's mouth when we relocate. That's what happened to Sir Kashimir. No matter how rough the ride, they wouldn't fall out of Mort's mouth that way, right? Then why am I not? Well, you're the youngest son of the Runcandles, so I should treat you with respect, and get a lot of money out of you rich ones. One wrong move, and the Hidden Palace and Zipful clan will become your worst enemies. Boom! Far away, another dimensional portal opened. Inside the tear through space, the first port of the free city of Tychon was visible. Mort pounced towards the tiny crevice. Flash! And they arrived. Cirrus hopped off and dismissed Mort before anyone could see them. Now, where do we go? Thankfully, we are near Lady Louse's home. What a coincidence. They navigated through multiple turns. It wasn't long until they arrived in front of a small, wooden door. Knock knock. Lady. Lousa. Pan. Ah, at the eyes time. Hum the foo. Oh, Lord Jim. How is Colin goin'? Pan was drunk, not even sleeping. Instead, he seemed to be praying with a single lit candle. Beside it lay Lousa on the floor with her eyes closed. I was waiting for you, Lord Jean. It seems the child of the snow came with you. With those words, Jean knew that Lousa was reading into his fate. Prophet Lousa, did you know that this would happen? Lousa made a bitter mile. If I did, then there would not have been many casualties. I only remained here and searched for my God. It was only a few days ago when he had asked, "Are you a god?" at her immense aura. But now Jean felt the diminished divine aura. Still, her presence was different from that of a normal human's. It seems that the Zipful magicians are destroying the Colin natives' land once more, seeing as my divinity is deteriorating. When we killed Myron, the Zipful magicians called reinforcements before coming to the ruins. Just now, the Twilight magicians arrived on the Kozak. Lousa nodded. You need not speak further. I understand the situation. It seems. You need me to speed up the ritual process. That's right, Prophet Lousa. And each second that passes, the Colin ruins is bombarded with more spells and demolished even further. We should go. Quickly. Understood, child of the snow. In that case, may we finish our prayers. Jean thought that Cirrus wouldn't let them, but she actually let it slide. It must be an important prayer. All right. Jean and I will be waiting outside, so please come out quickly. Cirrus stepped outside and sighed. Prophet Lousa, you say? I've never felt respect for something that's not physically strong. That was her diminishing divinity? It seems you felt her aura as well. When we first met, it was much stronger. I'm starting to get curious after meeting her in person. What the hell is the divine relic that they're guarding? Lousa finished her prayer and exited the house. Cirrus summoned Mort once more, and the portal opened. Asterisk 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 right under the Kozak, which covered the entire sky with its massive starboard. 30 minutes had passed since Talaris's battle with the Twilight magicians, and yet not a single one had fallen. She was controlling her strength. Phew. I promised that I'd keep them safe for an hour, but this is very tiring. The initial magicians who came and fought her went into the airship to receive care. Mitter and the Twilight magicians started to cast a spell. The magician that Jean considered to be a powerful magician, Mitter Elner, looked pretty normal amongst the Twilight magicians. 58 stars and 29 tars. About 50% of the Twilight magicians' forces. That was the entire troop that came to the Colin ruins. It really showed how sensitive they were to the pure-blood Zipful's plights. Please stop, Master of the Hidden Palace. We do not want to hurt you. As long as you hand over Myron Zipful's killer together with the natives, we will leave quietly. There wasn't a single piece of land intact between Talaris and the Twilight magicians. It looked as if a massive beast bulldozed through the land. Buildings had gotten demolished, and the debris scattered everywhere. They were only threatening her from a distance. Talaris was just deflecting incoming spells, so in reality, it was the Twilight magicians who were really exhausted. If you want to compromise, then call for Keliark Zipful, Master of the Hidden Palace. Your tower and the Zipful clan do not need to have this fight. To you, this battle is merely a request. But to us, it is for the death of a leader. God damn it. I'm holding back on my urge to kill you, you know? About an hour had passed. Are those kids still out on a date? I've been having an easy time blocking these magicians because they aren't going all out. Talaris looked up. The Kozak. If the Twilight magicians used their full power, then she wouldn't be able to fight back as easily. They wouldn't just use that, right? The Zipfuls have something they want buried here. If the Kozak's weapon was used, the Colin ruins would be devastated in an instant. Talaris thought that they wouldn't use such a weapon on such precious land. That was until the Twilight magicians began to activate the weapon with runes. You have provoked this action. We have just received full permission from the Patriarch. The bottom of the airship opened up, and a massive cannon peeked out. Huh? Wait. As the massive mana cluster charged up, Jean and Cirrus hurriedly arrived in the Colin ruins. Lausa jumped down from the giant toad. Look out! Talaris shouted, desperation sewn into her voice. Chapter 117. Forces that destroy the world. Forces that save the world 1. Right before the weapon was fired, Talaris swung myriad ice. From the tip of the transparent sword emerged a crescent slash that would easily cut through the Kozak. As the chilling cold crescent slash flew towards the cannon, the air behind it froze, leaving a glimmering trail of ice. However, there was no time to appreciate the beauty of the attack. Snatch! Jean carried Lausa on his shoulder and ran away, Cirrus not far behind him. All of this happened in 1 second. The problem was that the Kozak's weapon would vaporize the entirety of the Colin ruins within that 1 second. Krrrr. The sky was dyed gold, the result of a compressed gold mana sphere pouring out of the cannon. If Talaris's sword did not block it, the Colin ruins would be wiped off the face of the earth. Hhhhhhhk. Krrrk. As the crescent slash and cannon met, an ear-ripping screech echoed throughout. One human strength against the most overpowered weapon of war. The Kozak's artillery fire couldn't hit the ground. Neither could Talaris's slash reach the ship in the sky. Instead, a powerful shockwave shook the earth. The ice wall that Talaris had set up for the natives began to crack. The millions of ice particles around her began to shatter and explode. The shimmering and glittering lights from the sparks of aura and mana that flew out from the collision blinded those around it. Talaris warned them to dodge the lights. Each and every shard of energy that fell like hail had the power to cause death even to a trained knight. There was a limit to dodging all of the falling shrapnels. Jean, Lausa, and Cirrus reached an area with the least projectiles, but there wasn't an area completely safe from the flying debris. Prophet, please duck here and not move a single step. Jean and Cirrus started to deflect the remnants of the collision. Thanks to Cirrus's healing potion, Jean was able to swing his sword normally. Maybe it was because of their duel in the past, but their swords were synchronized as they deflected all of the glowing, flying specks of energy. However, they couldn't do anything about their declining strength. Each little spark had the power of a 6-star knight. As such, deflecting the particles would be the equivalent of fighting dozens of knights at once. You've gotten better, Jean Runcandle. The same goes to you. Phew. The situation doesn't look too good in the first place, though. Taking Lady Lausa to the natives will be hard. It would be great if everything was over after one attack. Unfortunately, the Kozak was ready to take another shot. Talaris was also ready to take another swing at full force. Wow, I didn't know you would really shoot it. I am Talaris Indorma. Wake the fuck up, you sons of bitches. Talaris swiped her forehead. The Twilight magicians looked at her with grim expressions. They knew that she would block it, but they never thought that she would also get close to destroying the Kozak with a single swing. This is your last warning, Master of the Hidden Palace. If you do not heed by our order, we will kill all of your associates even if it destroys the Colin ruins. Humph. You really don't want to say outright that you'll kill me, since that's impossible even with all your power. That's right. But deflecting our cannon while also protecting those behind you is impossible. We are merely humiliated, but you are failing to fulfill your request. Talaris smiled, because she had nothing to say. Since we got this far, let's see who really is better. The Hidden Palace or the Zipfels? Cirrus, you guys do whatever you can to get that woman over there. She pointed towards the place where the natives were chanting their ritual. They were about 700 steps from where Jean and Cirrus stood. It would have been an easy gap to close if it weren't for the remnants of aura and mana contaminating the land with stains hotter than lava. If one didn't protect their body with aura, they would be instantly vaporized. The Kozak began to ready its next attack with a more defined gold color. Talaris prepared an even stronger crescent slash in return. Even more shards will fall. While evading all of the lava pools, they had to deflect more flying shards and get to the ritual's location. Since Murakin is helping the natives behind the cracked ice barrier, he can't help us. It's just me and Cirrus for this task. On top of that, one of the two had to carry Lausa. Even if she was a prophet, her physical capabilities were equivalent to that of a normal human. Stepping on the ground would be impossible for her. What a sticky situation. For the first time in his life, the 700-pace distance seemed so far away. But if we fail, all of the fights until now will be rendered meaningless. And the oppression of the Khalan natives will continue. Cirrus sighed, and Jean met eyes with her. Lady Cirrus, please take the prophet and follow me. I will open up the path by myself. What? What do you mean? You're going to do a task? That's hard even for the both of us. By yourself? Your body isn't even in good shape. Which is why I'm doing it myself. Between the two of us, even if I die, you are more than capable of getting her to the natives. Are you serious? Of course. I don't understand. Why go so far? Aren't you and Madame Talaris doing a lot for us as well? To the point where one would find it difficult to understand. That's different. My mother and I will evade death no matter what. We do care about the natives, but if we encounter the risk of death, we will disengage immediately. Then, Jean smiled. Madame Talaris is incomparably stronger than I am. If she hadn't volunteered to come here, then I'd have already died, or would have faced consequences close to death. What the hell are you trying to say, Jean Runcandle? Cirrus was genuinely furious, eyes flaming as if it emitted fire. However, she didn't really know why she was so emotional. I am supposed to deal with this mess. Getting help from someone stronger and not even risking my own life is unacceptable. Jean responded in a low, calm voice, and Cirrus's eyes shook. Lausa then sat upright. She could only feel embarrassed. As the prophet of Khalan, what did I sacrifice to save my home? Run away, milady. If you die, then our connection with Cullum will be severed. Please escape to a place where we'll never find you. Lady, please leave before you lose any more of your divinity. We'll be fine. The desperate voices that she heard when she escaped the Khalan ruins with Pan echoed in her head. It was true that her brethren told her to escape, but ultimately, she was the one who chose to leave. And where she hid, she waited for someone strong, Savior, to show up at her front door. She lifted her head and looked up at Jean. So please, Lady Lausa, brace yourself. I am risking my life because Madame Talaris is offering her power. Please show us your resilience. Lord Jean, From 700 paces away, she could see the others showing their resilience. The normal Khalan natives would continue their ritual even if their bodies broke and melted. Even if we die, we will get over there. Understood. Lausa bit her lower lip and nodded. Yes, let's go. Cirrus carried Lausa on her back, and as soon as Jean lifted his feet to depart, now, fire! Qua! The Kozak released the essence of the gold manosphere. The Twilight magicians intentionally waited for the three's movement. Their goal wasn't to threaten Talaris, but to kill her associates. The myriad Isis crescent slash met the golden mana once more. Irk! As expected, more shards of energy flew throughout the ruins. The ear-ripping screech became sharper. Midder's ears started to bleed again. One shard, another shard. Each time a shard hit Jean, his two legs trembled. However, he kept persisting. 670, 666, 600, 500, gripping the sword. Jean already started to lose his stamina. He only believed in one thing, the will to swing his sword with identical force 3,000 times. The will to take those 700 steps. Seeing his strong will from behind, Cirrus felt her heart beat faster and faster as a knight. Admiration. There's only 50 steps left. Jean, just a little longer. Tumble. Damn it, Jean. The final shard that struck Bradamanti was unexpectedly heavy. Losing his balance, Jean barely deflected the shrapnel, and Cirrus tried to pass on ahead. I will travel this distance myself. This is no different than a volcano. How will you walk? You can't even protect your body with aura. Even if my feet melt on the ground, I will crawl to my destination. So please, keep Lord Jean safe. I beg you. He will die at this rate. Lausa jumped off Cirrus. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her sandals and skin began to melt. TSSSSSS, and one by one, she began to move her feet. She let out short breaths to endure the pain, and she progressed further and further. Chapter 118. Forces that destroy the world, forces that save the world, too. Every time she took a step, she felt as if she were in hell. Setting fire to bare skin was a pain indescribable by words, especially for an untrained human like Lausa. However, the physical hell she was currently experiencing was far better than the mental hell she had been putting herself through. She believed that she was finally doing something as the prophet. As Lord Jean said, "Even if my body becomes a pile of ash, I will serve my people." He had many opportunities to escape, but Jean chose to help those around him. Lausa responded to Jin's sacrifice with her transcending will. Their commitment moved Lausa's heart. "Jean, last a little longer. Lausa's going on her own. I'll take care of the shards behind you, so just move forward." Jean nodded. Bradamanti's fading glow began to shine once more. From Sirius's reliable words of having his back, Jean trusted her and mustered up the rest of his strength. In the storm of flying energy shards, the three slowly moved forward. And the Twilight magicians could only watch this sight. They thought there was no way that the children would succeed without the master of the Hidden Palace's help. "Increase the cannon's strength. We will erase this land off the face of the earth." Cheethying. The cannon that had forced clans and empires into extinction emitted an even stronger light. If it weren't for the cold aura of the myriad ice, the entirety of the Colin ruins would have melted. When the kids are achieving something, the adults shouldn't just slack off, right? Although she spoke in a carefree manner, her limit was being reached. Pressuring the Twilights without killing any of them was a tiresome task. "Sirius and Jean, there really is no time. Just finish the job." 30 steps, 20 steps, and when there were only 10 steps left, the excruciating pain that encompassed Lausa's body forced her nervous system to shut down. Her feet burnt to black, and the white of bone was exposed. Her two hands that were flailing in the hot air faced the same senseless fate. Her eyes were open, but her vision was dark. It was hard to say whether she was even alive. And of course, her feet no longer moved. Her entire body started to die. If I had come back a little earlier. No, if only I never ran away in the first place. She felt sorry. Sorry for Jean, who risked everything to free the Colin natives from their misery. "Milady!" Sirius shouted towards Lausa, who had stopped moving. The prophet's body did not budge, and Sirius couldn't even check up on her as she was too busy deflecting all of the energy shards. "Jean, Lady Lausa is..." She didn't want to say that she was dead, because she knew how hard Jean was trying to keep them safe. In the continued explosions, Jean didn't notice Lausa's death, and he continued forward. "Are there only 5 steps left?" Jean too was not in his right mind. "In Thean." Sirius caught up to him and shouted his name in his ear. Her voice sounded so far away, Jean didn't even look back at her. His fading vision caught a glance of her face before fading to black. FFFF thunk. One long shard pierced his chest, yet not a single groan of pain came out. Is this it? Without numerous tears to save the dead, Jean had no way of escaping death this time. Should we have escaped after killing Myron Zipfel? Or when Midder Elner came here? Did we have to escape with the natives? Maybe the moment when the Kozak revealed itself over the horizon. Should they have never come in the first place? Where did it all go wrong? Jean thought as he exploded into laughter. However, even if he could go back to the time before he came to the Colin ruins, he wouldn't have made so many different decisions. Because every time he was given the choice with the consequences of death, he refused to ignore the Colin natives. Of course, he would make better plans and allocate stronger allies in order to evade failure. However, it was all pointless at this point. How could I be such an idiot? I could have just turned down the job. But why couldn't I? In the first place, saving these people was such an unimportant side quest. Would it help surpassing his father and his goal of becoming the strongest knight in the world? Would it help him have a hold on world politics by becoming the patriarch of the Runcandle clan? All of his goals did not line up with this request that he took. Then why? Why couldn't he just walk away? If the natives face their end here, then that's my fault. I basically forced their untimely death. He realized that he couldn't overpower the Zipfels and that the world went how the strongest wanted it to. He was the weakling once more. I couldn't say any thanks or apologies to many people. He threw up a clump of blood before falling to the floor. No! The energy shards in the air suddenly increased in number. Was it because Bradamanti stopped moving? You were deflecting this many of them by yourself, but it's not enough for you to die just like that. Cirrus's eyes began to water. They weren't lovers like her mother insisted, but he was someone she didn't want to send away so easily. Give me a response. You have to survive and duel me again. That was the last thing Jean heard. Soon after, he died. Cirrus already knew that fact, but she still continued to protect his corpse. Chong, Kirk, Croc, Cirrus, stop that and come over here. Damn it. The Kozak's cannon glowed with another golden light. As the spread of the laser got smaller, the destructive power increased. The airship had immense destructive power, urging the journalists to attach a phrase to its name. A force that could destroy the world. We have said it time and time again. You will not achieve your goals. If my daughter gets hurt, not a single one of you will make it out alive. You are definitely stronger than us, but the Hidden Palace is not stronger than the Zipfel clan. Isn't that why you've stayed hidden even with this much strength? The moment Talaris tried to answer, something else revealed itself from the horizon. The Twilight Magician smiled. Cadden, our last reinforcement has arrived. Now we cannot guarantee your daughter's survival. Yours as well. Fire Dragon Cadden. Keliark Zipfel's guardian dragon and the king of the fire dragons. Cadden let out a roar, and the myriad ice's cold aura was immediately extinguished. Long time no see, Talaris and Dorma. The one chosen by the myriad ice. Talaris did not answer. She only gritted her teeth. And in these hopeless moments, even though he was dead, Jean was watching all of it. What the hell? I should be dead. Huh? Shit. I can see my own corpse. His body felt light. Jin's body was high in the sky, translucent, looking as if it were a mirage. He could see the entire battleground, but no one else could see him. He watched Murakan as he changed into his true form from mourning at Jin's death. He even saw Cirrus, who fainted from protecting Jin's corpse. The natives who continued their ritual. Talaris, who completely unleashed the myriad ice to fight Cadden. Everyone fought at their best. And for a second, Jean thought that seeing this sight may be some kind of purgatory. God's punishment for attempting at the impossible whilst being a weakling. It was a horrible sight. He had to watch his allies die. He felt as if he couldn't breathe, as if his heart was going to explode. How does it feel, Soderet's chosen one? Then he heard a voice. Surprised, Jean turned his head and saw someone else standing and looking at the massacre. He couldn't tell if the person was a guy or a girl. You are? I've been waiting for you for a while now. You've been waiting for me? What do you mean? I am Cullum, the one who sealed himself inside the mirror with Soderet's help. As soon as he heard the other's name, Jean felt a surge of anger. He was about to ask why he didn't do anything, but Cullum spoke first. I'm sure you want to ask why I showed up so late. Well, no shit. Answer my question first. How do you feel watching this sight? The ones who fought for you and the ones you tried to protect are all dying. He wanted to unsheath his sword and slash him, but instead, Jean took a deep breath. I just think that I was weak and stupid. Crazy, even. Cullum smiled. Don't forget that. Click. Colin's god snapped his fingers, and Jean opened his eyes. As if a page was being turned, his surroundings started changing. His light, floating body gained the weight of his bones and flesh, and he was standing on the ground again. And the god that he was talking to took the form of Lausa. I responded to Lausa's call the moment she realized something while looking at you. The death that you face, and the death that you have witnessed. Cullum gently placed his hand on Jin's head. It's a small lesson. You showed your will. Even at the verge of failure. The 1,000-year contractor, you must get stronger. Incomparably strong. Strong enough that the gods cannot budge. Jean looked at their surroundings. The myriad ice calmed down. The darkness slowly took over the sky. The Kozak was split in half, spewing smoke into the sky. The twilight magicians twitched and shook on the ground. Chapter 119. Forces that destroy the world. Forces that save the world 3. Jean was the last one to find out that Cullum had descended. Everyone else had been waiting for 5 minutes for Jean to wake up. Was everything that I saw a delusion? Impossible. The energy shard that pierced his chest. Him throwing up blood and fainting. Everything seemed so real. Even now, being alive felt like an illusion. Then does that mean I already lost my consciousness when Lausa started walking? Exactly as he said, Jean had already lost consciousness at that point. However, all of his wounds from the impacts and mana overflow were now gone. His body felt cleansed and light. He pinched his cheek to confirm whether it was all a dream, and he felt pain. Seeing his confusion, Cirrus laughed. Just a moment ago you were ready to face the end. But it seems you really do value your life. And you tried to save me there when I fainted. What? When did I? As soon as you fell, the god descended, and it was game over. Jean made an awkward smile. It seems Cullum showed me the scenario where everything went wrong. The others didn't experience the worst universe. Yet, Jean knew that Cirrus would act the same if she were at death's door. Humph. Honestly, I thought the Runcandle baby was out of his mind doing something so foolish based on nothing. Somehow, he made the god descend. Cirrus, your lover here is so mature for his age. Talaris thought that Cullum's descent was due to Jin's meticulous calculations. Cirrus thought the same, so they were genuinely impressed. Jean felt a little embarrassed in the situation, but before he could clear things up, there was business to deal with. Murakan. Where's Murakan? I'm fine. God damn it. You beatable motherfucker. I thought you died. Murakan spat curses with a beet-red face. He was just pouring out his relief onto Jean. Indeed, it was very dangerous. Had Cullum not descended, their plans would have been over. Murakan halted his reproaching at Jean and turned to glare at Cullum. So, who the hell are you? You're doing some divine ability stuff, so you aren't just any minor god or something. But your energy is very foreign to my memory. Murakan felt that Cullum wasn't very authentic. Experiencing the life of the gods with Sodaret, Murakan knew that gods descended in order to fulfill some ulterior, selfish motive. Damn, look at the destroyed ship. That zipful genius is lying and rolling on the ground. Look at you, showing up so late even when you have this much power. You definitely have something up your sleeve. What the hell do you want from the kid? Wherever Murakan pointed, there were magicians who fainted from mana overflow. Even the 6 dragons succumbed to the immense power. Cullum used his divine abilities to induce it within them. Instead of answering the black dragon, he pulled out a small mirror. Mirror! The artifact that the Zipfels used to generate 7-star magicians in Jin's past life, the Fountain of Mana. I was waiting for someone to take this. Sodaret's 1,000-year contractor. That fellow over there. Cullum looked towards Jean, and everyone else's eyes followed. Some of the Colin natives who were bowing to Cullum also glanced at Jean every now and then. There was a time when I was a god who had a hold of all the mana. But after losing control and almost destroying the entire world, I received help from Sodaret to seal myself in the mirrored. I haven't heard anything about that from Sodaret. And the fact that a god of mana existed. I'll show you evidence that you cannot doubt. Black Dragon. As soon as Cullum stopped talking, the mirror turned black. In an instant, something within the mirror tried to escape. However, the black energy on the surface of the mirror kept it in. The black covering was made of spiritual energy. A strong and potent concentration of it that Murakan would never be able to handle. Sodaret's seal? Murakan had seen many beings sealed by Sodaret before, but he had never seen a seal this strong. He nodded. I guess you weren't lying about destroying the entire world. Kinda get it. So the seal is getting weaker. And you needed someone to fortify the seal. That's right. This seal separates the world and the source of infinite mana, me. With the infinitely expanding and increasing mana, I can swallow this world whole. Cullum made a melancholic smile. If there were more mana than air, no life on the planet would be able to breathe. So I asked Sodaret to seal me inside this mirror. And the Colin natives who were worshipping me at the time swore to protect the mirror at all costs. Why did you offer that important job to these runts? Do you even know how long they suffered? That was because it was the beginning of human history, and the natives were ahead of their time. Back then, they were the strongest tribe on the planet. The ancient relatives of the Colin natives were the rulers during the early ages of humanity. Furthermore, in my sealed state, I couldn't intervene with their actions. I couldn't help them advance their technology and create a stronger civilization. The natives were speechless at their own worthlessness, and Cullum opened his mouth once more. However, my decision was right. Thankfully, Sodaret's 1,000-year contractor found me. Cullum walked towards Jean. Take it. Jean run candle. Jean received the mirror, and the spiritual energy undulating on the surface of the mirror suddenly died down. Just by touching it, he could feel the immense energy of the spiritual energy seal together with the infinite mana pool that was shocking him like electricity. The two energies mixed and roared inside his body. On the item you are holding is the force that is saving the world from destruction. Sodaret sealed. Jean never knew such information about the fountain of mana. He just thought that it was an overpowered artifact that would increase one's mana. This isn't an artifact but a weapon of mass destruction. Holding the mirror, he felt that his mana rapidly increased, as if he could gain at least 7-star on his mana just by holding onto it for a day. However, every second my mana increases, the seal grows a little weaker. If one didn't have the ability to use spiritual energy, they would not be able to sense it. If someone used this without knowing and the seal broke, it'd be all over. The Zipfuls did exactly that in his past life. As they cranked out thousands of magicians, the seal grew weaker and weaker. And during that process, consequences would definitely arise. So, has the duty of protecting this been passed on from the Colin natives to me? To be exact, the Colin natives were protecting something that only you, Jean Runcandle, can protect. That is an exceedingly heavy task. I've watched the natives suffer even after centuries of oppression without anything in return. Of course, I doubt I will face such fates. Cullum nodded. You're right. As a god, have done nothing to the people who worshipped me. But since I was sealed, there was nothing I could do. So my case is different from yours. How so? Sodaret's seal. That is not just any seal, but also a present for you. This seal, that is a creation that Sodaret used when he was in his most powerful state. It is not just dense spiritual energy, but a part of the God of Shadows himself. My original reward for this conquest was being able to see Sodaret one more time from Lady Louse's call. She said that because she does not know that you are living your second life, neither does she know how you got such an opportunity. Cullum swallowed those words and met Jin's eyes. She probably lied to convince you to help. How would she be able to call such a being when she can't even address your black dragon? In his past life, Jin faced death, and his connection with Sodaret was severed. Murakan lost his connection with his god after losing a battle against Timar. They were two beings who weren't receiving any protection from their god. On that note, you, too, have a similar fate as the Colin natives. Maybe that is why you helped them so much, because you saw a reflection of yourself in them. Cullum lowered his head for a short bow. Seeing this, Talaris felt a shock in the back of her head. She had never seen a god bow down to a human. I feel deep gratitude for you who protected and helped these people. Now, to put those other fellows in eternal slumber. Before Jean could even respond, Cullum's body slowly became transparent, akin to salt dissolving in a river. The epiphany was ending, which also meant that Louse's body was going to disappear as well. Cullum, Prophet Louse. Jean tried to hold on to Louse's disappearing body, but before he could even reach her, her body was gone. Cullum, with all of his power sealed in the mirror, could only appear because Lausa sacrificed herself. Humph. All right, so you're Soderet's contractor. Well, I heard a lot of fun things today, and saw a god bow down to a child. Startled, Jean looked at Talaris. Associates of the Hidden Palace had just found out a lot about him. Madame Talaris, how about we get out of here? I think that they'll wake up in a few hours. And that over there looks like it's gonna crash any time now. Her finger was pointing at the Kozak that was split in half and slowly descending to the ground. Chapter 120. Forces that destroy the world. Forces that save the world. 4. Evacuating everyone to the prepared ships took an hour. The ships quickly cruised through the water towards Tychon. 30 Colin natives stared into the distance. 10,000 years had passed after the ancient god, Cullum, ordered them to protect the mirror. The people who were once the rulers of the world became a minority tribe under the Zipfel clan and was subjected to slavery. In the continued history of oppression and deprivation, it was hard to determine how many of them died unfairly. However, if I never met you, we would have ended our lives and civilization without fulfilling our God's orders. I am thankful that the mirror got into safe hands. Taika approached Jean and bowed. I believe that it was the natives' indomitable resilience that prevented the Zipfels from obtaining such an item. Who knows what those crazy fools would have done with such a powerful artifact? Jean already knew what they would have done with the mirror. I thought they only produced 7-star magicians. But according to Cullum, continuously producing them means that the Zipfels would have ended the world. As more and more people increased, their mana through the mirror, Soderet's seal became weaker, and breaking the seal would destroy the entire world. Ultimately, meeting me and fulfilling the order was thanks to the natives' endurance. No need to feel any self-remorse, and just think of the bright future. We will make sure to allocate refuge for the Colin natives. Are you not a provisional flag-bearer? I thought Runcandle provisional flag-bearers were prohibited from receiving any assistance from the clan. Dino questioned him and Jean smiled. Journalist Dino, don't worry about that bit of detail. Just work on your article about the Colin ruins. Jean also began to write a letter to his eldest sister, Luna Runcandle. He planned on sending the Colin natives to her private land. He really wanted to ensure their safety. Of course, sending a letter to Luna would also be breaking the rules as a provisional flag-bearer. Well, Jean never cared about such rules in the first place. When we arrive in Tychon, the 7-colored peacock will plan out your transportation. Show this to eldest sister Luna. You understand? Thank you, Lord Jean. If you're thankful, then write your article. Expose everything you saw and discovered at the Colin ruins. All of it. Since we have tangible evidence, publishing such an article wouldn't be that hard. I'm only worried about their censorship. Jean smirked. You think you're the only one who hates the Zipfels? If you make the first move, the Runcandle clan and its allies will join you to rip the clan of magicians apart like dogs on a corpse. As long as the evidence is solid, the public will follow. As Jean said, as long as the evidence was there, the enemies of the Zipfel clan would protect Dino at all costs and start a movement. At that point, the Zipfels wouldn't dare do anything to the journalist. The ones symbolizing good and justice couldn't just assassinate a brave man. Ah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. You'll become a star. I'll give you my preemptive congratulations. Dino Zeglin. After publishing that article, many institutions will try to recruit you. Pick whichever you like. Dino becoming a well-known journalist was bound to happen. A brave soul exposing the Zipfels of all clans in an article was very rare. I'm sure you didn't forget about removing my and my companions' names? Of course. Saving the Colin ruins was just a passerby, a nameless hero. I shall write it like that. No one will believe it, but they would think it would be you guys. Jean nodded. After the publications start rolling in, almost all misdoings in the world will be pointed towards the Zipfels' selfish goals. Indeed, I concur with that prediction. When the time comes, drop the remnants of the Kozak. The symbol of their omnipotence is destroyed, so force their dirty hands back in their cave. However, even if they do that, the citizens of the Zipfels would still pledge their allegiance to their clan. They would just pour more money into the Literal Magic Federation in order to keep their bellies happy and shift their attention away from the controversy. Expecting the failed result, Dino made a bitter smile, and Jean patted him on the back. You've done enough. If we give them a nice punch in the gut every now and then, it might make a chance to take them down. Until then, as a journalist and a friend of the Colin natives, I give all my contributions to this mission. Lord Jean, when you rise to power in the Runcandle clan, please feel free to utilize my efforts. I look forward to our partnership. Taika and Dino then walked away, and Jean went to Talaris. She was waiting on the deck, chatting with Murakan. I apologize for my belated greetings, Madame Talaris. No need for introductions, youngest baby of Runcandle. It seems you're committing some serious crimes. I didn't know they would actually send the Twilight Magicians and the Kozak. I'm worried that the Hidden Palace would now become one of the Zipful clan's targets. Humph, I doubt it. Kellyark would think that I got stronger and treat the Hidden Palace with more caution. It's kind of hard to tell whether it was me who took down the ship or if it was that unnamed god. The destruction of the Kozak, as well as the mana overflow of the Twilight Magicians, were all due to Cullum's ability to control all mana. The Twilight Magicians fainted as soon as the ancient god descended, which is why they could think it was me. In that case, I am relieved. And I did all this because of a request. Thankfully, I met such a handsome gentleman from it. Talaris giggled while pointing at Murakan. I was going to take some extra compensation, but since I found out that the youngest son of the Runcandle clan was Soderet's contractor and a magic swordsman, I'll let you pass on paying the price. It was hard to tell Talaris's true intent when she was laughing. Thankfully, there's no hostility, but the Hidden Palace found out about my identity so soon. Someday, the entire world would find out about Jin's powers. However, he had to hide it as much as possible. If Talaris used this secret to blackmail him, he wouldn't be able to do anything but to accept her terms. Receiving threats before even becoming the patriarch won't bode well. She was currently acting nice, but any change in her behavior wouldn't be uncalled for at all, considering that the Runcandle clan and the Hidden Palace didn't have a formal alliance. While Jean hid his anxiety, Talaris was thinking about something completely different. He's the perfect spouse for my Cirrus. Humph. Well, he's the youngest anyways, so this baby can never rise to the top. Maybe I can talk to Siren about the arrangement. In the fierce competition between the Runcandle children, instead of wasting his youth and failing to become the patriarch, it was better for Jean to come to the Hidden Palace, become Talaris's henchman, and lead the West Sea. That's what the master of the Hidden Palace thought, a smirk growing on her face. Jean saw her grin and felt a chill climb up his back. Well, let's go back now. Make sure to come over with your handsome friend here. Boom. A white dimensional portal opened, and Mort was summoned onto the starboard. It had bags under its eyes from all of the dimensional jumping it had been doing recently. Talaris and Cirrus hopped on the toad, and Jean bowed. When I get back, I'll send Kashmir over to Tychon. I put him in jail because I thought he had something up his sleeve. Oh, please do. Jean Runcandle. Jean looked at Cirrus. I hope we can find the true victor the next time we meet. Don't think about going easy on me. Oh, sorry. My daughter is still in puberty. See you later. Mort hopped into the portal, and the ships continued to sail toward the free city. ***** translator. J. Proofreader. Yukito Okada *****. It took them 10 days to arrive. To prevent the Zipfuls from tracking their position, they didn't use any transfer gates and instead used trading routes while carrying fake cargo. Young Master Jean. Kashmir ran out to Jean with tears in his eyes. I thought something would happen to you without me. I was worried sick. I heard through Lucas that you escaped the Colin ruins safely. But now that I see you in person, I am truly relieved. Sir Kashmir, you have been stuck in a jail cell at the Hidden Palace in exchange for Madame Talaris's assistance. You served your time and did your job well. I feel like I'm walking on a tightrope. Good thing you returned safely today, but I can't get rid of the worry in my heart. Why did you keep it a secret? Huh? Gilly, what secret is he talking about? That you were going out with the daughter of the hidden palace. I heard it from Sir Kashmir, and I was saddened by it. Jean tilted his head at the unheard news, and everyone else looked very confused. Are you not? What do you mean, I'm dating Cirrus? Sir Kashmir said. He heard it. From the master of the hidden palace. All eyes went to Kashmir. Oh. So basically, when I first met Madame Talaris, she said she wouldn't help even after seeing the snow blossoms. However, when Lady Cirrus came over to give a second opinion. Cirrus, this Jean Runcandle, do you like this child? No, mother. Then why must I use my aching joints and put myself in a fight with the Zipfels? It doesn't matter if he dies. Are you dating him without my knowing? I'm not. Can't we just go and help? No, I don't want to. Let's just let them die. Ha! Mother, I need to defeat him. Not the Zipfels. Admit it, then, that you like that boy. Arg. All right, I admit it. Are you happy? Come on, let's go. That was the conversation between the mother and daughter before Kashmir was detained. Kashmir truly misunderstood the relationship between Jean and Cirrus because of it. Initially, Talaris only did it to annoy and tease her daughter. However, she was now serious about having Jean marry into the hidden palace. Nobody knew that she was planning to have some conversations with the Runcandles to fully execute her plans.